Tuesday on Capitol Hill, the Senate's new Select Committee on POWs and MIA affairs held its first meeting and began its efforts to resolve some of the unanswered questions about alleged prisoners of war and soldiers who are classified as missing in action in Southeast Asia. The committee was formed in response to calls for more U.S. accountability about the status of American airmen listed in these categories. The Select Committee will work to declassify long secret information, review existing intelligence data, examine whether the U.S. government has done its best for the missing soldiers and their families, including allegations that information has been mishandled, and to ensure that there is an effective process for evaluating and responding to reports of live sightings of American soldiers. On Tuesday, the chairman, Senator John Kerry of Massachusetts, and Vice Chairman Bob Smith of New Hampshire heard from Defense Secretary Dick Cheney, General John Vesey, the President's Special Envoy for POW and MIA affairs, along with former top-level Defense Intelligence Agency officials. According to Defense Department figures, there are 2,273 Americans still unaccounted for in Southeast Asia. Coming up next, we bring you those proceedings.
The hearing of the Senate Select Committee on POW-MIA will come to order. Welcome to the first set of hearings of this Select Committee. Our first witness, the Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, is under some time constraints, and we are very appreciative of his taking the time to be here as a signal of his concern and of the administration's attachment of purpose to this issue. We're going to, Senator Smith and I, make opening comments since this is the first round of the Senate Select Committee, and then we will turn immediately to the Secretary's testimony, and subsequently other colleagues, by prior agreement, will make their opening statements, and we will place them in the record at the appropriate place without interruption. I'd like to take a moment to say something about the task that brings us here. And perhaps the best way to explain why we're here is to cite the case of a family from my own state of Massachusetts, a family that lost a son off the coast of Vietnam in 1968. No body was found. No one saw this sailor killed. He simply disappeared. I've met with that family on several occasions, right up until recent days. They are not an unusual POW-MIA family. They're basically very trusting people, patriotic people. They've always respected our government and its institutions. But they have come to have doubts. They have told me of cryptic and frustrating conversations with officials of our government, of missing medical records, of items disappearing from their son's file, and of reports from independent sources that their son has been sighted and that he is alive. This family is not interested in national attention. They are interested in one item, the truth. If he is alive, they tell me, we need your help, Senator. If he is not alive, we want to know what happened. That family and the other POW-MIA families obviously deserve the truth. They deserve to know not just some, but everything that we know as a government about what happened to their loved ones. And they deserve our continued best efforts to obtain new information through human and electronic, hard-nosed discussions, intelligence, and other means from the governments of Southeast Asia, and through expanded contacts between Americans and the people who live in that part of the world. Above all, they deserve a government that not only says that the POW-MIA issue is the highest national priority, but they deserve to be able to believe that we act every single day of our lives as if that is in fact the case. Now, the members of this committee are very well aware of the expectations that have been stirred up by the prospect of this investigation. There are those who may be looking for this committee to do the impossible, to bring back to life those who are truly lost, or to uncover some hidden file where all of the answers to all of the unanswered questions are secretly stored. Others may expect this committee to run into a brick wall of obstructionism from the executive branch, or somehow become a tool for conspiracy mongers, witch hunters, and crackpots. We have other intentions. And I think that most Americans, including most POW MIA families, have a more realistic expectation. They understand the difficulty of the task that we face and the uncertainty of the results. They do not expect us to perform miracles. They do not expect us to assume the role or to carry out the functions that can only be performed by the executive branch of government. They do expect us, however, to approach this job seriously, professionally, objectively, comprehensively, and immediately. They expect us to lay out in a way that all Americans can understand, without a lot of mumbo-jumbo about classified information, exactly where we stand on the POW-MIA issue today in plain English. They want to know how many Americans are still unaccounted for, not just technically, but really unaccounted for, and who they are and what do we know about their cases. They want to know whether we have a system in place that will respond quickly and effectively to any credible evidence that Americans are being held captive. And they want to know who determines that evidence and how it is determined to be credible and what the criteria are that are used. They want to know whether the level of resources we are devoting to the issue corresponds to its importance and whether we are really treating it as a high national priority or as a slogan. They want to know whether Vietnam is still withholding information about Americans from us, and if so, how do we know that, and what can we do about it, and when will full cooperation be forthcoming? They want to see anyone out there who is toying with the hopes of MIA families by manufacturing evidence, doctoring photos, or intentionally spreading false rumors thrown into jail. And they want to know whether they can trust what all of us tell them, all of us as part of our government. We're here because almost 19 years after the formal termination of the war in Vietnam, a part of that war is still very much with us. 19 years after the official departure, the POW-MIA issue still haunts America, raising doubts about our government, about our commitment, and about past actions taken or not taken. We are here because we are compelled to be here by the need to keep faith with our own values as individuals and our commitment as a country, and because we have a duty to seek the answers and to make clear that we have done everything within our power to find those answers. The POW-MIA issue is not a made-up issue. It is not something Congress sought out or gave life to. It is before us today precisely because it has a life of its own. And it has a life of its own for many reasons. Because some believe in certain evidence that has yet to be put to the test, because not all communications have been handled as well as they might have been, because absent information to the contrary, it is impossible not to hold on to hope, because of the complicated feelings about the war itself, because questions have not been answered. For a host of reasons, it is an issue with a life of its own. It is the subject now of the United States Senate Select Committee because families, friends, and fellow soldiers have refused to let their concerns die, and because they feel so strongly that there are legitimate unanswered questions. The task of this committee, therefore, over the next year is clear. It is to prove to all concerned that we will leave no stone unturned, no question unasked, no effort unexplored in order to try to resolve this issue. Some might ask, what will make this different from prior efforts, if indeed it can be? I am convinced that it already is different, and that everything about our effort will be different as we proceed from here. First of all, it is the first formal United States Senate authorized investigation with appropriate investigative power and resources. Second, we begin with the advantage of building on the hard and genuine work of prior House and Senate inquiries. Third, we have already succeeded in working out ground rules with the Department of Defense that are different and which will produce significant cooperation which many believe has been hard to come by or absent in the past. I am assured by the Secretary of Defense and those working with him that documents and personnel will be made available and that we will work jointly and cooperatively to declassify significant amounts of information. That is also different from before. In addition, there is agreement today, which has not existed previously, that the entire POW-MIA process itself must open up significantly in order to diminish the potential for conspiracy theory or reality. I appreciate Secretary Cheney's and Assistant Secretary Carl Ford's and General John Vesey's commitment to letting America in on this process and to advancing America's understanding on the issue. Nothing is more important to answering questions and putting this issue to rest than openness. But not only is the process different here at home, it is also different in Southeast Asia itself, different from any time in the past. For the first time in the history of this inquiry, we have American POW-MIA personnel permanently based in Vietnam itself. We have a new level of apparent cooperation from the Vietnamese, including document access, facilitated travel, and assignment of their own personnel to the effort. A new working relationship is taking shape that should permit our government and this committee to verify Vietnamese actions and to measure the real meaning of their spoken promises. Nor are we limited to Vietnam alone. In Cambodia and Laos, particularly in Laos, where so many of our questions reside and so much of our hope is placed, there are signs of new openings, greater possibilities for cooperation and progress. And changes in the Soviet Union may answer other disturbing questions about interrogation or transfer. All of this is new, and all of it affords the committee a different scope of inquiry and opportunity than at any time before. During my last 2 trips to Vietnam to pursue the answers to this issue, the Vietnamese officials indicated their desire to resolve it as soon as possible. And for the first time, they've accepted the concept of helicopter support being made available for teams to follow up immediately on live sighting reports. They have reiterated promises made to General Vesey regarding files and personnel availability to weave through their bureaucratic maze. They've agreed to allow travel and again invited families and veterans or other interested parties to travel in any part of the nation. None of us can say with certainty what these invitations or promises will bring, but they certainly bring an opportunity to put to test Vietnam's goodwill in this effort and to guarantee to ourselves that we leave no stone unturned. But there is more that is different here. For the first time, we will have a full examination of every aspect of the POW-MIA program. We will hear not just from policymakers in Washington, but we will hear for the first time in public from the people in the field, some of whom have been pursuing this issue for more than a decade of their own lives. Unlike any other prior inquiry, we will review the chain of custody of the POW-MIA issue from the negotiations in Paris until the present. And we will try to understand this issue in ways that it has not been subject to understanding previously and with an approach that has not been applied previously. I want to emphasize that over the next few days, we do not expect revelations. We are setting out on this inquiry and only setting out on it. We expect to build a foundation for all that follows over the course of the next year. We will establish the framework of this investigation, setting out the outlines of the positions, perceptions, and arguments of all interested parties. I also want to emphasize as well that we will not operate this committee on a partisan basis. We are not seated along party lines. Our staff is not divided along party lines, and we do not approach this issue with party concerns in mind. It is needless to say cliché, but I assure you we believe that if there ever was an issue that is not Democrat or Republican, but American and purely American, it is this issue. It is our hope that these hearings will serve to educate both the committee and the public about the current status of this process, while allowing both the supporters and critics of that process to have their say. Much of the work of this committee will be done behind closed doors of research, of depositions, of interrogatories, and when there is a story to tell, when we have our facts together and our understanding together, we will proceed in public, because clearly it must be said in public. I also hope that the hearings will serve as an invitation to anyone out there who may have legitimate information about this issue to come forward and to share it with us. Finally, I want to just very quickly address the question of why, on a purely human level, because people ask this question repeatedly, why this investigation is important and why it needs to be done. The journalist Cokie Roberts wrote an article recently which struck me, which I thought summarized it. She lost her father, a congressman, in a plane crash 20 years ago, and neither the body nor the plane were ever found. In the article, she wrote she compared her feelings to those of families with relatives missing in Southeast Asia. And this is what she wrote. She said, "I know my father is not alive. I know that the most massive search ever conducted would have found that plane had it not sunk to the bottom of the sea. But still, I catch myself hesitating before changing the kitchen wallpaper, fearing that he will come home and think strangers are in the house. As silly as it seems, I every so often wonder if Daddy is alive in some remote Alaskan village, unaware of who he is. So the uncertainty will always nag at the back of my brain. But at least I have the satisfaction of knowing that my country did everything it could. It can do at least as much to find its soldiers. They, after all, went into danger at the nation's demand. And though it's important to know if some soldiers survived, it is just as important to identify those who died. Their families are entitled to the peace of certainty. They deserve to mourn without fear that their mourning somehow implies that they have abandoned hope. They are due the dignity of burying their dead. The debt that America owes its POW MIA families cannot be repaid with sympathy, medals, benefits, or monuments. It must be repaid with answers and an effort to provide answers. The best and most complete answers it is in our mortal power to provide. That is the purpose of this week's hearings, and that will be the purpose of this committee's work. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as the sponsor of Senate Resolution 82, which established this committee, I would sincerely like to thank my colleagues and the American people who supported this effort to try to resolve the POW MIA issue. I would, of course, like to thank Secretary Cheney for leading the witnesses today as we commence 3 days of hearings on the fate of our missing service personnel. I also appreciate the forthcoming testimony of administration officials, past and present, veterans groups, families, and other concerned Americans who will provide the committee valuable insight as we begin, and this is a beginning, our investigation. Also, I would like to thank Senator Kerry, the distinguished committee chairman, for extending his hand in nonpartisanship, cooperation, and friendship as the committee begins its work. We're in this together, and we'll do whatever it takes to find the truth. As a member of Congress, I've taken 2 trips to Vietnam and 1 to Korea to try to account for missing service personnel. Since beginning my involvement in the issue some 7 years ago as a member of Congress, I've spoken to countless refugees, witnesses, government officials, family members, and veterans. I know firsthand that the issue of unaccounted for U.S. personnel from past military conflicts continues to be a complex and very painful problem for many Americans. With over 88,000 U.S. personnel still missing from World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and other conflicts, this problem simply cannot go away. And it will never go away until the American public is satisfied that this government has done everything that it can reasonably do to find these warriors, and that our government has been forthcoming with all of the information that it has. And I would just point out that this morning's headline in the Washington Post, which basically says friendly fire reports a pattern of delay, denial, military concealed facts from families of Gulf casualties. This is why we have this credibility gap on this issue. I would have hoped that we would have learned something from the Vietnam conflict and not have to revisit this again. Why is this issue still with us? Obviously, the communist governments in Hanoi, Vientiane, Phnom Penh, Pyongyang, Moscow, Beijing, they could provide the answers on the fate of many of these men if they made the political decision to do so. However, the resolve to make them do so must come from Washington, D.C. The best way to alleviate the doubt and the uncertainty of the American public is to get the truth. In a recent Wall Street Journal poll, 69% of Americans surveyed said they believe that Americans are still being held against their will in Southeast Asia, and 3/4 of those say our government isn't doing enough to get them out. That's the polls. I'm also told that some 80% of active duty military personnel believe that there are live Americans yet in Southeast Asia. President Bush, like presidents before him, have called this issue one of the highest national priority, and I believe that President Bush believes that it should be and is the highest national priority. But in spite of these statements, there are strong differences of opinion on this issue, and there is much infighting, too much. Congress fights with the executive branch on access to intelligence. Outside groups fight with each other on strategy. The League of Families criticizes members of Congress. Members of Congress criticize the League of Families. Veterans groups spar over their interests. We ought to be ashamed of ourselves. It can never be the highest national priority to find our missing men until we make it a priority to work together to find them. Perhaps it's nobody's fault. Perhaps it's everybody's fault. But the fact remains, we need to be together as a nation on the matter of accounting for our missing men and women if we're going to put it behind us once and for all. This committee must be a catalyst to bring all of the information together in one database. The American people, through their elected representatives, need to know the same information as the executive branch. We need to march in lockstep to the communist governments and say, we're coming to you together to demand answers, and this time we are a people united. We must stop the divisiveness if we're ever to determine the fate of our men. Senator Kerry and I hope that this committee can earn the public's confidence once and for all. Many have asked, why are we conducting this investigation? There have been 10 or 11 past investigations, some executive, some congressional. In my opinion, this is not the 12th investigation. It's the first and the last. It's also the most comprehensive. We need to leave no lead uninvestigated, no stone unturned, as Senator Kerry said. Let me issue this challenge to all in the government and any U.S. citizen or foreign national. If you believe you have information which may relate to missing American service personnel, bring it to this committee. As President Bush said this past August, if you have evidence, bring it forward. While the other committees, commissions, and individuals that looked into this issue were well-intentioned, they were not all-encompassing. For example, the Montgomery Commission and the Woodcock Commission were conducted in the mid-'70s, long before the majority of boat people departed from Southeast Asia. Of course, those refugees have provided a great deal of data. This committee intends to review that intelligence information, talk to some of those refugees, and examine the first-hand live sighting reports on American POWs from the war's end in 1973 to the present. Over the next 13 months, this committee will focus first on the possibility of any live Americans still in Southeast Asia. Where are they? Who are they? What happened to them? This is our priority. Make no mistake about it, live Americans. The issues of remains, crash sites are all important, but it should be secondary to the matter of whether or not they're live Americans. During this week's hearings, we will focus on where we are now and what can be done from here on regarding POWs and MIAs. I believe we must look very closely at 5 areas. Number 1, information and intelligence, including more than 1,500 live sighting reports from our own government, all available information from U.S. citizens, the reports on all other committee investigations and commissions, and the testimony and deposition of witnesses like Bobby Garwood, foreign nationals, refugees, former government officials, and family members. To the intelligence community, I say this committee wants to know what you know. That's all. We want to know what you know, and the American people are entitled to know that, and so is the Congress. During these hearings, I will extend an olive branch in one hand and ask for your cooperation. But in the other hand, I will have a club, and that is the subpoena power of this committee, and we will reluctantly use it if we have to. Number 2, Vietnam. We need to challenge Vietnam to do more than just dribble out information and put the families on a roller coaster ride. We need, and hopefully will get, testimony from Vietnamese defectors, past and present communist officials, and we need to test their credibility by taking them up on their offers to come look firsthand at their prisons and other locations where refugees say POWs are or were being held. Number 3, the Soviet Union. Recent news reports indicate there may be a Soviet connection with our American POWs and MIAs from the war in Vietnam. I would like to enter into the record an article from the LA Times Magazine of October 27, 1991 on the Soviet connection. In it, the author, Edward Tivnan, interviewed Soviet KGB and others and reports that the Soviets were interrogating American POWs in Southeast Asia both during and after the war, possibly as late as 1978. With a new spirit of openness in the Soviet Union, this is certainly an area I and the committee intend to pursue. We will also be looking at China and how they have cooperated on the issue. Number 4, historical analysis, centered mainly on the Paris Peace Accords of 1973. There are many unanswered questions surrounding the signing of those accords. Laos was not a party to the signing, yet prisoners were taken and held there. Additionally, we must investigate why we accepted the Vietnamese list of American POWs, which was shorter than the list the U.S. provided. We must investigate the discrepancy cases, personnel known to have been alive at the time of capture. There has never been a thorough investigation of the Paris Peace Accords, and it is time. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, we must start focusing attention on Laos. We lost more than 500 Americans in Laos. Only 9 were returned, and those were through Vietnam at Operation Homecoming. Laos never signed the accords, and it raises very crucial questions, like what happened to the men captured by the Pathet Lao? There is a misguided perception that Vietnam is the only country that owes us an accounting. General Vesey, who has done a fine job as the President's special emissary to Hanoi, has focused very well on Vietnam. But unfortunately, Laos has virtually been ignored, except for a few crash site investigations. Vietnam is not the only nation that owes the United States an explanation. The Defense Intelligence Agency in 1977 said there was evidence that the Pathet Lao held American prisoners during the war. In the case of Laos, I believe there is important evidence in the intelligence community confirming the existence of POWs in Laos during the war. There were also Laos statements that they held POWs even after the accords. And I have a whole list of press clippings and declassified cables which would support that position. This committee must determine what happened in Laos. Some answers to the fate of POWs are in Laos, but many clues to what happened are in the intelligence community here, I believe. In summary, Mr. Chairman, I believe we have to focus on these 5 points: information and intelligence, the country of Vietnam, the country of the Soviet Union, Paris Peace Accords, and Laos, if we're ever to see this issue resolved. Let me close on this personal note. This has been a roller coaster ride for those of us that have worked this issue, both in the Pentagon and in the Congress. And it's certainly been a roller coaster ride for the family members. We've all taken our hits for it, and believe me, I'm sensitive to that. Some have said quit, give it up. It's a no-win issue. I'm a veteran of the Vietnam War, as several members of this committee are. And these are our comrades in arms, too. Captain Red McDaniel, himself a former POW in Vietnam, said it best: I went to Vietnam prepared to fight, prepared to be wounded, prepared to be captured, even prepared to die, but I wasn't prepared to be abandoned. People have said there's no evidence about Americans left behind. Let me close by telling you what a Vietnam veteran once said to me, with tears in his eyes. Quote, "I am an American who does not want to go to his deathbed without doing everything possible to convince people who can do something about it that there are alive Americans held in captivity in Vietnam long after 1973. My life has been turned upside down because of my providing this information, but I'm doing this to make sure my conscience is clear on this issue. What I am suffering now is nothing compared to what those Americans must still be going through in Vietnam. I am not the last American to leave Vietnam." Mr. Chairman, those words were spoken on August 2nd, 1991 by Robert Garwood, who came out of Vietnam in 1979. I'm here today because I believe Robert Garwood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. And I also want to express my appreciation to you for your help in putting the committee together over the last weeks and in hiring what I think both of us consider to be a very professional and competent staff. Mr. Secretary, as per the agreement, we will come back for the openings to the rest of the committee. We're delighted that you are here. Thank you for taking the time, and we welcome your prepared statement and subsequently some questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to appear before the Select Committee to reaffirm the commitment of the United States government, and especially the Department of Defense, to account as fully as possible for American prisoners of war and for Americans missing in action or otherwise unaccounted for. Mr. Chairman, the committee meets at a time of increased public attention to the fate of our POWs and MIAs in Southeast Asia. I welcome and encourage the spotlight on a matter of the utmost national importance. I can think of no subject that stirs more emotion or generates more frustration and controversy than the subject of POWs and MIAs, especially those lost during the war in Southeast Asia. The fact that there were thousands unaccounted for in previous wars does not make it any easier to accept the fact that nearly 19 years after active U.S. participation in the Vietnam War ended, we still do not have a full accounting of all of those lost in combat. 8 months ago, when we defeated Iraqi forces in the Gulf, we were able to account for all of our people, even those lost behind enemy lines. That achievement is one of the legacies of our concern for our missing in Indochina. In turn, our success in the Gulf generated a renewed national attention and commitment to achieve the fullest possible accounting for those lost in Southeast Asia. Might I, on a side note, Mr. Chairman, Senator Smith, say with regard to the newspaper story this morning, Senator, that the reason there has been discussion of friendly fire is because the Department has been totally forthcoming on the subject, that we have done a thorough job of investigating every single incident in which we took casualties in the Gulf. We have identified those circumstances in which our people were tragically killed as a result of friendly fire. We've notified the families of the circumstances surrounding the death of those servicemen and women, and we've made the information public. To my knowledge, that's the first time in history this Department of Defense or any other government's military department has gone to that extent to level with the American people. We clearly want to welcome any contributions the committee may make in shedding additional light on this important issue. And I want to assure you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that I support fully your efforts and that the Department of Defense will make any of its experts in the field available to the committee to address specific questions you may have. It is our intense desire to cooperate to the fullest extent possible. Accounting for our missing in Indochina remains a deeply personal commitment for the President and for me. I am the first Defense Secretary to come before Congress to testify exclusively on the subject of POW-MIA affairs. This is an indication of the importance that I and the administration attach to this crucial issue. Under the President's leadership, we have pressed harder than ever before to find answers to the difficult questions this search entails. Today, I can tell you that although many questions remain unanswered, the administration has made some significant breakthroughs in a number of important areas, some of them referred to by Senator Kerry. First, as a result of General Jack Vesey's outstanding efforts as the Special Presidential Emissary to Hanoi for POW-MIA affairs, we have opened an office in Hanoi and are conducting in-country joint field operations. This has enabled us to carry out investigations on the scene, enhancing our ability to get the answers to the questions that we need. Second, as shifts within the communist world have opened new avenues for our search, we've carried out the first joint investigations ever held within Cambodia and worked for increased cooperation with officials in Laos. Third, to take advantage of the new information now available to us, I've ordered that 88 additional personnel be assigned full-time to augment our field staff. I've also authorized the creation of a new position within the senior Pentagon ranks, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for POW-MIA affairs. With the new staff for this office, our efforts will have been augmented by an additional 102 personnel in the last few months. The effort to account as fully as possible for POWs and MIAs is not an easy one. Our most urgent requirement is to determine whether any Americans remain captive in Southeast Asia, and if so, to return them to the United States. The issue of live prisoners has been at the forefront of our intelligence effort and in our negotiations with the governments of Indochina. The governments of Indochina have consistently denied holding any Americans. We do not accept their denials as the last word. We intend to keep the pressure on. President Bush has pledged decisive action to return any American should such evidence be obtained. I make that pledge to you again today. In recent months, questions have been raised regarding the Department's efforts to resolve the POW-MIA issue. As this committee can well appreciate, no American official would spare any effort that might lead to the discovery of a single American prisoner of war. It is unthinkable that any American serviceman or woman would fail to come to the aid of a lost comrade. Anyone who knowingly withholds or conceals information that could lead to the recovery of a captured American serviceman would deserve the most severe punishment possible. But I must say, I have difficulty imagining why anyone would do such a thing. Everyone I know would be thrilled to learn that one of their comrades is still alive, and that we have a chance to get them back. In fact, countless men and women in uniform and in civilian life have devoted long hours, great skill, and high hopes to the search to account for Americans who did not return from Southeast Asia. As professionals, as members of the armed forces, many of whom served during the Vietnam conflict, and as Americans, they have not needed to be told how important their mission is. They've had clear marching orders from the members of the administration. The POW-MIA effort has our fullest support. I regret the burden that families have borne through these long years of uncertainty and loss, and I condemn the cruelty of the fast buck operators who have preyed on their hopes and contributed to their suffering. All Americans can be assured that the issue of prisoners of war and missing in action has the attention of the members of my department as well as our hearts. As you can well imagine, it is a subject that continues to haunt the men and women in uniform who served in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. We have a special obligation to those who gave of themselves in the service to the nation, to their families, and to those who will be asked to serve in future conflicts, to do everything in our power to obtain the fullest possible accounting. Mr. Chairman, later today and in the weeks ahead, you will hear from a number of officials who are far more knowledgeable than I am about the details of our procedures and about individual cases. I want to take this opportunity this morning to give you my perspective as Secretary of Defense on the overall progress of the issue of POW and MIAs and what we are doing to achieve the fullest possible accounting. I would like to spend a few minutes, first of all, to explain how we approach the important issue of whether Americans remain captive in Indochina. To date, we have no conclusive evidence proving that Americans are being held against their will in Indochina. Nonetheless, the importance of this issue makes investigating live sighting reports our first priority. The Defense Intelligence Agency has the primary responsibility for investigating and analyzing live sighting reports received by our teams in Southeast Asia. Reports come from many sources, but our investigators solicit potential sources of information from among the thousands of refugees leaving Vietnam, legal travelers who have recently visited the region, and others who may have been in a position to observe. In many cases, individuals with information seek out our representatives in Bangkok. Regardless of how the information is received, the procedure for investigating remains the same. Upon receipt, live sighting reports are examined to determine if the geographic location of the sighting, the time and circumstance of the sighting, and the details provided correlate to a known missing American. Related data is retrieved from DIA's extensive casualty source and camp files, and the information is compared to what is available in the report. All files of losses or known incidents of capture or imprisonment in proximity to the location reported are reviewed for possible correlation, as are all files of all missing individuals whose time or location of loss generally relate to the given report. Based on these findings, a preliminary determination is made regarding whether descriptive details provided by the source correlate to any missing Americans. If the information is judged to possibly relate to a POW or MIA, it is actively pursued by all available means. The full range of United States intelligence assets are used to collect information relating to reports of live sightings of Americans in Indochina. Continued collection efforts are undertaken until we are able to reach a conclusion about the report. A live sighting report continues to be pursued on the assumption that it is accurate until it has been determined that the evidence is clear and convincing that the individual described is not a POW, or unless analysis indicates that the report is a clear fabrication. If either of these judgments are reached, DIA's analysis is then subject to the scrutiny of an interagency review panel before the report is considered resolved. The panel consists of representatives from the Central Intelligence Agency, the State Department, the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. Upon concurrence by the review panel, the report remains in the DIA database where it is available for review by analysts working independently on other live sighting reports. Should the review panel not concur, the report is considered unresolved and additional collection efforts and analysis are undertaken in order to resolve the questions remaining. To date, the Department of Defense has received 1,519 first-hand live sighting reports. 1,037 of these reports have been correlated to Americans who have been accounted for, such as prisoners of war who returned at Operation Homecoming, missionaries or civilians jailed at various times for violations of Vietnamese codes. In fact, almost 300 of these resolved reports have been correlated to Private Robert Garwood, who returned from Vietnam in 1979. Of the remaining reports, 373 have been determined to be fabrications, leaving 109 reports under active investigation. There's 109 reports out of the 1,519 original live sighting reports that have not been resolved or accounted for. These reports are the focus of our analytical and collection efforts. We have a live sighting investigator now on the staff of our Hanoi office, and we will insist that he will be granted free access by the Vietnamese to carry out his duties. To date, we have not yet reached complete agreement with the Vietnamese on the modalities of investigating live sightings in Vietnam. We again raised this issue in a meeting in Hanoi last week, and it appears that there is still more work to be done before the Vietnamese grant permission for our investigator to travel freely. It is our intent to press this issue to the fullest until we are granted full and free access. I'm sure General Vesey can provide you additional information. As I noted earlier, investigating live sighting reports will continue to be our first priority. We will dedicate all resources necessary to support the vital requirement, just as we have with the photographs that have appeared prominently in the media this past summer. We will not be satisfied until we are absolutely certain that every last case that can be resolved is resolved. The organization of our POW MIA effort is one of the most important ways we sharpen our focus on the issue. Later during these hearings, Major General Christmas, the Pacific Command Director for Operations, will outline what we have done to focus and expand our field investigations through a new joint task force in the Pacific Command. But today, let me briefly describe the concept for the plan. We will apply the military assets and the personnel available within the U.S. Pacific Command to address the POW MIA issue in much the same way that we organized ourselves to deal with, under Central Command, with the situation in the Persian Gulf last year. Proceeding from a two-tiered approach, we will investigate discrepancy cases and last known alive cases on a full-time basis with an expanded Hanoi office staff. We will continue to bring in teams of investigators from Hawaii to support the activities of the Hanoi office and to investigate systematically the cases within particular geographic regions. The joint task force approach, we believe, promises to bring a new intensity to our on-scene operations. We have the staff and the expertise available to move forward as quickly as the Indo-Chinese governments will allow. The end of the Cold War, the collapse of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union, and economic difficulties in China have been significant factors in changing attitudes and opening new avenues for progress in POW MIA affairs in Southeast Asia. These developments removed support from Southeast Asian communist regimes, forcing them to seek cooperation from other sources of economic assistance. They are turning to the West, and especially to the United States. This has opened new opportunities for us in recent months in three countries: Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Let me say just a word about General Vesey's activities. Over the past year, the Vietnamese have demonstrated increasing levels of cooperation in resolving the fates of Americans missing in Indochina. General Vesey, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and now the Special Presidential Emissary to Hanoi for POW MIA affairs, has been especially persistent in pushing for greater access. In April, he led an interagency delegation to meet with the Vietnamese foreign minister. At that meeting, General Vesey and the foreign minister agreed to establish a POW MIA office in Hanoi that would conduct in-country investigations of reported first-hand live sightings, research historical records, conduct forensic review of jointly or unilaterally recovered remains, and conduct advanced planning and execute joint field operations. On July 8th of this year, the U.S. POW MIA office opened in Hanoi with an initial staff of 5. Initially, we indicated the office was temporary in order to provide time to assess its value. It is our judgment that so far the office is a success, providing a ready point of contact with the Vietnamese and increasing communication between their officials and American POW MIA specialists. We have indicated to the Vietnamese that we want to change its status to permanent. This will permit us to increase the staff and expand its operational role. Since 1987, our efforts in Vietnam have focused on the investigation of 119 illustrative discrepancy cases, which General Vesey presented to the Vietnamese in 1987 and 88. These are cases in which we believe the individual survived his incident of loss and for whom the Vietnamese should be able to provide some information. In some cases, these individuals were listed as prisoners of war but did not return at Operation Homecoming in 1973, when U.S. prisoners were repatriated by the Vietnamese. In other cases, these individuals were last known alive on the ground or were in communication with friendly forces and in imminent danger of capture. We believe the Vietnamese should be able to provide additional information on the fate of these individuals or to otherwise account for them. These discrepancy cases represent individuals that, in our judgment, based upon the incident of loss, are among the most likely to still be alive. That is not to say that other individuals in other cases could not also be alive, but rather in prioritizing our efforts, we selected the cases of individuals we believed most likely were alive when they fell into the hands of the Vietnamese. Therefore, if we can resolve the discrepancy cases and cases of individuals last known alive, we will be able to shed important light on the question of whether or not Americans remain in captivity in Indochina. Sadly, to date, we have not been able to locate any live Americans. However, we have been able to reach the judgment that 57 of the individuals who comprise the 119 discrepancy cases provided to the Vietnamese are in fact dead. In September, we completed the 14th Joint U.S.-Vietnam Field Investigation of last known alive discrepancy cases. This joint investigation was our most ambitious effort to date, and Vietnam's preparations and cooperation were improvements over past field investigations. Of significance, the Vietnamese allowed our resident researcher access to contemporaneous wartime documents that address the specific incidents of several previously unaccounted for Americans. As a result of these efforts, we believe that we may be able to confirm the death of several additional individuals. We are hopeful that the Vietnamese will provide access to similar records for other wartime military regions. If I may, I would like to explain briefly how these investigations work. In all cases, our investigations begin with the assumption that a missing serviceman or civilian is alive. First, we identify the cases we would like to investigate jointly with the Vietnamese, as I've indicated previously. The DIA and Joint Casualty Resolution Center then prepare case files of information for presentation to Vietnam specialists. The records are detailed explanations of the incident of loss, biographic data, search and rescue efforts, and other information that will assist the Vietnamese and U.S. investigators in focusing on a particular case. We then ask the Vietnamese to independently check their records to locate any information they may have in their records and archives, to locate eyewitnesses, if any, and military personnel or veterans who may have participated in the action so that our teams may interview them. After the Vietnamese carry out these preliminary investigative activities, we send in our teams consisting of records researchers, interviewers, and linguists to question witnesses and to examine documents. If we can locate the crash site, we may survey it. All of this information is compiled and a report is prepared and submitted to the Joint Casualty Resolution Center and Defense Intelligence Agency for analysis of the data received. The information is then correlated to the information within our files and analytic judgments reached. In some cases, we make a determination that further investigation is required. That may involve further records research and witness interview, or it may involve crash site survey and excavation. So far, there have been 14 of these investigations since 1988. Another is scheduled to begin later this month. We go wherever the evidence leads and conduct as an exhaustive investigation as possible to determine the fate of the individual involved. Vietnamese cooperation on these joint investigations has improved, but despite these improvements, we are still not satisfied with Vietnam's performance. Vietnamese officials could do much more to assist our efforts. Too often our office finds that public pronouncements of increased cooperation by Hanoi do not produce satisfactory arrangements on the ground. Promises to cooperate on live sightings, improved helicopter transportation, and complete access to historical records remain only partially fulfilled. Vietnam's foot-dragging on the unilateral repatriation of remains is especially frustrating. Certainly, if we ever hope to achieve the fullest possible accounting in a reasonable period of time, Vietnamese unilateral efforts, as well as their participation in joint activities, will have to dramatically improve. As I will discuss later in more detail, we intend to have the capability in hand to move as rapidly as possible as cooperation by the governments of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia will permit. To date, we have accounted for only 22 sets of remains of the 119 discrepancy cases presented to the Vietnamese and jointly investigated. While we believe we can confirm the death of an additional 35 unaccounted for Americans since we started this process, we have not been able to account for them by the return of their remains. Obviously, results are slow in coming. I want to support the statement by my colleague Jim Baker that the pace and scope of normalizing relations with Vietnam will depend upon the extent of cooperation by the Vietnamese on POW/MIA matters. The Department of Defense firmly supports the roadmap that describes the steps Vietnam must take and measures we will take in response before we'll be ready to have full normalization of relations. I can assure you that we will be rigorous in our judgment about whether Vietnam is adequately compliant. We will not be deterred from our goal of achieving the fullest possible accounting for our servicemen and civilians missing in action in Vietnam. Some of the most vexing questions remaining from the Vietnam War relate to the unaccounted for in Laos. Of the 528 Americans who remain unaccounted for in Laos, 335 are in the category of POW or MIA, most of those in the MIA category. At Operation Homecoming, only 9 Americans captured in Laos returned as POWs. It is important to realize that approximately 3/4 of the Americans unaccounted for in Laos were lost in areas controlled by the People's Army of Vietnam. Despite that fact, we continue to press the Lao for answers regarding the fates of Americans who were captured by the Pathet Lao. Only one American held by the Pathet Lao, Emmett K., was released by them and returned from captivity. A second Pathet Lao prisoner, Dieter Dengler, did escape successfully. Earlier this year, we conducted the first joint investigations of discrepancy cases involving Americans last known to be in Pathet Lao hands. Shortly thereafter, in May of this year, the U.S. and Laos agreed to an expanded plan for increased joint cooperation on POW, MIA, and other humanitarian issues for the rest of 1991. Activities agreed upon include further joint investigation of discrepancy cases, small-scale joint surveys and recoveries, and joint crash site excavations. So far, we have conducted the first 3 activities under the expanded program. In response to Lao humanitarian concerns, the Department of Defense and the U.S. Pacific Command have provided Title X humanitarian assistance to the Lao. The Department of Defense has furnished nearly 100 tons of excess medical supplies in 3 separate shipments over the past year. Additionally, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has completed construction of a small 5-room schoolhouse earlier this year in Savannakhet Province. Finally, during September, we conducted a medical civic action program exercise with the Lao, sending U.S. doctors, nurses, and medical technicians to assist the Lao in training their medical specialists in a remote northern village in which we would like to conduct POW/MIA investigations later this year or next year. This humanitarian assistance project will hopefully assist our investigators in obtaining Lao cooperation at the local, village, and province level. While we've undertaken a year-round plan with the Lao, actual cooperation on the ground has not yet fully succeeded in implementing the promised schedule. For example, we have had to delay a field activity scheduled to start late this week until the Lao repair the helicopter that they had planned to dedicate to the mission. The lack of helicopters continues to be the most pressing operational problem in Laos. The Soviet helicopters in the Lao inventory are dangerous and operationally degraded. Nonetheless, we've continued to use them on joint operations in that country. In the past, the Lao have rejected our proposals to let us fly U.S. military helicopters for casualty resolution efforts in their country. We have made alternative proposals to include the leaseback of U.S.-made helicopters operated by commercial concerns in Laos. To date, the Lao have made no commitments on these overtures, but we are continuing to work with them to try to solve this problem. We believe that the Lao shortcomings are more a function of limited resources and capabilities than a lack of commitment. In fact, they've been very cooperative on urgent investigations such as the purported Bora photograph. We have 2 major field operations planned before the end of this year, and I am hopeful that implementation will continue to improve rapidly and enable both countries to get back on track. As I said, approximately 3/4 of the losses in Laos occurred in areas under the control of Vietnamese forces during the war. Accounting for Americans lost in such areas must be a trilateral effort between the Lao, the Vietnamese, and the United States. While field operations inside Laos will necessarily be bilateral U.S.-Lao activities, the success of efforts will largely depend upon U.S.-Vietnam cooperation. The historic records and documents required must come from the Vietnamese. Field cooperation on the border cases requires the assistance of both the Lao and the Vietnamese. We have proposed trilateral talks in December with the Lao and Vietnamese to develop a methodology for addressing these cases. With respect to Cambodia, Phnom Penh has recently begun to cooperate with us in accounting for Americans missing in Cambodia. Since July, 3 investigative teams have traveled to Cambodia to follow up on the photographs alleged to be of live American POWs. Their cooperation assisted our specialist in tracking down a number of what proved to be fraudulent photographs. Since July, we've also conducted 2 technical meetings with the Cambodians, the first such activity since Phnom Penh fell in 1975. Phnom Penh officials have also unilaterally returned remains that we hope will prove to be an American unaccounted for in the 1975 Mayaguez incident. We are hopeful that their cooperation will continue to improve. As the committee is aware, there have been a number of photographs that have surfaced in the media and which have been identified by family members as MIAs from the Vietnam War. We take each identification seriously, and we will use our full resources to answer the questions raised by these photos. I would like to briefly give you a status report. First of all, of course, is the case of Colonel Robertson of the United States Air Force, Lieutenant Commander Stevens of the Navy, and Major Lundy of the U.S. Air Force. Our photographic experts have concluded that the picture said to depict Colonel Robertson, Commander Stevens, and Major Lundy has been altered. The handwriting on the altered photograph and the method of alteration are both similar to changes made to 5 other photographs said to be prisoners of war. The other 5 photographs are all fraudulent. We found the originals in Eastern Bloc magazines in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. These other photographs do not show American prisoners of war. They depict a Soviet baker, military advisors, and workers. One of the sources of this photograph has also passed to our investigators faked POW photos in the past. To complicate the investigation, no one has claimed to have seen any of the individuals pictured. Further, a second picture allegedly depicting Lieutenant Commander Stevens was provided by the same source that originally obtained the faked Bora photograph. Subsequent reporting from Sandia National Laboratories is inconclusive in that it fails to verify that this is Lieutenant Commander Stevens. The associated reporting accompanying the 3-person photo, except for limited biographic data which was widely circulated by POW MIA activists in Southeast Asia, has also proven false. The identifications by the families are the only positive information we currently possess. We are continuing our investigation. However, the information available to us strongly suggests that 2 of the individuals allegedly pictured at the time perished at the time of their loss incidents. In the absence of additional reporting, we may not be able to resolve this case. A photograph taken in Laos surfaced earlier this year that was identified by family members as Lieutenant Daniel V. Bora of the United States Navy. In addition, a non-government forensic anthropologist positively identified the person in the photo as Lieutenant Bora. With the help of Laotian officials, our investigators were able to locate the individual in the photograph, who turned out to be a 77-year-old Lao Highland tribesman. The man was interviewed, photographed, and fingerprinted. He identified himself in the photo, as did a second individual who also appeared in the picture. Family members who want to see the tribesman for themselves will leave in a few days for Southeast Asia. They will be accompanied by our investigator who first interviewed and photographed the man in Laos so they can satisfy themselves with respect to this case. The case of Captain Donald G. Carr, the United States Army, is quite compelling because of the remarkable likeness between the 1989-1990 photograph we obtained from retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Jack Bailey and Captain Carr's wedding picture taken several years before. In order to pursue this case, we need more current and more precise information. particularly concerning the location of the individual in the photograph. I personally met with Colonel Bailey on October 8th at the request of several members of Congress. During the meeting, Colonel Bailey promised that he would give our investigators access to his sources and introduce us to the individual who took the photograph. Accordingly, I dispatched a Department of Defense team to accompany Colonel Bailey to Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, after a week in Bangkok, Colonel Bailey was unable to provide the access or the information that he had promised. After the team arrived in Bangkok, he also disclosed that the photograph, instead of having been taken in Laos, as he previously indicated, may actually have been taken in Burma or Thailand. Despite this setback, we continue to apply all our available resources to locating the individual pictured in the photograph. I've already alluded to some of the recent experiences we've had with outright fraudulent claims. Let me elaborate to make it clear what we are up against and what the committee's up against. I know I join all of you in condemning the cruel action by some fast operators who play on the hopes of families and friends of POWs and MIAs. They doctor old pictures or forge documents solely to make a quick buck. The worst of these individuals traffic in reports obtained from unnamed sources in Southeast Asia, invite publicity to their claims of live Americans, promise great results, and often seek to raise money to keep their efforts going. It is also common practice for them to claim that their information is proof positive of government ineptitude and cover-up. In the process, they raise the expectations of the families, desperate for any sign that a loved one is still alive. Unfortunately, when we investigate their claims, we find no Americans, only unsubstantiated hearsay accounts, and too often signs of deceit and fabrication. In August, at the request of a member of Congress, I agreed to provide an aircraft to take a Senate staff member and an individual purporting to have hot information on live Americans to Southeast Asia to follow up on his information. I was told in a meeting in my office that a particular source in Bangkok could tell us where live Americans are being held in Laos. I also provided several experts to go along on the trip, including a polygraph team. This individual subsequently provided the Senate staffer with his source. The source was polygraphed and flunked. The only thing he apparently did not lie about was his name. The same person who was also involved to some extent in the fake Bora photographs. We must naturally pursue every lead that comes our way. But each time we rush to answer these false alarms, our resources are diverted from solid leads and productive lines of inquiry. Individuals who repeatedly provide false information, well-intentioned or not, should be called to account for their actions. In addition to our efforts in Indochina, we recognize there are 8,177 Americans unaccounted for from the Korean War, and others missing as a result of Cold War incidents. Accounting for these men is also of concern. We will continue to press the appropriate governments for the fullest possible accounting. The North Koreans hold the answers to these 8,177 Americans, including 389 initially classified by their services as prisoners of war. Negotiations with the North Koreans on this subject have been conducted by the United Nations Command Military Armistice Commission. The UNCMAC acts on behalf of all 16 nations as well as the Republic of Korea, whose men fought and died in defense of freedom in Korea. The North Koreans have proved unwilling to cooperate fully with the UNCMAC, preferring instead to have occasional discussions with our embassy officials in Beijing and to use congressional delegations to return a small number of American remains to U.S. control. With the help of Senator Smith, who's met with officials of the North Korean government, both at the United Nations and Panmunjom, we are pursuing an alternative approach that holds promise for future cooperation. In the past year, we've made several approaches to the Soviets to investigate whether they possess information on Americans lost in Cold War aircraft incidents. In some of these cases, our information suggests that crew members may have survived their incident of loss. The Soviets, however, have repeatedly denied any knowledge of the fates of these individuals. In April, the Department of State sent a démarche to the Soviets regarding this issue. More recently, Secretary of State Baker raised the issue with his Soviet counterpart during the Moscow summit. The Soviets pledged at that time to make relevant KGB records available to our specialist. We have sent a second démarche requesting access to the promised records. We have also raised the issue of Cold War losses with a delegation of Soviet and Russian veterans groups when they visited our office last month. With their help, we hope to raise the consciousness of other veterans and convince them that this is an issue of signal importance to the American people. As this committee knows, the work is not easy. Hundreds of people in the Defense Department who want nothing more than to resolve this issue have devoted their careers to searching for answers to these questions. Congress has made its own contribution with investigations, special committees, and hundreds of hearings of the committees with responsibility for oversight of the POW-MIA issue. Some of the most knowledgeable Americans on the subject are right here in Congress on this committee, and their assistance continues to be invaluable. However, there is probably always room to improve the job we do in pursuing leads. I am told that there were many gaps in the efforts in the late 1970s and early 80s, which led to the decision in 1985 and 86 to increase the resources devoted to pursuing live sightings. The personnel increases that I ordered this summer were to make sure that new gaps do not appear as the level of overall effort increases. Over the summer, to take full advantage of the new information available to us and increasing access being provided by the governments in Indochina, I ordered that 88 additional personnel be assigned to augment our efforts in the field to gather and process information. They will add manpower in 4 places: the Joint Casualty Resolution Center, the Army Central Identification Laboratory, the DIA Special Office for POWs and MIAs, and the DIA's Stony Beach operation. I authorized those increases this past July. Since then, contact with Vietnam has further improved, as has the cooperation by the authorities in Phnom Penh. Cooperation with the government of Laos has consistently expanded in recent years. To take advantage of the heightened activity, we have authorized the creation of a new position in the Pentagon that I mentioned previously. This position will be set up under the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs, assigned a staff of 14, including 3 positions already in the office. The new deputy will serve as the principal assistant on all POW-MIA matters, reporting directly to Paul Wolfowitz, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. These 2 steps represent the assignment of 102 new positions in the department to the important and difficult work of gathering new information, sorting out the facts, and working with the families. This brings total staff devoted exclusively to this issue in the Department of Defense to almost 240 people. If more people and resources are required, we will not hesitate to add them. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I look forward to working with you as we continue our progress in this important area. As you and the members of your committee travel to Southeast Asia, I would urge you to impress upon the governments of Vietnam and Laos and officials in Phnom Penh the need to do all they can to resolve this issue. The answers to the questions about Americans unaccounted for do not lie in the files of the Defense Department. The answers must come from the governments of Indochina. The families of POWs and MIAs have been and will continue to be our most important constituents. This nation is committed to keeping the faith with every soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, and civilian until the fullest possible accounting can be achieved. We owe them and their families nothing less. We will not rest until the job is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We appreciate the scope of that statement, and I again repeat that we are very appreciative of the fact that you've come here today as the lead-off witness in this year-long effort. And I think you have made an important statement, particularly with respect to the augmented efforts that are being made, and also with respect to the fraud issue. We will have a round of 5-minute questions because of the number of members and the time frame, and hopefully we can get through that and perhaps even have a little time for follow-up afterwards. Let me lead off, if I may, Mr. Secretary, by going back to the article that Senator Smith cited and that all of us read this morning. I would say at the outset that I couldn't agree with you more about your statement about departments tackling the issue of friendly fire up front. I can recall in a briefing we had during the course of the war that was discussed, and I think I or somebody remarked that there was a singular break with the past, in that I remember the case of a movie called Friendly Fire, where it took a long period of time for one individual to learn, and in this case you had voluntarily stepped up and acknowledged that, in fact, that is how you accounted for a number of deaths in the course of the war. I thought it was a moment of frankness and a departure from the past that was extraordinary, and I congratulate you for it. The question that arises in the context of this issue, POW MIA, is really the question about the communication process, I suppose. What is it that has happened in your mind that so many of our own citizens, particularly so many of the families who obviously should have an ongoing relationship, that so many of them feel like they're not getting the story? And I read from today's article because there's a direct parallel in it. The article today said, and this is the reporter speaking, but this is what is said, the Davila case was part of a pattern of delay or denial affecting nearly every family that lost a serviceman to friendly fire. The Army, in particular, broke its own rules by concealing basic facts for months from the next of kin, and its efforts to postpone disclosure often led it to stretch the truth. Some families, like the Davilas, never suspected. Others found out through news reports or enlisted friends of the dead men. Some heard only rumors and begged for details. Still others, including all of the Marine families, learned informally that a friendly fire investigation was underway. All had to wait months for the final word. Now, I understand why they'd wait months for the final word. But what it suggests, and I understand the difficulties, I think everybody here does, it suggests that perhaps in the process of communication something has been lacking. That there is an adversarial response or an unwillingness to communicate, or perhaps even a lack of ability to communicate the difficulties that are inherent in the communication process so people can understand it. But my question to you is, having had time to review this, having augmented the staff, having made judgments about it, what is it in the process with the POW MIA issue in Vietnam that has led so many families to feel as though they are in an adversarial state with their own government?
Senator, I'm not sure I can answer that question, certainly on behalf of the families. I would assume you'll have the opportunity later in your hearings to look specifically at their perception of it. The problem, if you take the friendly fire incidents that are reported on in the newspapers this morning that you had reference to, it is a very serious matter for any military organization to conclude that some of the casualties that were incurred as a result of military action were in fact the result of friendly fire. It's not a conclusion you draw lightly. And what was done in this case was a very thorough investigation, as I mentioned earlier, of every single incident where we did take casualties in an effort to ascertain the facts of the situation. In some cases, we are able to tell that casualties were the result of friendly fire because in this particular conflict, only American forces were firing depleted uranium rounds from our M1 tanks. The Iraqis had no similar munition, and when a depleted uranium round hits an armored vehicle, it leaves a distinctive signature. But it required going back, investigating, and actually looking at the equipment in order to be able to confirm that. I think the worst thing we could have done would have been to make a mistake or to go too quick with the allegation that in fact a casualty had resulted from friendly fire. So the fact that it takes a few months to get a full and complete accounting, I think is just a normal, natural part of the process. Now, from the standpoint of the families, there is never a good way to be informed that a family member is in fact a casualty. And it's even more difficult when you go through the uncertainty that existed for some of these families and not knowing precisely the circumstances that surrounded the death of a loved one. All I can say is that as a government and as a department, we're dedicated to the proposition of a full and complete accounting. That's what we have tried to provide in the case of Iraq. We take some pride in having gotten a full accounting of all the MIAs that were associated with the conflict in the Gulf. With respect to how the department operated in previous administrations over the years that set a tone or a stage where families of POWs and MIAs in Southeast Asia believed the department was less than truthful, I'm simply not responsible for. That wasn't on my watch. But I can assure you that we are dedicated in this administration to giving and achieving a full accounting to the families. That's a very important part of our responsibility, and we take it very seriously.
Let me turn to Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate your candor in the responses to in many of the points that you made, especially on the attempts that you made to confirm the validity of some of those photographs. And I personally know that you did take that on upon yourself to check those out. What, in your estimation, is the effect? Do you see any effect on the morale of military personnel, active duty military personnel today as a result of this kind of thing, the investigation, the possibility that somebody may have been left? Apparently it didn't have any effect on the morale of the guys that served in the Gulf, but and the gals that served in the Gulf. But is there any, given all the other factors of the tremendous cutbacks that are coming down, and which is a morale issue in itself, do you sense any morale problems as a result of this kind of thing being bandied about?
I mean, as a result of this investigation?
Not specifically this, but just the issue itself, in the sense that it's still questions unanswered and has not been resolved.
I'm sure that it probably is a factor in the minds of many of those who served and still serve in the military and who served in the war in Southeast Asia. I would not describe it as an overall morale problem. I think morale in the military today is very good, but clearly when we ask young men and women to put on the uniform of the United States military and go in harm's way, I think it is with the unstated assumption, the expectation that no one would be left behind. And clearly that's, I think that's something that all Americans would like to be able to say about their government, that there was no decision made by anyone to leave behind prisoners or missing in action in the war in Southeast Asia.
Just one final quick point, and I'll yield. What is, if you could characterize it in a sentence or two, what is your reaction or the reaction of your department to this committee? Do you feel, do you welcome it? Do you resent it? Give me some reaction of how you feel about it.
Well, I think the reaction of the department will be set by me. And by my presence here today, I think I've indicated to everybody who works for me that we take this matter very seriously, that our mission is to cooperate with the committee, to benefit from whatever guidance and oversight you care to give us, that Congress has got a very legitimate role to play in this area. And so I would expect that those who work for me in the Department of Defense will understand, by virtue of my presence here and my statements to the committee, that I expect them to cooperate and to have a very positive attitude about what should be a cooperative effort between the executive and the legislative branch to get the fullest possible accounting.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Let me just say to members of the committee that the committee is going to operate on a basis of the first come, first served rule, which I think is a way of everybody having some predictability in their scheduling and knowing when they're going to come up for questions. So with that in mind, Senator Grassley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Cheney, for coming here and cooperating with the committee and for your openness on this issue. And I would like to say at the outset that I've had an opportunity to pass on some information to you, and I want you to know that I've been very satisfied with your follow-up. Your response and that follow-up has convinced me that this issue is at a top of your priority list. If anyone would ask me if this issue is of highest priority with Secretary Cheney, my answer would be an unequivocal yes. And I appreciate not only a response several months ago that I passed on to you, some leads that you followed up on, but even very recently I passed on a second instance to you, and I appreciate that very much. As you're aware, Mr. Secretary, and I guess my question is whether or not it troubles you that people with information on possible live POWs are coming to Congress and the media with their information because they either don't trust or aren't satisfied with the attention that it's got from the Defense Intelligence Agency, and that maybe the DIA has little credibility in their eyes.
Certainly it would be a factor inhibiting our ability to carry out our assignment, our mission of getting the fullest possible accounting. I'm, of course, without knowing the specific case or, excuse me, having had the opportunity to talk to the individual source, don't have any way of knowing whether their feeling of frustration is justified. But I can assure you, Senator, as I have in the cases you mentioned, that we want to take advantage of whatever information is out there, and that we will devote the resources of the Department to following up on every single lead. I would hope that one of the things that will emerge from this set of hearings would be a restoration of confidence, if you will, on the part of those who may have information, that we are very serious about this business in the Department of Defense, and that if they do provide us with good information, it won't get buried in the bureaucracy, but we will aggressively pursue it.
Well, see, I think that statement you just made, if it could be made more often, that you're aware that there might be some lack of credibility between people out there and your department, and that you're willing to restore it, and you see this committee as part of that process, or even without this committee, that you're willing to consider that. I think that's a major step, and again, I think that you're to be commended for that open attitude. Now, while I did compliment you, and that's a sincere compliment, I think I want to also tell you, Mr. Secretary, that whatever problems are associated with the government's handling of this issue are the result of people in the lower levels of the bureaucracy, some of whom have been working on this issue from almost day one, and this isn't finger pointing towards an individual. This is more a general comment of groups of people. It's my impression that they can't seem to see the forest for the trees. Some of these people in the bowels of the bureaucracy, perhaps unwittingly, have come to constantly defend the proposition that we've left no one behind. So when a family member comes along with a photograph or with a number of discrepancies in a loved one's case, they might get a knee-jerk response or no response at all. So considering this as a background that I think is a legitimate analysis of the situation, maybe unconsciously developing over a long period of time, but still the situation, I ask you this question, whether you can honestly say that those in DOD below your level who have been responsible for this issue have pursued cases of potentially live POWs with the kind of vigor that reflects our national highest priority, and that's been spelled out by several presidents. So it in fact is our nation's highest priority.
Senator, I'm not foolish enough to think I know everything that goes on in the Department of Defense on a regular basis on this or any other issue. It's a big place. My tenure there runs a little over 2.5 years out of the some 19 years that we're interested in. And I'm confident after I've left, I won't have fixed all the problems. But I think it should be clear that we do indeed treat this as a matter of the highest national priority. And if we have individuals in the organization who have not conducted themselves accordingly, then I would expect that I would hear about it from their supervisors and that appropriate action will be taken. I think the important thing for us also, though, is to remember that there are a great many individuals in the organization who are engaged and have been engaged for years in a very, very difficult and complex task, whose careers in many cases have been devoted in substantial part to dealing with this specific issue, and who do an outstanding job and often don't receive enough thanks for it as well. So in terms of agreeing that there may well have been times in the past when people coming to us didn't receive the kind of treatment that they merited, or their information was treated lightly, I would not by any means want to cast some kind of blanket condemnation on some very dedicated folks in the military and civilian side who work very hard to try to resolve these issues.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have another question, but just let me close with commentary on what he just said. And I don't question what he said, but I guess I would leave out there the fact that maybe there was some dissatisfaction on the Secretary's part with the handling prior to the decision to put 102 additional employees in place, or maybe those 102 additional employees would not have been put in place.
I think, if I may, Mr. Chairman, just respond that the basic impetus for that was the fact that we now have much more access, that we've now opened the office in Hanoi, that we're getting cooperation out of the Vietnamese and the Cambodians and Laos for the first time, and that more resources are justified in terms of being able to work the cases and the information that we now think we can generate.
Let me just say before I turn to Senator Cole that, Ms. Secretary, I think we really look forward to hearing the testimony of some of those people that you've talked about. They've never spoken publicly before, and it struck me when I was in Vietnam listening to some of them and also listening to General Vesey that there is an extraordinary tale for Americans to hear about the depth of concern and commitment that many of these people have put in over the course of 13, 14, 15 years, and that their efforts shed a different light on the continuum of effort, if you will, than many people have become aware of. And that is why the committee particularly wanted them to come back here, which I know is at great expense in terms of time as well as money. But we think it's very worthwhile, and I think their story is interesting. Senator Cole.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, with your experience with the families of casualties from Operation Desert Storm, you've certainly seen many of the problems that develop when family members are not given all the information the Defense Department has about how their loved ones died. I have a constituent who recently requested a report, as she has requested reports now for the past 20 years, on a brother who's missing in action from the war. And she gets back letters which give her part of the report, but the letter says we cannot give you additional information on the report that does refer and concern to her brother because the information is classified. Now that drives her up a wall, as you might imagine. And my question is, after 20 years, what is it about a report concerning her brother or others that has to be classified so that we leave them with such an incomplete feeling, in that they feel that you have information that would give them the kind of peace of mind, if nothing else, that they desire, but you just won't release it?
Well, Senator, I'm not familiar, obviously, with the specific case you're talking about. The current policy is that the families are to have complete access to everything in the files, with the exception of information about sensitive intelligence sources and methods. For obvious reasons, there is a need to protect the way in which we have in the past generated some of the information with respect to particular cases. I would expect this as an issue that the committee may well want to pursue in a closed-door session, where we could have a more frank and open discussion of exactly what's in the files and what ultimately is releasable to the family members. But with that one single exception, as far as I know, that's the only limitation on information that is provided.
So are you suggesting that, except in the rarest of cases, it shouldn't be necessary to leave these people with that feeling that you have important information relevant to the particular case that you're not going to release, except in the rarest of cases? You're saying that should not be necessary.
I'm saying that it's my understanding that the way the system's operated in the past and continues to operate is that what is protected through the classification process is information about sources and methods. Traditionally, that's where classification is applied. It's true in this case as well. And again, I think this is a subject that the committee will want to pursue in executive session. But there's without knowing the individual case, there's no effort on the part of the Department of Defense to cover up from family members or to keep from them knowledge about the status of their POW or MIA. That's not the purpose for applying classification in this case. It's only to protect sources and methods.
Let me just say, if I could interrupt without taking away from your time at all, Senator, we have discussed this, Senator Smith and I and staff and others, and there is going to be a major effort by the committee to review that process. But I must say, Mr. Secretary, that the danger is the committee wants to avoid becoming perceived as part of the problem. And so the committee is determined to be very tough on the issue of what legitimately remains a source or method of concern that couldn't be somehow transferred to at least a family. In some cases, we have learned information from the Vietnamese that our department is keeping classified, but we go over, or our family goes over and actually gets it from the Vietnamese. And that has only lent to this perception that there's a gap between what our government's willing to trust us with versus what is available to people in the open marketplace.
Mr. Chairman, could I
Yes.
just comment? I don't know how many members of this committee are aware, but we did put in the DOD authorization bill, and I believe is holding in conference a requirement that the Department of Defense disclose all relevant information to the public and to family members and anyone who is interested, the so-called truth bill. And I think that's, I would hope, sincerely hope, that will resolve a lot of this questions that is being raised right now.
But if I may, Senator, I believe while we support the amendment that the senator from Arizona has offered, I think it provides for retaining some classification of sources and methods, the same kind of provisions that apply with respect to the Freedom of Information Act. There are good and legitimate reasons why there are certain things that should not be released. It's no effort, again, to deny information to the families, but I think once the committee gets into it, you'll find that there is some justification for that. Obviously, we'll be guided by the new amendment adopted by the Senate.
We're very aware of that. The committee does not want to put at risk someone who may still be alive in Vietnam, who was a source clearly identifiable even 15 or 20 years ago, and that would be dangerous and irresponsible for us. We also don't want to reveal methods or sources that might still be part of an available structure or that would reveal things we do elsewhere. We're sensitive to that. The key here is to find the ground that permits the committee to maintain credibility with the families and doubters sufficient to be able to give the answers that Senator Cole, I think, feels ought to be forthcoming without that compromise. And that requires us to reestablish a credibility that, unfortunately, for better or worse, isn't there now. And I think you know that, and I think you're committed to doing that. I just want that process to be open and clear so that nobody doubts what we're doing either. Senator Cole, I apologize.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you were in the White House as President Ford's Chief of Staff when there were important policy decisions being made on how to pursue the POW-MIA issue after the fall of Saigon. Can you tell us how and what it was like to deal with this issue at that moment in history, what some of the pressures were, what options were available, and how you would evaluate the Ford administration's actions at that time with respect to POW-MIA decisions?
Well, you're asking me to go back, Senator, some 15 or 16 years in an area that I didn't have direct responsibility over as White House Chief of Staff. This would have been handled in the Defense Department through the NSC process. At the time, of course, one of the problems that we were faced with was the Mayaguez incident during the Ford administration. President Ford came in August of 1974 after the return of the POWs. I think the general mood at the time was, as it was in the entire country, a sense of relief that our prisoners were finally home. The Mayaguez incident, of course, resulted in some additional loss of life as the President used troops to rescue the crew of the Mayaguez, And there were indeed some MIAs not recovered from that operation, one of which now supposedly the Cambodians have provided. Although we've not been able to confirm it yet, we do have one set of remains from that incident. But I was not directly involved in setting policy at the time with respect to the question of POWs and MIAs. I'm not sure I could shed any light for you on how that was done or what the considerations were at the time.
Thank you much.
Thank you very much, Senator Cole. Senator McCain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here, and I think your statement is one which is very illuminating and balanced. I think that you place proper emphasis on the fact that Vietnamese cooperation is key to the successful resolution of this issue. I think it's also important that you point out in your statement that we're still not satisfied with Vietnam's performance. You mentioned that to date we have not reached complete agreement with the Vietnamese on the modalities of investigating live sightings in Vietnam, which obviously is crucial for us to be able to get that issue resolved, and also the continuing problem with the Laotian MIA POW issue, which obviously a large numbers of Americans are still missing in action. I think also secondarily, and we'll have further witnesses on this issue, is the compelling evidence, or at least substantial evidence, that the Vietnamese continue to warehouse remains of Americans, and something which none of us have been able to understand, but clearly is the case, or at least if there is substantial evidence in that direction. I'd like to ask you, I also think it's important that you point out the diversion of assets that have been used in hunting down these hoaxes which are being perpetrated in the most cruel fashion, not only on the American people, but their families. It's disgraceful and it's disgusting. And I hope that we will investigate whether there is some violation in law of this kind of behavior, which we have ample proof that are hoaxes which are absolutely perpetrated with either pecuniary gain or publicity in mind. And that makes it more difficult, clearly, for us to investigate those live sightings or photographs which may be legitimate. On page 8 of your statement, Mr. Secretary, you said, in fact, almost 3 of these resolved reports have been correlated to Private Robert Garwood, who returned from Vietnam in 1979. I'm not sure I understand what that statement means.
It's my understanding, Senator, that of the 1,519 live sighting reports that have been analyzed, the total number of first-hand live sighting reports that we have, approximately 1,000 have been traced back to POWs who have been accounted for, many of whom came home in 1973. Roughly 300, slightly fewer than 300, can be attributed to Garwood, who stayed in Vietnam from 1973 through 79, didn't come home until 79, and it was sightings of him in South Vietnam that led to those additional almost 300 reports. In addition to that, there were 370 some that were generally believed to be fabrications. Out of the total that we end up with, about 109 are still unresolved, unaccounted for. But of that 1,500, slightly less than 300 were attributed to sightings of Garwood while he was in fact still in Southeast Asia throughout the 70s.
And you are familiar with the case circumstances surrounding Mr. Garwood remaining in Vietnam?
Yes, he was. After he returned, he was court-martialed and given a dishonorable discharge.
And allegations concerning his behavior in Vietnam, that he was involved in guarding American prisoners?
That was the allegation. I'm not an expert in the case, Senator. You may want to talk to someone more knowledgeable than me about the specific circumstances of Mr. Garwood. I'd be reluctant to go beyond what I have, given my general knowledge on the matter.
Is it true that when Private Garwood was first interviewed, he had said that he did not know of any live Americans?
I don't know that, Senator.
Maybe you could provide that answer for the record, because there is a great deal of confusion about exactly what his statements were and were not stated. Also, if you could, maybe for the record, have your people give us an estimated cost of this trip that had to be made to Bangkok recently with a, quote, Senate staffer and others. I think at some point we have an obligation to the American taxpayer as well as others. And also, could you give us a little bit more about that, quote, hot information that you had received that motivated you to have your staff fly to Bangkok?
Yes, I was the one, Senator, who made that decision to send out the team. In both instances, I've done it now twice in the last 3 months, where information was provided to me primarily from congressional sources. In one case involving Lieutenant Colonel Bailey and the car photograph, and the other case involving a report that there were Laotians in Bangkok prepared to identify a location in Laos where Americans are being held. Both cases were brought to me as a result of contact from members of Congress. I was happy to devote resources to checking both of those reports out. I felt it was important to do so in a quick and timely fashion. We'll be happy to provide what the cost estimates are to the committee, but I think it's the kind of thing that is necessary in part to establish our credibility as a department that we're serious about checking these out, even when sometimes they may come from questionable sources and the sort of normal thing might be to brush it off. We can't afford to do that. We have to operate on the assumption that they are valid reports about live Americans, and our obligation is to check them out every time we receive them.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate very much your emphasis on the absolute requirement for continued cooperation on the part of the Vietnamese government, and I hope that one of the messages that's sent from this hearing is the commitment of Congress to demand that kind of cooperation, which we feel is clearly a humanitarian issue and one which is a requirement if we're to satisfy the American people. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator McCain. And let me just say for the record that the Garwood role in this entire issue will be thoroughly reviewed by the committee. Bobby Garwood will be deposed and most likely be a witness, and that entire situation will be part of the record here. Senator Helms.
Chairman, some of us came to Washington, in my case 19 years ago, with this a top priority. Of course, those were different times, the year I was elected, but this is the most encouraging morning I've had to hear the Secretary of Defense say the things that you have said. And let me say, Mr. Chairman, that Dick Cheney has been unfailingly cooperative and gracious in assisting the Foreign Relations Committee in this investigation in prior times. He did it in ways that it's not appropriate to talk about in open session, as a matter of fact. And I'm not going to forget that, Dick, because you've been open-handed and forthright from the very beginning. And he has his critics. But I don't believe his critics know the whole story about this man. He has demonstrated a deep concern for the POW/MIAs, and I know of nobody who is more anxious for this committee to succeed than Dick Cheney. And I thank you, sir. I have 3 quick questions. A lot of people in the intelligence community have indicated to me, and I'm sure to others, that they have significant information about sensitive matters, such as rescue missions that were purportedly aborted for political and diplomatic reasons, and information about being left behind obtained through intercepts of enemy communications, etc. My question is, will you be willing to assure these people that they will not be pressured or penalized if they do come forward with this information under appropriate safeguards?
Senator, I'd be happy to see to it, to the extent that I'm able from the standpoint of the Department of Defense, that there's no retribution against anyone who would provide information that's useful to the committee during the course of your inquiry. If something like that should happen, I would ask the committee to bring it to my attention.
Right. Now, you've assured this committee in your address and otherwise previously that this committee will have complete access to all types of intelligence relating to the POW-MIA question. I guess that means you are telling us that if problems arise in this area, we can come to you with the problem. Is that what you said this morning?
That's correct, Senator. If the committee encounters difficulties or there's an area where a dispute arises about access to information, I would expect to be informed about it, to hear from the chairman or ranking member, and we'll do everything we can to sort it out.
Very good. Now, I was interested in Chuck Grassley's comments this morning. I think it ought to be said for the record that this Senator, Chuck Grassley from Iowa, has served with valor far beyond the call of duty. I know that he spent hours and hours and hours over there at the Pentagon, and he brought up the question of classified documents, and you have already said that you're going to declassify as much as you can within the constraints of intelligence that must be restrained. Now, one final question. I've been told, and I'm sure others have been told repeatedly, that many covert military operations took place during the Vietnam War, and that a lot of our men were lost in these covert operations. Their names have never been released. I've been told that the number may be as high as 2,500. Would you be willing to work with the committee to work out procedures for identifying any of the MIAs who might have been associated with these covert operations?
We'd be happy to do that, Senator, again within the constraints of having to treat the information in an appropriate fashion. To the best of my knowledge, unless the committee can inform me otherwise, we have a complete, comprehensive list of all of the POW MIAs from the war in Southeast Asia, that there's no separate list, for example, of men who were lost on covert operations. I would be surprised if that's the case. Obviously, I stand ready to be corrected if the committee can point us in the right direction. But the man I mentioned, for example, Emmett Kay, who was returned by the Pathet Lao, was in fact an employee of Air America, civilian, presumably involved in covert operations at the time that he was shot down. To the best of my knowledge, there is no separate list of individuals who that have not been made public who participated in covert operations and are missing.
Well, we'll share information on that, and I hope you're correct, and I'm sure you probably are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Helms. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you've developed, I think, one of the most spectacularly successful records as Secretary of Defense of anyone in our country's history, and I think everyone on this committee deeply appreciates the kind of leadership you've added. Frankly, the initiatives you've taken in this area, I think, will lead to a dramatic change in the confidence level American people have. The follow-up with the Soviets, the in-country follow-up that you've pushed, the openness and records, at least the effort to move in that direction, and I think the added resources all are going to be helpful in this area. One does wonder what kind of retirement policy you have when you plan a summer in Vietnam for the former Chief of Staff, but beyond your treatment of him, I think that you're off to a great start in this area as well. I had three things that I wanted to draw your attention to. One was a question. In your testimony, you talked about the governments in Southeast Asia, particularly Vietnam, denying that they had POWs or still had POWs or MIAs. Yet my recollection is that they had said that before Bobby Garwood was brought out. In other descriptions of those denials, there's been the hint that they phrase the denials in terms that suggest they're not holding any POWs against their will or Americans against their will. Do you recall the exact nature of their denials, and is there a possibility that they classify some Americans who served in our armed forces as non-POWs because they want to claim that they're there voluntarily?
I suppose that's possible, Senator. If someone is there voluntarily, then we would like to know, obviously, if it let us close out one of these cases, but there's clearly a distinction to be made between someone who resides in the area voluntarily and someone who's held against their will as a prisoner of the government. The governments have all denied that they hold any prisoners, any Americans as prisoner from the Vietnam conflict. As I indicated in my statement, we do not accept that as the final word. We continue to operate on the assumption that there may be Americans held alive, and we function accordingly during the course of our investigations.
Do you know if their denials have gone to the point of denying that there are any Americans who may have served that are in country?
I don't, Senator. It'd be an interesting avenue for you to approach.
Well, I'm wondering if indeed GAR would, in their minds, fit into a different category, if that isn't an area that we might want to explore.
That's possible. I don't have information on that point, but I'm sure it would be an interesting question to ask.
A couple things that I wanted to draw your attention to. In your testimony this morning, you went through with some specificity about the process you all follow when reports come in. Checking records, checking background, looking for when they were missing, and so on. One of the frustrations I've had communicated to me is that the reaction far too often in the Pentagon to reports of this kind is to spend our time looking through records here rather than doing an immediate follow-up on the report in country. Are you comfortable that you've changed the priorities to the point where you're able to do a quick response to investigate and follow up on leads that might be in Southeast Asia?
I'm not totally comfortable yet, Senator. I'm sure General Vesey can shed some light on this area as well as our people on the ground out there. We're clearly in a better position today than we've been before. Until we had the office open in Hanoi, we didn't have anybody on the ground in Southeast Asia except occasionally for the kinds of surveys that were done after the 87, 88 identification of the discrepancy cases. We now are in a position with people on the ground in Hanoi, in the Hanoi office, to follow up on these live sighting reports almost instantaneously. We do not yet have worked out the modalities for doing that with the Vietnamese. They still are basically insisting that we must provide them with a written request before we can go visit a particular site to check out a particular sighting. We think that's unacceptable. We are continuing to work with them to resolve that so that we do, in fact, have complete and unfettered access any place we want to go to check out these reports. I would say the situation's better than it's been. I would describe it, though, as not yet good enough.
Are you optimistic that you're going to be able to work out arrangements in both Laos and Cambodia as well?
My sense of it is that again, and I'm not an expert in that part of the world, but that the circumstances that have led to the tremendous changes in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union are rippling across Southeast Asia as well. That it's clear that the Vietnamese want to significantly improve relations with the United States. There has been a resolution of the Cambodian conflict, at least for the time being, with the signing last month of the new accords in Paris. Every indication we have is one basically of goodwill and a willingness to cooperate and to proceed. Our problem has been in translating those general kinds of understandings into specific agreements that actually are carried out on the ground that give us the kind of access that we'd like. But again, General Vesey has played a leading role in moving this whole process forward, and I'm sure he'll be able to shed some light on the exact status of the relationship at present. I basically am optimistic. I feel we're closer than we've ever been to a full accounting on those who are still missing.
One last area that I know you've talked about, but that I'd like to emphasize. Our office got involved in trying to get film that was available on a POW within the Department of Defense's records. Lillian Bickel was the case in mind. But it literally took us 18 months and the involvement of a variety of offices follow-up with letters, with requests, with demands, with calls, to get some pretty basic information that was available throughout the period of time. 18 months while a family member was denied access to information that was clearly relevant and did not jeopardize the security of this nation. I guess what I mean to suggest is in the past, the department has not been overwhelmingly responsive to family members, and I hope as a level of focus that your people will have developed a new attitude in that area.
Senator, I don't know the specific case you mentioned, but clearly 18 months would be unacceptable, and especially to answer queries from family members. If that kind of thing is happening, it should not happen. I would hope with the resources that have been assigned to the effort now that we can get a quick and appropriate turnaround time when we do receive a legitimate request from family members for information.
Secretary, I know we're running up against the wall here on time. Do we have enough? I think there are just 2 more rounds, if that's possible. Or are we pressing the?
I've got a major time problem in terms of a noon commitment in Philadelphia. Can I?
One question.
One question from each member.
Senator Reid.
Secretary, give me, if you could, a reason why any of these governments would want to keep from the United States the fact that they may have Americans over there.
Senator, I don't have a good reason why they might, other than that they might believe they would derive some kind of political benefit out of it, or that American prisoners would constitute some kind of trading stock to affect the relationship in the future.
Waiting a long time to do the trading, aren't they?
I would think so. But again, my job is to see to it that we put the resources on the problem to get the fullest possible accounting. And at this point, no one can prove that there are no live Americans there, and from time to time we get reports that require us to go check them out. So we operate on the assumption that indeed that could be the case.
One last thing. Of the 520, this is from your testimony, of the 520 Americans who remain unaccounted for in Laos, 335 are in the category of POW or MIA. Tell me, I don't understand the distinction. 528 and we only have 335 that are POWs or MIAs. What's the
others category? Would have been carried, Senator, as killed in action, body not recovered. In other words, there was good reason to believe we can account for them, we know what happened to them, but no remains were ever recovered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me just, Senator Bob, did you have one question or a quick comment? I don't want to I'm sorry to shortchange.
I recognize there are constraints on time. Mr. Secretary, just one quick question. You mentioned your statement, individuals who repeatedly provide false information, well-intentioned or not, should be called to account for their actions. Senator McCain made specific reference to this practice. Have you given any thought to ways that we might be able to discourage or penalize those who traffic in that kind of information, who do so intentionally and with profit or some other ulterior motive other than a legitimate desire to respond to the concerns, the understandable and legitimate concerns of family members and others? Is there a way that we could do something institutionally, or either the department or the Congress could provide some disincentive to those who traffic in this kind of information?
I would think, I don't have any instantly available proposals, Senator, other than to have a group that has credibility, such as a committee of the United States Senate, as you go through the process of your inquiry over the next year, when you find that kind of activity, to make it public, a prominent part of your findings, if you will, to publicize those efforts that clearly have been inappropriate or been designed to take advantage of the suffering of the families or motivated by financial desires of some kind. And I would think probably that's the best place to start. For us to do it as a department, given the credibility problem that we've had in the past in this issue, very difficult for us to stand up and say that a particular individual or group of individuals are charlatans. It might sit well with the families, or sit better with the families and the public if it came from the committee after you've looked at all of this and said, here are places where we think the government's done right, here are places where you haven't gotten it right and you can improve on your performance. And this group over here are individuals who in the past have been disreputable in their conduct with respect to this operation. That might be very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I'll respect the
Thank you very much. I
Secretary's
appreciate
time.
that. Senator Daschle, one.
Chairman, out of deference to the Secretary's schedule, I'd forego questions at this time.
Thank you, Senator Daschle. Mr. Secretary, if we could simply leave the record open so that those senators with additional questions could submit them in writing. We promise not to overly burden you, but we would like to give them an opportunity to do that. With respect to the fraud issue, before you do leave, Senator Smith and I and a number of others have discussed, and we are currently looking at language to create a special category of offense with respect to the knowing and willful misleading of either the Pentagon, Congress, or families with respect to this issue. We are trying to come up with the appropriate language, and we think it is something that would quickly pass and probably we should consider. I will also say that we are going to look very hard, and we look to your cooperation. Secretary Ford has already talked with us about this, at the fraud issue. There will be a specific inquiry of this committee into the issue of fraud, and we will probably have hearings looking at that aspect of it in an effort, obviously, both to expose it as well as to deter it. Finally, Ms. Secretary, let me just say, you have said today, and I think every member of the committee appreciates it, and I want to thank you for it publicly, that openness and a frank discussion of this is the key, not only to establishing or reestablishing the credibility of the department, but also to resolving the issue. And I think your statement today has been a very important statement, and we appreciate enormously, again, your coming here, leading off this process. I think it has set the proper tone and the proper. We will now move to the second panel, General Vesey. And while you take your seat, if I could turn to my colleagues for their opening statements, and in the case of the openings, we'll proceed in the order of seniority by which people are seated, and I turn to Senator McCain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try to be brief because we're all very interested in hearing from General Vesey. We're tasked with examining the question of what has become of Americans who were lost in service to their country's defense, and if our government has expended every effort to determine their fate and return them to the United States. There have been 4 previous congressional investigations of the POW MIA issue, as well as several other hearings by congressional committees on one or more aspects of the questions. None of these investigations have resolved these questions to the satisfaction of the American people. I welcome this new opportunity to pursue answers that the families of our POWs and MIAs have every right to expect and that the American people demand. With fairness, patience, and determination, we may arrive at those answers. I'm pleased to participate in this worthy effort as a member of this committee. I don't know if there are Americans in captivity in Southeast Asia. Until I have conclusive evidence one way or another, I will proceed on the assumption that there are. I repeat, I assume that there are live POW MIAs in Southeast Asia until we have the fullest possible accounting for them. I look forward to the testimony of our witnesses. I strongly recommend that the committee pay particularly close attention to the testimony of General John Vesey. He has labored mightily to produce the fullest possible accounting of our POW MIAs. He is as decent and capable a public servant as has ever served this country. No one is in a better position to measure our progress towards a full accounting. In the course of our investigation, we're obligated to examine several general questions, and these I would ask that my complete statement be part of the record, Mr. Chairman, in order for the benefit of hearing from General Vesey and time. I would finally just say that we are obligated to review the evidence of live Americans. So are we obligated to investigate the abundant evidence of hoaxes that have been perpetrated against POW MIA families. I was pleased to hear you just say that, Mr. Chairman. You know, when you get a picture such as this, which is published in the newspaper all over America, And then you get a picture such as this, which identifies the individual as a 77-year-old Laotian of partial French blood. When this gets on the front page of the newspapers and this gets very little, there's something out of balance. And it seems to me that whoever did this knew full well that this individual was not a live American. And what we have done, Mr. Chairman, is not, it doesn't concern me as it does the family members. We should not allow people to do this to the family members. And I think it's outrageous, and I hope that, as you mentioned, that part of our deliberations and our efforts will be to track down, if it's possible, the perpetrators of these kinds of hoaxes, so that the families of those men who served their nation with dedication and sacrifice are not subjected to this kind of thing. And, Mr. Chairman, I want to make it clear, I'm not saying that every photograph, every bit of evidence that comes out is false. I have no way of knowing that. And there may be evidence which is true. But when we do have evidence that there's clearly a hoax perpetrated, such as those pictures that I just showed you, it cries out for action to stop this kind of thing in the future, because, as I say, those family members deserve far better from American citizens or foreign citizens or whoever is perpetrating this, and I know that General Vesey shares my view. Again, I ask that my full statement be made part of the record. I thank the Chairman.
Your full statement will be made part of the record, and I think we couldn't agree with you more, Senator. Senator Daschle.
Chairman, I associate myself with remarks made by Kane. I couldn't have said it better. I had about a 30-minute opening statement. I'm going to forgo that in the interest of time and the determination to hear our witnesses.
Thank you very much. Senator
I would
Reed.
like unanimous consent to insert the statement in the record.
Without objection, the full statement will be made part of the record, and all statements will be made part of the record at the opening of the hearing before Secretary Cheney's comments. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first would like to extend to you and Senator Smith my appreciation for the staff that you have assembled and are assembling. I think that we have the ability here to render a great service to the people of our country to put a final resolution to this controversy. In addition to the staff that's been assembled, I think we have rare assets with this committee, having you, Senator Robb, combat veterans in Vietnam, and Senator McCain, who was not only saw combat service there, but as we all know, spent years as a prisoner of war, Southeast Asia. So I think that the staff plus the members of this committee who have had on-the-ground experience there, I think it's going to give us the ability to see a lot of things that haven't been seen to this point. As I indicated, I'm hopeful and I'm confident that we need to resolve this issue, and we will. The nation deserves an answer. The millions who served in Southeast Asia deserve it, and especially the families of those people who are not accounted for deserve it. If there are live prisoners of war, certainly we need to get to the bottom of this after all these years. As Senator McCain indicated, I enter these hearings with an open mind. I don't know, and that's why I asked the question to Secretary Cheney. I don't know if there are prisoners of war there. If there aren't, we need to resolve that. If there are, we need to resolve that. I can better understand why the governments of Southeast Asia would play games with those missing in action, but it still doesn't make it any more palatable. The question of linkage between the POW-MIA issue and normalized relations with Vietnam has been discussed in recent weeks. I believe the linkage issue is important, and I listened intently at Secretary Cheney's statement where in Laos they have that government there has supplied certain information to our country, and as a result of that, we've done certain things in Laos. I think there should be linkage. I think if we find that Vietnam has in fact kept prisoners of war there after all these years, that I can't imagine our relationship could ever be normal. Not only, as I indicated, do the families and those who served in Vietnam deserve this committee hearing, this attention that's being focused on these issues. But those who now serve today in our armed services deserve this issue to be resolved. The issue is POWs, MIAs, I believe, is a morale factor in today's armed services. In effect, what will my country do to get me back if I'm captured in some foreign conflict? One of the purposes of these hearings is to determine exactly what steps our country has taken to investigate the evidence that has developed. Secretary Cheney has outlined it as something that gives us hope and expectation. Once again, Mr. Chairman, I think that we have a lot of work to do in a short period of time, and I think a lot of it is expected of us, and I think we should perform.
Thank you very much, Senator Reid. Senator Grassley.
Mr. Chairman, in regard to what Vietnam might be doing or not doing in regard to a new attitude that they have, I think we have to wait and see whether their opening is real or whether it's rhetoric. And I don't want to accept their goodwill at face value. I want to watch what they do, and if they do something very positive, acknowledge it, but I don't want to make any judgment on what they say they will do. Mr. Chairman, there's been a great deal of discontentment over many years out in the countryside over the way that our government has handled this issue. I personally have experienced the frustration felt by many of my own constituents over the years. The principal problem is that they simply can't get their questions answered. 11 times the government has looked into the situation, and 11 times people are still not satisfied. So why is it, and why the purpose of this committee? Why in the world are we starting a 12th investigation? What can possibly be learned that was not learned by the other 11 efforts? The 11th of these was concluded this past May. This was the inquiry of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee minority staff. That inquiry, in which I had an opportunity to participate, even though I wasn't a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, had concluded that the government has mishandled the POW-MIA issue. There's a fundamental reason why the 11th inquiry is at odds with the first 10. It's a simple matter of oversight and information. Of those 10 previously conducted, 7 were done by the executive branch and 3 by congressional committees. The 7 executive branch inquiries were not all thoroughly reviewed by Congress, and the 3 congressional inquiries were not based upon all pertinent data available to the U.S. government on this issue. So for its part, Congress, which represents the people of this country, has not had the ability prior to this select committee to resolve this issue. I feel strongly about this because I spent 4 days at the Pentagon a year ago, this past September, with professional committee staff poring over hundreds of live sighting reports, inclusive of raw intelligence data. We were told by DOD officials during that time period that I was over there that I apparently was the first member of Congress to have gone through this information. Prior to that, members of Congress and their staff had only reviewed summaries. Now, the summaries represent the conclusions of each case. So how can a proper evaluation take place if all you evaluate are conclusions? What about the data and reports from which the conclusions are drawn? At the end of my 4th day sifting through these files, I came away with 2 very definite impressions. First, there are major discrepancies and follow-up deficiencies in these reports. When you read the summaries plus the live sighting reports and raw data plus the casualty files, there are all kinds of inconsistencies and illogical conclusions drawn. So I would suggest to my colleagues on this committee that we get access to and review all of this data. The second impression I had was we needed a lot more resources and manpower to review and evaluate these files, and either I or the other 3 staffers was able to have time for. It was at that point that I knew an entire committee was needed, and that is why I joined with Senator Smith to create this committee. Now that the committee has been established, the question is, what will it take to resolve this issue? First, we have to have a new attitude. That goes for Congress, the executive, the immediate, everyone. As John Locke, the philosopher, used the term tabula rasa when he called for a fresh approach to determining what the human mind is capable of knowing or not knowing, and that translating roughly blank slate. He said, in a sense, let's wipe the slate clean. That's what we need here, Mr. Chairman, and now as we go into this one-year investigation, those who have preconceived notions, those who have biases, those who have agendas on this issue should set them aside. This should include the public at large, which would do well to send a clear message to Vietnam and Laos that we do not seek retribution, that returning our men would beget goodwill from us. Second, this committee needs access to information. This access should be full and complete. Let it be known that this committee will not hesitate to pursue access to all pertinent data, and once this information is provided, it must receive an unbiased and professional evaluation. Finally, we must be prepared to say that we left boys behind if that's what the evidence shows. We have said as a government countless times in the past that there's no credible evidence to show that we left men behind. What if the evidence points to the contrary? Are we prepared to back it up? Sometimes, as is human nature, people can get too close to a situation and not know it. Their judgment becomes clouded. They're unable to see the forest for the trees. Perhaps that's what has happened in this case. Perhaps this issue needs fresh blood and a new attitude. There's no reason to point fingers and demand accountability. Let's find out the truth and fix the system if it needs fixing. As Leo Tolstoy once wrote about how we sometimes let truth elude us, he said we often put too much faith in the system and we lose sight of the truth. Truth, he says, is like a lizard. The system is like the tail of that lizard. We grab at the tail, but the lizard sheds its tail in our hand and goes off to grow another tail. So we're left grasping the system, not the truth. Perhaps that analogy is appropriate in this case. Perhaps we have defended a system that assumed from the beginning that we left no one behind. That system pursues the discovery of bones and crash sites, but that same system cannot handle evidence to the contrary. When confronted with the possibility of live Americans still held captive, the system defends itself with knee-jerk denial. I certainly don't know if this is the case, Mr. Chairman, but I expect that in the course of the next year we will find this out. Ultimately, we have to get answers for our constituents and for the public at large. If we fail to answer their questions, we'll have a 13th and a 14th investigation, many as it takes to get an answer. I, for one, want this committee to provide those answers. We have about 1 year to do it, and I'm glad that we're finally getting started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Grassley. Senator Robb.
Mr. Chairman, I won't have an opening statement at this time. I'm delighted to join you, and I approach this undertaking. I hope it will be objective. I approach it with a certain degree of skepticism, but I look forward to hearing from General Vesey.
Very much, Senator Robb. Senator Kassenbaum.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my full statement to be made a part of the record. I would just like to say, though, that I think the hearing has gotten off to a good start with Secretary Cheney's very forthright and thoughtful statement, one of the most comprehensive and dedicated that I've heard on any subject. And I would also like to say that General Vesey has done a lot in that really helped me this year on.
Thank you. Your full statement will be made part of the record. Senator Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Chairman, I was in Wisconsin to dedicate a Vietnam Veterans Memorial. 18 years after the war ended, several thousand people gathered for the ceremony. All the money for the project was raised by veterans organizations and private individuals, and it was Vietnam veterans who had the final say about how their memorial would be designed. I think we can learn something about the importance of the work of our committee here today from the design that they chose. There were 3 columns built of Wisconsin red granite. 1 column represented those killed in action. 1 column represented those who fought and made it home. And the 3rd column was for the POWs and MIAs, fellow comrades whose fate remains a nagging question. That third column was of the greatest importance to the audience that day. Ann Fisher, whose brother went to fight in Vietnam but whose fate is still unknown, shared with the crowd the enormous pain her family has experienced. She made a huge impression and evoked the strongest response in a day full of speeches. With this committee, we will have an opportunity to do something for Ann Fisher, for her family, for all POW MIA families, and for the American people. With these hearings, we will begin a process aimed at three things. First, we need to investigate our government's actions. Serious doubts exist about whether our government has done everything possible to resolve the fate of the missing. These doubts need to be heard and explored. Second, we need to help the American people, and especially the families, to understand the way POW MIA cases are handled. And third, we need to do everything in our power to find out if there are still any live Americans left behind. This is clearly a highly emotional subject. It is possible that startling revelations will occur, but this committee is united in wanting to find the truth, and that clearly will take some time. The subject is clearly too important to leap to any premature conclusions, and the report we will issue is too important to make on any grounds other than a rational, reasoned analysis of the facts. So I, like the other committee members, look forward to hearing from all of our witnesses, and I want to thank them for coming with us here today to share their information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Cole. Senator Helms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this is the first time that we have met after all of our members have been appointed, I think it'll be useful for us to at least take brief note regarding the direction which the POW-MIA committee should take. Now, unless, Mr. Chairman, we have a clear agreement on the job to be done, it'll never be done. The American people will once more feel that they have been cheated. Now, cheated may seem a rather harsh word, but that's the way the American people feel about it, General. Based on the preliminary work done by Senator Grassley and me, and by the work of his staff and the Foreign Relations Committee minority staff, I remain convinced that the American people, and above all the family and friends of the POW-MIAs, have not been given the full truth by their government. And in a very real way, Dick Cheney confirmed that this morning. Therefore, I propose 8 brief points to become the focus of our work on this committee. Point 1. I think the committee should reanalyze all of the intelligence on POW-MIAs available for all wars, including World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee Minority Report presented, in my view, compelling evidence that U.S. POW-MIAs were left behind after every major war. Now, this contrasts with some assertions that have emanated from the Department of Defense in the past that not one was left behind. I don't believe that, and I don't believe the American people believe it. Now, if we don't reach a general consensus on the number of men abandoned, then the committee will be lost in the endless loop of the DOD approach that tries to knock down evidence on every specific case. And that's why I said I was so encouraged by Dick Cheney's statement this morning. I think he's going to turn this situation around. As a matter of fact, he's already begun to do that. The breakup of the Soviet Union and new evidence now available suggests that it may be possible to find out what happened to the POW-MIA sent to the Soviet Union or kept behind by the Soviets in earlier wars. As for POW-MIAs from the Vietnam War, committee investigators should systematically perform a double-team search of the files, looking for discrepancies between the raw evidence and the final resolution. And by this I mean that each file should be evaluated separately by 2, not 1, 2 teams. Not everything that was done was faulty. I don't contend that. In the limited time that we had access to sample the files, we discovered that a large number appeared to have been resolved correctly. Nevertheless, the number with discrepancies was not only too high, but showed a bureaucratic insensitivity toward the dignity of the missing. My second point, the committee should focus its efforts on the possibility that some or even one of the POW MIAs might still be living. The U.S. government, in its discussions with Vietnam and other possible holders of POW MIAs, has seemed too often determined to limit the topic to the return of remains and visiting the crash sites. Of course we want any remains to return to the family, and of course we want to get the history of crash sites, but the first priority should go to the living. Point 3, the committee should review the identifications of remains made by the Central Identification Laboratory at Hawaii. Even though CILHI, as we initial it in the bureaucracy, now appears to be using scientific methods, the staff has evidence that many identifications may have been falsified in the past and were performed unscientifically by unqualified technicians. We want to be careful about that from this point on. Point 4. The committee should review all laws pertaining to the procedures for making a so-called, quote, presumptive finding of death, end of quote. The United States government should be required to prove that an individual is dead instead of requiring the next of kin to prove that he's alive. At present, the United States government can declare a person dead after 1 year following the last information received on him, even if that information indicated that he was alive at that time. Point 5, the committee should review the claims by family members who believe that unfair declarations of death were issued for their loved ones. The first 4 points would put these claims in proper perspective, I submit. Point 6, the committee should review U.S. government policy for relations with the next of kin. In particular, the committee should review all Department of Defense and Department of State directives concerning relations with the families and recommend changes where and if appropriate. Point 7, the committee should review allegations that family members and persons interested in POW/MIA affairs have been deliberately harassed by the U.S. government because they criticized or refused to accept U.S. government policy. Let me illustrate what I'm talking about. A number of my own constituents in North Carolina have reported unusual scrutiny by the Internal Revenue Service immediately after they became vocal on the POW/MIA issue. Now that must not be allowed to happen. And the 8th and final point, Mr. Chairman, I think the committee should insist that effective cooperation on POW/MIA matters must be the #1 priority, not number 2, not number 3, #1 in dealing with Vietnam and the Soviet Union. For starters, neither country should get 1 dime from the United States taxpayers until we know the truth about POW/MIAs who never came back from those countries. Now, I realize, Mr. Chairman, that this is a big order, but unless we have a specific plan, a clear roadmap, we will accomplish nothing in the few short months that we have. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much, Senator Helms. Let me just address very quickly, this is the first meeting publicly of the committee, and the committee has been busy pulling together staff, seeking recommendations from all the members for the outline of this inquiry. And I want to assure the Senator that almost without exception, every one of the points that he has suggested are within the framework of the outline put forward by a number of different members of the committee. The one caveat I would say to the Senator that with respect to the raw data intelligence review of all wars by this committee, it is really beyond the current resource capacity to do both World War II and Korea in the time frame that we have with the resources we have, and I don't want to pull any wool over the senator's eyes or pretend that somehow that can be done. I think nobody should be misled here. It will be a gargantuan task to review the data of the Vietnam period alone with the current resource allocation. I think what the committee has felt, at least in the judgments I've had in talking privately with members, is that we should set out to do that task and prove the capacity to do it thoroughly with respect to Vietnam, and that hopefully would lay the groundwork or justification for the continuation in the other two. But you know, we have 8 investigators that have been allocated to us, it just, as Senator Grassley knows and others who've been over there, is an enormous undertaking as it is. But I want to assure the senator that every one of those priorities that he set out are indeed critical to our ability to do this job, and that there will be a review of the intelligence with respect to the POW/MIA in Vietnam.
Well, I thank the senator if the senator will yield, but I don't think we ought to dismiss the point that the senator described as gargantuan. We could at least make a beginning and see where we stand, and then make a determination whether we want to continue on that, because I think it's the...
Well, I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think we can
just so we agree.
We'll try and do that.
I thank the chair.
General Vesey, thank you for being here. Thank you also for your repeated briefings and availabilities to the members of the committee. There isn't a member of this committee who doesn't stand in awe of your service and of your commitment to this effort. You've really succeeded in breaking important ground, and I think everybody is anxious to hear your views and your testimony today. I think as you and I have talked privately, I think it is important for you to speak with the candor that you have talked with us privately, and as we have all talked about, it's critical to let the chips fall where they may. I know you have some strongly held views about this. There are a few people who have dealt as much with the Vietnamese on this as you have, or who are as aware of the current state of the texture of this issue. And so we very much look forward to your testimony. The rules of the committee state that all testimony, with a few exceptions, the Secretary of Defense being one of them, will be sworn. And so, General, I ask that you stand to be sworn without obviously any doubts that you would do other than state the truth here, but that will be a matter of record for all witnesses. So if I may ask your indulgence, if you would stand to be sworn.
Well, I would say also, Senator, I was going to tell you the same thing no matter what.
We absolutely understand that, Mr. General. There's no question of that, but I don't want anybody subsequently who is sworn to say, well, you didn't swear him and you didn't swear her, or so. We're going to do it for all concerned, and I know you understand that.
Well, since I travel with my Bible in my briefcase, I'll just take it out and use it.
Thank you, sir. If you would raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Will.
Thank you. General, there isn't anybody on this committee who doesn't doubt that you would do that, but the committee record is going to be as pure and strong as can be, and I think that's one of the ingredients that helps us to do that, and we appreciate that. Sir, we look forward to your testimony. Thank you.
I would just say in the beginning, Senator, I have submitted a written statement, and I want to tell you that in my word processor, in my computer, I have a lot of help, one that will help me with my spelling and so forth, but it won't help me with fundamental goofs. And I want to apologize for putting the wrong name of the committee on the top of my statement. And I did it a long time ago, and I looked at the rest of the statement a lot, but I never looked back at that one. So the fault is purely mine. I sent it here by fax, and it just got reproduced here. And I apologize.
General, if you would do me a favor, first of all, if you could pull the microphone a little closer and down. And secondly, before you begin your opening testimony, I'd like you just to share with Americans and people who are listening to these proceedings and interested. I think it's important for people to know a little bit about who some of these players are. And I'd like you just to share a little of your service and record with us, if you would.
Well, as the Secretary said, I'm the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I was chairman from 82 through 85, and I spent 46 years in uniform of our country. And in fact, we're coming up on the anniversary of my outfit going to war the first time 49 years ago in a couple of days here. So I've been around for a while.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very modest man. I think that I would like to hear how you got your battlefield commission, and I think the American public should hear that. Where you're our lead witness, and I think they're entitled to hear that.
I agree with that. That's what I'm trying to get at, and we're going to break through that shield of modesty if we can, General.
Well, as you said, Senator, I did get a battlefield commission, and I always thought it was because they were probably scraping the bottom of the barrel about May of '44, and looked around for some non-commissioned officers who might take the place of.
Where was this that you received this commission?
In Italy, Senator Reid, at the Anzio beachhead.
And your age at that time, General?
22.
Can you just share with us a few of the states you served in Vietnam?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were your duty posts in Vietnam?
Well, I served with the 25th Division in 1966 and 67, and then I went back.
Your rank at the time?
I was a lieutenant colonel, and then I went back in 1972 into Laos. Took the job in Laos that is called Dep Chief Just Mag Thai, which had expanded responsibilities at that time for coordinating U.S. support to military operations in Laos. And I was there until the ceasefire was signed in '73.
So how many years total service in Vietnam, General?
Well, in Southeast Asia, 3. And 1 in Vietnam, 1 year.
1 in Vietnam and 3 tours in Southeast Asia.
3 years in Southeast Asia, right.
So it is fair to say that not only for your 49 years of service, and not only for the fact that you have worn the uniform.
Only 46.
46. And not only for the fact that you've worn the uniform with distinction and obvious commitment, but also for your service in Vietnam. It's fair to say that you accepted the special envoy role appointment by the President on the POW-MIA with a special sense of personal commitment, I would say. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. The people who are missing are my comrades, as they were comrades of many of the people on this committee.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you with that, but I do think it's important for people to understand what you bring to this beyond just being former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yes, sir. And in regard to telling the truth, I would tell you that I will tell you the truth insofar as I know it to be the truth. And since there's a lot of hazy information about this subject, I will tell you what my basis is for believing certain things are true insofar as I can possibly do that. There are many things in my prepared statement that are very similar to what the Secretary said. On the other hand, there are some important points of emphasis, and I'd like to go through that prepared statement in general, and I'll try to skip over the things in the interest of time that the Secretary covered. Like Secretary, I am pleased to be here, and I thank you for the opportunity to help the committee examine the important issues of the fates of our missing from the Vietnam War. Your letter asked me to appear at today's hearing and address the procedures for resolving live sightings, and I will tell you what I know of that matter. However, to put that issue in context, I believe it important for me to tell you about the salient points in the negotiations with the Vietnamese for the 4 years in which I've been involved. In 1987, President Reagan asked me to take on the task of getting the negotiations with the Vietnamese government on certain humanitarian matters moving. And I would say some very important progress had been made by initiatives of the Reagan administration in the early 80s, but by late 1986, the progress had slowed seriously. The President instructed me to seek agreements with the Vietnamese to resolve the fates of the remaining POW/MIA cases. And he recognized that we would not be able to resolve all of them, but he made it very clear that the U.S. government role was the fullest possible accounting for all those missing and unaccounted for. And as first priority within that goal, I was to seek ways to shed as much light as possible on the issue of whether or not live Americans were continuing to be held by the Vietnamese government, and if there were any, then we were to take action to get them out. And then as the next priority, but I would like to emphasize again the first priority, that is, it was live Americans was the first priority, and Senator Helms brought that up. And I will repeat that several times here, that our focus has been on finding out whether or not there were live Americans there. And as a lower priority, recovering the recoverable remains of those servicemen who had been killed or died. The President also instructed me to raise certain other humanitarian issues. I was to seek the release of the remaining re-education camp detainees, that is, the South Vietnamese government officials and military officers who were still in the so-called re-education camps in Vietnam. At that time, we estimated that about 8,000 people were being held. I was to attempt to get the orderly departure program moving, and the orderly departure program was the program that permits separated Vietnamese families to be reunited without having to run the gauntlet of the pirates in the South China Sea. And I was also to propose getting the Amerasian children out of Vietnam. I was also authorized to listen to Vietnam's humanitarian concerns to see if there were some which might be addressed within our legal, political, and policy constraints. But whatever was to be done in that matter was to be done solely for humanitarian reasons and was not in any way to be some sort of a trade for Vietnam's POW/MIA efforts. When President Bush took office in 1989, he asked me to stay on in the job, and he gave me the same general instructions, except he modified them based on the progress that had been achieved by that time. The instructions of the two presidents led me to 10 meetings with senior Vietnamese government officials, including 4 trips to Hanoi, leading U.S. delegations. And the agreements reached in those sessions led in turn to 18 sets of technical talks between the leaders of our casualty resolution activities and the officials of the Vietnamese Office for Seeking Missing Persons. And as Secretary Cheney said, the 18th round of those talks just took place in the last few days. They also led to 14 sets of joint field investigations involving thousands of man-days of American and Vietnamese investigators on the ground trying to find out what happened to our people. They led to 2 information-seeking talks trying to determine how to find the information Vietnamese archives might hold about the fates of missing Americans. And as the Secretary said, they led to the establishment of a U.S. office in Hanoi to further the search for our people and information about their fates. As a result of my talks in Hanoi on issues other than POW/MIA, the orderly departure program is working. About 200,000 Vietnamese families have been reunited thus far. About 60,000 Amerasian children and family members have been resettled in this country. All but about 100 of the re-education camp detainees have been released, and we have a working program permitting those who want to leave Vietnam to come to this country. During my trip to Hanoi last month, the Vietnamese government agreed to a review of the remaining cases and looking forward to an early release of the remainder of those detainees. And I would also add that considerable non-governmental U.S. humanitarian assistance has reached Vietnamese people who needed the help. Before I get into more detail on the POW/MIA issues, there are several background points and events which are important for an understanding of the total context of our interaction with the Vietnamese government. First, the United States has quite consistently urged that POW/MIA matter be approached as a humanitarian issue. We have regularly told the Vietnamese that resolution of the issue is not a requirement for discussing normalization of diplomatic relations. We have, however, consistently said that the pace and scope of any normalization discussions will be affected by the level of Vietnam's cooperation in resolving the POW/MIA issues. Vietnam has accepted the POW/MIA matter as a humanitarian issue, And in fact, I would add that the Vietnamese government has not connected the level of U.S. humanitarian aid to their level of effort on POW/MIA. The U.S. has consistently said that normalization of relations with Vietnam can only begin in the context of an acceptable settlement of the Cambodian conflict. And the acceptable settlement had a number of specific terms, but for the purposes of the hearing today, we can summarize them as follows. Complete withdrawal of Vietnamese forces from Cambodia, outside verification of that withdrawal, free elections in Cambodia, non-return to power of the Khmer Rouge, accepting and implementing the Cambodian solution sponsored by the permanent 5 members of the United Nations Security Council. As you know, Vietnam announced its withdrawal of its forces in September of 1989, and the Cambodian peace agreement was signed in Paris on October 23rd of this year. On April 9th of this year, Assistant Secretary of State Solomon presented the Vietnamese with a roadmap for normalization of relations. The document laid out a general list of events and activities in the resolution of the Cambodian conflict and U.S. expectations for levels of POW/MIA cooperation, and then it laid out corresponding U.S. moves that would be made on the road to normalization. The Vietnamese neither accepted nor rejected the roadmap, but their actions have generally been consistent with the roadmap, as have ours. Now I'd like to move on to a summary of the POW/MIA issues from my perspective, and this is certainly very general and short. The issue of potential live American prisoners was the highest priority for President Reagan. It is the highest priority for President Bush, and it certainly has been the highest priority for the American effort that I've been associated with. For that reason, in the 1987 negotiations, we focused on a group of 70 compelling discrepancy cases, cases which we believe the Vietnamese should have had, about which they should have had information. For the most part, they were cases of people whom we believed were alive after the incident in which they were involved and were captured or were about to be captured when we last knew of them. The Vietnamese government had maintained since the end of the war that it held no live prisoners. In the 1987 negotiations, I used examples of these compelling discrepancy cases to illustrate why many Americans believed that Vietnam still held live Americans, despite their government's contrary assertion. The then Foreign Minister, Nguyen Co Thach, the Vietnamese negotiator, acknowledged the discrepancies in the examples that I had given, and he said that Vietnam would help resolve those cases. In June of 1988, the Vietnamese government agreed to joint U.S.-Vietnamese investigations of the discrepancy cases. In early fall of that year, we conducted our first joint investigations. In 1989, we added additional discrepancy cases to bring the total to 119. And we also raised about 35 and maybe 36 discrepancy cases of people lost in Laos in border areas which were under the control of Vietnamese military forces during the war. It was my intention at that time to raise the cases of all those people we believed we had evidence to show were alive after their incident, whether it was a plane crash or a ground battle or whatever it was. But additional research has shown that we didn't include them all. But nevertheless, our analysts thought we had most of the cases representing people who had the best chance of being alive. And it seemed to me that by giving our priority effort to the joint investigation of those cases, we would shed the most light on the question of live American prisoners. The 119 cases have all been investigated at least once. Most of them have been investigated twice, some of them 3 times, some of them 4 times. And as the Secretary pointed out, 22 of the cases have been resolved through having the remains returned and identified. And we've agreed with the Vietnamese that there are 4 other cases where the servicemen are clearly dead and the remains will probably never be recovered. In 31 additional cases, we and the Vietnamese agreed that the investigations have established that the servicemen are dead. The U.S. believes that the remains are probably recovered or may already have been recovered in most of these cases. They're probably recoverable or have been recovered. 62 other cases are pending further investigation. However, it's my understanding that the fates in 5 of those cases were probably resolved during the last joint investigations. In most of the remaining 57 cases, we have gathered evidence, but not enough to be conclusive. The evidence we've gathered points toward death in those cases where we've gathered evidence. In no case have we found new additional evidence which points toward any of those servicemen being alive. One other sort of evidence which has pointed toward the possibility of live Americans is the live sighting reporting. As the Secretary said, since 1975, about 1,500 first-hand live sighting reports have been received. Most of these came from Southeast Asian refugees. And the Secretary went through the numbers, 1,361 having been determined to be resolved by our people, 1,009 correlated to people for whom we had other accountings, and he went through the Garwood business. 372 were judged to be fabrications, and there are about 100 live sighting reports still under investigation. Resolving these cases in any future sightings is important. And for the past several years, we've sought agreement on investigating live sightings. In the October 1990 negotiating session, Foreign Minister Tyke agreed to cooperate to develop procedures for live sighting investigations. Indeed, since then, the Vietnamese have cooperated with us in investigating 2 different cases of alleged Americans, which came up very quickly. In April of this year, when we and the Vietnamese agreed to open an office in Hanoi, we agreed that one of its missions would be investigating live sighting reports. As the Secretary said, we have not yet fully agreed on exact procedures to be followed. High officials of the Vietnamese government have told me, as well as told congressional delegations, including members of this committee, that if we have evidence of any live Americans anywhere in Vietnam, we will be permitted to go wherever needed to investigate the matter. We need mutually agreeable procedures to make that offer a reality. During my October meeting in Hanoi, Nguyen Mon Căm, the new foreign minister, agreed that their people would work with ours to refine the procedures. And it was a subject of the technical talks in the last few days. It's my understanding that progress was made, and what we need to do is march ahead and see if more progress needs to be made. There are some additional salient points on the live prisoner issue. And this is sort of a summary of what we know. We know through extensive debriefings and subsequent investigation that all Americans seen by U.S. prisoners of war who did return in the Vietnamese prison system have been accounted for as either returned POWs or through the return of remains or having been reported as died in captivity. In the years since 1973, other than the 100 or so unresolved first-hand live sighting reports under investigation, we have gathered no other intelligence that has been reported to me, and I have searched for it, by technical means or by other means which indicates the Vietnamese are holding live prisoners or that there was another POW system other than the one in which our returned prisoners were held. Now, we also know that high Vietnamese government officials have maintained through the years that their government holds no live American prisoners. And that assertion was repeated to me last month by Vo Van Kiet, the new Prime Minister, and by the new Foreign Minister, Nguyen Mon Căm. Now, I would just interject here that, as the Secretary said, that doesn't mean that there aren't any. And what we have done and will continue to do is investigate through these particular things that we've accepted as ways to go, the live sighting reports and the discrepancy cases and any other information that comes up to find out whether or not that is the truth. Now, with the continuing investigations of the compelling discrepancy cases and with good procedures, and as I said earlier, I'm not satisfied that we necessarily have good procedures yet, but we will continue to pursue that with the Vietnamese. For investigating live sighting reports, we will have in place the mechanism for shedding about as much light as can be shed on this live prisoner issue. We cannot yet say for certain that the Vietnamese assertion that they're not holding live prisoners is correct. We can say that we have unearthed no evidence to the contrary. We'll have to continue to gather the facts and simply let the facts speak for themselves. Now, the United States also wants to recover and identify and return to the families for the burial the recoverable remains of the servicemen killed during the war or those who died in captivity. And we have urged the Vietnamese government to recover and return remains, and we've offered to work with them and provide technical assistance in the effort. From 1973 to 1987, 164 sets of remains were returned to the U.S. Of those, 153 were identified and returned to their families. Since my first meeting in 1987, 308 sets have been returned. Of those, 125 have been identified and returned to their families. 109 others could be the remains of Americans, but have not yet been identified as to whose remains. And many of those may never be identified. 72 have been determined to be the remains of Southeast Asian natives, and 2 sets were not human remains. We know we will not recover all the remains, but we intend to continue the effort to make an honest search for everyone that might be found. One of the knotty issues between the two governments is the issue that Senator McCain raised, and that's the possibility that the Vietnamese government might be withholding the return of some remains already recovered. We know from intelligence gathered during the war and after the war that the Vietnamese government had a system for recovering the remains of Americans. We also have the testimony of a mortician who reported that he worked on 260 to 280 sets of American remains and saw about 400 boxes containing what he believed to be American remains. Many of the remains which have been returned have shown signs of having been stored out of the ground for long periods. And when you talk to the Defense Intelligence people and the Silhai people, they can shed more light on this issue, because that doesn't necessarily say that these were in a warehouse. But it does say U.S. analysts have combined these facts to build a case which suggests that the Vietnamese government could be holding as many as several hundred sets of remains. For those reasons, the U.S. lexicon has come to include the term the warehouse. And with those people involved in this issue, you constantly hear the warehouses. Now, high officials of the Vietnamese government, including Prime Minister Vo Van Kiet and the new Foreign Minister Nguyen Van Cam, have said they are not withholding remains. When the issue is raised, I must say the Vietnamese officials also not only deny holding remains, but they ask me why would what we believe the reason would be for their holding remains. Now, Vietnamese officials also tell us that private Vietnamese citizens attempt to recover and hold American remains in the expectation of some sort of benefit. Recently, we recovered an identifiable set of remains from a refugee in a camp in the Philippines. And those remains, incidentally, also showed signs of storage out of the ground for some period. Separating fact from speculation in this issue is difficult. The Vietnamese government could shed more light on the issue by telling us the results of their efforts to recover American remains. And I have so suggested that to the new foreign minister. He has agreed, as did his predecessor, to continue to try to recover and return remains as they become available. Again, we'll just have to continue to search for the facts and let the facts speak. From the earliest joint investigation, it became clear that access to Vietnamese historical records was very important to resolving many of the cases. When we raised this matter at first, the Vietnamese officials continually decried the poor state of their archives and had belittled their potential value for resolving POW/MIA issues. In fact, Nguyen Co Thich said they had been eaten by termites. And I must say in his defense that when we've gotten into the records, we find that many of the records have in fact been eaten by termites. But in 1990, then Foreign Minister Nguyen Co Thich agreed to information-seeking meetings to find ways to get needed information out of Vietnamese records. Since those meetings, access to information has continued to improve. And you probably saw the press announcement from Hanoi a few days ago that Deputy Foreign Minister Le Mai announced release of some classified war records pertaining to fates of Americans. One of the principal tasks of our Hanoi office is guiding research into Vietnamese records. For the first few months, the operations of the office have confirmed our expectations that it will be particularly useful in the search for historical information. As the committee also knows, the Party Congress was held in June, and it produced a number of personnel changes in the Vietnamese government, including a new prime minister and a new foreign minister. I traveled to Hanoi in early October to meet with those two officials. The goals of the trip were to confirm that previous agreements for cooperation on humanitarian matters remained in effect, and to reach agreements on accelerated cooperation in resolving the POW/MIA issues along the lines of the roadmap which had been given to the Vietnamese. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I briefed you and the Vice Chairman and Senator McCain when I returned, as well as Mr. Solars and members of the House that have an abiding interest in this issue. But I believe a summary of the results of the meeting should be in the record and in the public domain. Prime Minister Vo Van Kiet and Foreign Minister Nguyen Van Cam pledged Vietnam's unconditional cooperation in resolving the POW-MIA issues. Both said Vietnam wanted to continue to treat the matter as a humanitarian issue not connected to political matters. Both repeated earlier denials of holding live American prisoners and withholding remains. And then we reached specific agreements on the following points. We agreed to accelerate cooperation on resolving the discrepancy cases and to put in place the mechanisms, procedures, and physical facilities to pursue fullest possible accounting for all missing Americans as long as that would go on. And I would say that the Prime Minister repeated a number of times that they will continue to cooperate on this issue no matter what the state of our other relations is. We agreed that Vietnam would conduct a prompt and diligent search for all historical records which may pertain to missing Americans. And we agreed that the U.S. would provide technical assistance for that search and would bear a share of the cost of the search. Vietnam confirmed its agreement to continue to attempt to recover and return promptly remains of Americans missing from the war. And the United States will continue, we agreed that we would continue to provide technical support in the recovery of remains and help facilitate their identification. We agreed that Vietnam and the U.S. would seek cooperation with Laos and Cambodia to resolve the fates of Americans lost in the border areas of those countries. Vietnam agreed to review the cases of all remaining re-education camp detainees with a view to early release of those detainees. And the U.S. agreed in principle to accept those detainees and their immediate families consistent with the program we had established for earlier detainees. Vietnam and the U.S. agreed to explore some sort of joint venture to provide improved helicopter support for our joint field investigations. And Mr. Chairman, you're very familiar with this, and I will certainly keep you informed as that moves along, as I hope the Defense Department will. Vietnam also agreed to improve support of the Hanoi office and to work with the office to refine live sighting investigation proceedings and procedures and to provide liaison with the office. The U.S. agreed to continue to facilitate humanitarian assistance for the Vietnamese people, and I also agreed that I would recommend to the President that the temporary office be made permanent. I indeed did make that recommendation to the President, and I reported in detail the other results of the meetings. Needless to say, I also reported to the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. Secretary Baker announced at the Paris signing of the Cambodian agreement that we would take the first steps outlined in the roadmap. He also made it clear that progress on normalization would be gauged by Vietnam's cooperation in resolving the POW-MIA issues. Mr. Chairman, I believe that with the Vietnamese and my work with the Vietnamese, that we've reached the necessary agreements to achieve the fullest possible accounting of our missing, to shed as much light as can be shed on the live American prisoner issue, and to recover all the recoverable remains. But I want to say that agreements aren't action. And there's much work to be done, both by Vietnam and the United States. Cooperation, goodwill, honesty, understanding, and diligence are required from both sides. We've received a pledge of unconditional cooperation from the highest levels of the Vietnamese government. They need to work with us, and we need to work with them to make that pledge come true. I think as you heard from the Secretary of Defense, you have a Secretary of Defense, and I can tell you that you have a Secretary of State and a President who are determined to get to the bottom of this issue. The roadmap is in place. We are seeing new levels of cooperation from Vietnam, and it is my earnest hope that those levels of cooperation will continue to grow. You are going to hear from a wide variety of people. Unfortunately, you will not hear from all of the people in the Joint Casualty Resolution Center or the Central Identification Laboratory or all the Defense Intelligence Agency analysts. And I want to tell you that I've worked very closely with these people. They're all mortal human beings like you and me. And I disagree with many of them many times. And we argue and battle, but I want to tell you that they're all dedicated people, And if you could see the field work that has been done with these people traveling by old Soviet helicopters, by dugout canoe, on foot, and into areas of Vietnam where no one's been since the battles were fought, trying to find evidence of what happened to our people, you too would have the same appreciation for their dedication that I have. I'm very pleased that this committee is shedding light on this issue, and I have great hope that by the time you've finished your work, that the American people will have a good understanding of how difficult the issue is and what the facts really are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, General. I think your last comment about you should see and Americans should see the sort of great lengths and dangers even that some people have gone to is precisely what the committee hopes to be able to show. And that is why we've asked some of them to come back here, and we look forward to their descriptions of precisely what they have gone through and do go through in that effort. General, in the course of your years, we'll do a 5-minute round here to try to move through this as rapidly as we can and then come back for a second if needs be. Have you ever run across any holding back from you, any restraint from you of anything that you have sought in an effort to try to resolve this issue within the Defense Department?
No, sir.
Have you ever come across any evidence yourself, personally, that has led you to believe with a certainty that someone was held alive in Vietnam?
No, I have not. But I must tell you that I see all this other evidence which says there may be someone held.
Now, with respect to the evidence that suggests someone may be held, could you share with the committee your description of perhaps some of the strongest of that kind of evidence?
Well, I'm sure that you may get into some of these with the people who are more familiar on the case-by-case basis, but when I went through each of these 119 discrepancy cases and went through some others, and some of the first ones that I laid out, for example, one was a picture of a naval officer, aviator, who in his picture had been on the front page of the Hanoi newspaper back in the 60s at some time. And he was clearly identified and correctly identified by name in the picture, and he was clearly standing between two Vietnamese military people. He did not come back when the prisoners came back. His body had not been returned up until that time, and no accounting had been given for him, so it was a classic discrepancy case in contradistinction to the Vietnamese saying we hold no live prisoners. And that it was the first one I introduced to Minister Tyke at that time. And he, as I said in my statement, he acknowledged that in these and the other examples I gave him, that those were clear discrepancy cases and we needed to find out what happened. In the case of that particular officer, his remains have since been returned and identified and given to his family. I say his remains have since been returned and identified and been sent to his family.
And in that case, there was somebody who was held, who was alive, who was known to be alive, who was not returned when others came back, but who subsequently we have found out to be dead. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Now, what were the circumstances of that person being held but not being returned? Did the person die before people were returned?
He died before people. That is, the explanation that we got is he died before the people were returned.
Now, with respect to the 119 or so discrepancy cases, I think there are a lot of questions that the committee needs to have a very precise sense of, and perhaps you're not going to be able to do all of it, and so much of it can be done not in hearing, obviously. We don't need to do that all in the hearing, but I think it is important for the record to show how you have arrived at 119 discrepancy cases and whether you are satisfied that really represents the only true discrepancies, or whether there might be others that could fit into that category, or perhaps have inadvertently been left out.
Let me answer the back part of that question first. Yes, there may well be others that could be left out, and these were meant to be compelling discrepancy cases to show the Vietnamese why Americans believed that they might be holding live prisoners, in contrast to the statement that they weren't, and as samples of cases to shed light on this issue of whether or not they were holding live Americans. That is, it was my belief that if we took the cases of those we thought had the best chance of being alive, that we would most quickly shed light on the issue of whether or not there were live American prisoners. But certainly, anybody in that whole list of 2,273 might possibly be there. But I think that as we go through this exercise and investigate these, we will know more about whether or not.
When you say anybody in the 2,000 might, isn't that actually not perhaps possible based on evidence?
Well, based on determinations. There are about half of those have been determined to be killed in action, body not recovered. And that's based on wartime sightings of what happened at the time, that his comrades thought the person was killed. And as we're finding out, even many of those, the ones that we thought had a chance of being alive, were also killed, even though we didn't believe them to be killed at the time. So what I say to you is that all the wartime reporting is just, in fact, that. It's wartime reporting. And it was the best reports that could be gathered from the battlefield at the time. And we just have to look into the additional evidence now.
In all of your dealings over these years, you've had occasion now to negotiate significantly, to get to know personally, to begin to see the government opening up and so forth. Have you come to have a personal belief in your gut about whether or not the government, whether you perceive that the government of Vietnam might be holding somebody?
I decided I should not have personal beliefs and gut feelings about this business, Senator, that the job was to set in place as best as I could the mechanism for finding the facts and let the facts speak for themselves. So there are some clear, strong cases to be made at either end of the pole here on the issue of live prisoners, on the issue of warehousing of remains, whatever it happens to be. And I've just drawn down sort of an opaque curtain that says, don't guess, find the facts.
Is it your conviction that that process is now in place, sufficient to permit those answers?
I think we have the agreements to find the answers. If we get the action to follow the agreements, I think the process is in place.
Senator Smith.
General Vetsey, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for coming here today from the Midwest. The weather's a little better here, I guess. Probably good to get out there.
I moved more snow this past weekend than I've moved in the past 3 years combined.
General, in 1987, not too long after you took your position from President Reagan, you made this statement before a House subcommittee on foreign affairs, quote, "We have evidence that says we had people alive. They were in the hands of the Vietnamese authorities when the prisoners came back. They didn't come back. Their bodies didn't come back. Their remains have not been returned, and their whereabouts have not been explained by those same authorities," unquote. You also mentioned that in your first meetings with the Vietnamese, you went through glaring cases that begged for the return of a prisoner. How do you feel today? Do you stand by that statement still?
Yes. The one thing I would correct is where I said we had, I've forgotten exactly how I said it in your statement, we had evidence to lead us to believe they might be in the hands of the Vietnamese when the prisoners came back, is what I would say today. Because Of those 57 cases where we think we've resolved the fates, in fact, the resolution has shown that they were not alive and in the hands of the Vietnamese at the time of the return of the prisoners. We believed we had evidence to show that they were alive at that time, or might be alive at that time. That's the one correction I would make. Other than that, yes, that statement is correct, except to say that we've gone through these 119 discrepancy cases since that time with the Vietnamese cooperation, and I would say that that cooperation has increased steadily through the years. It was pretty scanty to begin with. And now, many of those, in none of those cases have we found any additional evidence that the person might be alive.
Of the original 70, discrepancy cases that were provided to you, how many of those original 70 have actually been resolved?
I just have to take that for the record, Senator. I can't tell you I've stopped discriminating inside the 119, so I can't tell you.
Are you willing to provide the background on all of those cases to the committee for review, not just the summaries, but all of the discrepancy information to the committee?
Well, you know, I'm not the holder of any information, but you heard the Secretary of Defense say that it's available to you. So,
all right.
But I do not have it, but the people that you will talk to do have it.
To the best of your knowledge, and I would be happy to take this also for the record if you're not sure, do you have are any live sighting reports that have been reported today, up to date, do any of these live sighting reports refer specifically to any of those 70 discrepancy cases or any of those unresolved of the 70?
I would have to take that for the record, too. I don't know that to be the case, and I just have to take it for the record.
Do any of the current live sighting reports that we have from other sources, from refugees or from any other source, correlate specifically to any of the 70 discrepancy cases, less those that were resolved?
I think the answer is no, but I would just it needs more research than me just taking an off-the-cuff answer here right now.
Have you ever made any statements in your meetings with the Vietnamese? Have you ever implied to them or stated directly to them that we ought to go look and see if we can find some of these people who are listed in those discrepancy reports, and that the American people would accept us finding prisoners? I think Senator Grassley referred to this, that there would not be any retribution, that if you have people, show them to us. We're not interested in retribution. We're interested in the men.
Exactly.
You have stated
yes. And I want to add something to what the Secretary said. The Secretary, someone asked the Secretary about persons not held in captivity. And I would add what Prime Minister Vo Van Kiet said to me in October of this year, because I have quite consistently raised this issue of if there are people who are not in captivity, but you still have live Americans here that are here of their own free will and volition, we would like to have their families relieved and know that they're here. And certainly, if they want to come back, there'll be no retribution. The Prime Minister said to me, and as best I can recall his exact words, that we don't know of any live Americans. Not only do we not hold live American prisoners, but we don't know of any live Americans. And he said, I believe our security apparatus would know if there were live Americans, and none have been reported.
I know my time's expired. Just one final quick question. The Secretary of Defense in his testimony mentioned the need for trilateral talks that would involve the Laos, since they were not a party to the peace accords in Paris in '73, and therefore some unanswered questions remain. Do you, in your situation where you're dealing with the Vietnamese almost exclusively, Would you support that being involved in that kind of a situation, trilateral talks?
Yes, sir. In fact, that was one of the things that I urged in the last session in Hanoi, and it wasn't a new issue, but getting on.
What's the current strategy as you understand it to get those talks going?
It was an issue raised in the technical talks a few days ago, and the final report of those talks is, I haven't seen it yet, and I'm not sure that it is here completely. So we'll have to look at that. But I've also talked to Secretary Solomon, who has suggested that perhaps I should go to Laos. I told the Vietnamese I would come back in about a month's time, but it will be a month and a half or something from the time I was there, and perhaps I should go to Laos and work on this particular issue if it wasn't worked out in the technical talks.
Thank you.
Senator Grassley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Vesey, first of all, let me thank you for your 5 years of work in this effort, I commend you for your efforts to resolve these issues. I think my questioning would be a little bit along the lines of the chairman's questioning, what Senator Kerry wanted to focus on, but maybe mine would be just a little more focused than his. My first question is to ask you to define what a discrepancy case is and what, if any, are the criteria for discrepancy cases. I'd like an oral answer, but if that won't be complete, I would like to have you supplement it with any written response that you want to give, because I'd like to have
let me use the definition I've used with the Vietnamese, which is the one they believe, and they've heard from me, and that is it's the case of a missing American, for whom we believe we have evidence to show that he was alive at the time of the incident, that he survived the incident in which he was involved, that is an airplane crash or a ground battle, and further that we have evidence that he was captured or about to be captured and who did not come back when the prisoners came back, and whose remains have not been returned, and for whom no other explanation has been offered for his fate.
Okay. Who determines that a case is or isn't a discrepancy case? And specifically, but a second part of that is, who is in charge of the policy on discrimination, discrepancy cases?
Well, I don't believe there's been any really great formal mechanism for putting things into discrepancy cases. They were used initially, recognizing that there might be more discrepancy cases than we had. As you're going to go back into the history of this thing, and you'll get it more accurately by the witnesses. When you go back into the post-73 negotiations, there were a number of cases then, around 70 cases that, to my recollection, that we believe should have come out, who did not come out when the prisoners came out. And that, from that grew this sort of discrepancy case. Now, you will talk to some of the other government witnesses who will give you a little more expanded definition of a discrepancy case, and it includes what I said, but also adds, or cases about which the Vietnamese government should have information. Now, my recollection is that when that definition was built here, it included the cases of those died in captivity from the South. The Vietnamese had reported that certain people had died in captivity, or we had received reports from our own people that some people had died in captivity, and we believed that the Vietnamese should resolve those cases because the information ought to be readily available.
Who today is in charge of whatever you want to call it, policy or not policy, but in charge of making determinations on these discrepancy cases?
Well,
is there one person you can point to that's in charge?
Well, it comes under the head of Mr. Carl Ford, who is sitting back here and is about to be one of your witnesses,
Okay.
but and he can shed more light on that issue than I. But it belongs to the Secretary of Defense, obviously.
Now, a policy that you have nothing to do with, but in which you're part of an effort to get there, factually, you know, I think others here might disagree with me that we've got a steamroller moving through our administration that wants to establish ties with Vietnam, normalization you might call it. And of course, one of the normalization of these relations is remaining discrepancy cases to be resolved. So my question to you is, as chief negotiator with Vietnam on this issue, have you felt any undue pressure to resolve these cases and close the files on them?
No, no, sir.
So there's no pressure on...
Certainly not from our government. Now, the Vietnamese government has quite consistently said, hey, you guys aren't being realistic. We've gathered about all the evidence there is to gather here, but there's no one in our government who has pressured any resolution of those cases.
So then, once again, but put another way, there's no pressure on you that might influence your judgment about one case or another?
What I've tried to do, Senator Grassley, is not be a judge in the cases. I don't want to be judge, jury, prosecutor, and what have you in this exercise. It seems to me it's very important to separate the duties here, to have, my job has been to build the relationships with Vietnam that would let the investigation go ahead. We've got all sorts of other people who've examined these cases through the years and who know them backwards and forwards, and they can pick the cases of those who might have the best chance of being alive and ought to be included in the category of discrepancy cases. So I haven't selected any cases at all. I have reviewed the cases to make sure that I understand that they make sense and that I understand the arguments to be raised with the Vietnamese. But I haven't selected cases, and I don't believe that I should pass on when cases have been resolved. And I have not taken part in that exercise. I think that the people who deal with that regularly need to be the judges there.
Can I have one more question, and it will not require a long answer? I won't be done then, but I think I should stop at this point out of respect for my colleagues. Let me just ask you, if this committee were to show, for instance, that a discrepancy case that has been resolved, a determination made that it's no longer on the list, and if we can show that it should have been resolved, should not have been resolved according to that definition on the merits, and that on the merits it should remain open, could we expect that the case would go back on the list of discrepancy cases?
Well, I'm sure you could, Senator, but I would say to you that the only ones that our people have said have been completely resolved are those where the remains have been returned, or those 4 cases where we've said these people are dead and we are not going to recover the remains. The rest, the other 30-some, 31 or whatever it is cases, we've said the fate is resolved. We believe the person to be dead, but we want the remains back, and we're going to continue to search for the remains or expect Vietnam to cooperate with us in returning those remains. So the resolution, insofar as I understand it for the U.S. government, is if the person is dead, we want the remains back if they are in fact recoverable, and we're going to make an honest effort to try and recover the remains.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. Senator McCain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on what Senator Grassley was saying very quickly, there are times that in these so-called discrepancy cases that the Vietnamese archives and information then is critical, since sometimes we do not recover the remains. Is that right, General
Exactly.
Bessel?
You are exactly correct, Senator.
Which brings me to, in your dealings with the Vietnamese, which you have now had the pleasure of being involved in for now over 5 years, I would ask your personal view as to whether you are optimistic or pessimistic or somewhere in between that the cooperation that the Vietnamese have committed to will become reality. And I'm just asking for a personal view on that.
I think it is becoming a reality and will continue to become a reality. I would also say that for us, I think we have learned that the answers are harder to find than we thought they were initially. I personally thought when President Reagan asked me to take on this job, I thought about 6 months of this and I'd be back doing something else. But the answers are clearly harder to find than we thought they were. Vietnamese archives, at least those that we've gotten into thus far, are not as good as we thought they were. The information is harder to find. It takes a more diligent search than we expected.
I'm encouraged to hear about your commitment to the Laotian solution, because clearly, I think, General, it might be worth restating on the record that the proportion of those who were shot down versus those who were returned is directly out of balance as to those who were shot down and captured in North Vietnam, and clearly that part of the problem is very, very critical, and I think you would agree. Let me just make sure I am clear as to your position on this issue, if I could perhaps restate it, which I think, by the way, is exactly mine, that there might be or may be Americans alive in Southeast Asia. There are unresolved discrepancy cases, but so far there is no evidence that you have seen that there are Americans alive. Is that a correct statement, or would you care to rephrase it?
I would just say that other than the evidence we had to begin with, which are the evidence in these compelling discrepancy cases, plus the live sightings, we have unearthed no new evidence to indicate that there are.
So we must continue to operate under the assumption that there's Americans alive.
That there may be, I would say.
Yeah, that there may be.
And I think as we go through these, we have to be sensible and realistic ourselves as we go through and gather more and more evidence. I would say I've come to the conclusion that the probability of there being live Americans that the probability is considerably lower than I thought it was when I took on the job in 1987.
There will be witnesses that follow you, General, that will allege that there is a massive cover-up in the Pentagon of this whole issue. And I wonder if you would express again your views, given your 49 years of experience and your 5 years of involvement in this issue. Is that one, possible, or two, likely?
Well, I'm not the smartest guy in the world, and I admit that I could be hoodwinked on this issue. But I think it is very unlikely that you would have the 150 or so people who are involved in it and have been involved in it continually conspire to cover it up without somebody blowing the whistle. I just think it is very unlikely. I can't see any evidence of it, and I think that in America, you can't get 5 people to cover something up together for very long, to say nothing of 150, so I just don't think there's any cover-up.
General, are you satisfied with the so-called roadmap as far as United States policy towards Vietnam and the route towards normalization is concerned?
Well, I might have nitpicked it and made it a little bit different had I written it exactly myself, but it's fine. It's out there, and it'll work.
Have you seen any evidence that that American prisoners of war may have been taken to the Soviet Union?
I have seen none.
Do you think that there's a possible scenario?
Well, it's a possible scenario, but I think that talking to you would know probably better about this than I, and in talking to other former prisoners, those that I've talked to didn't see evidence of where that might have happened. There are some anomalies in the interrogation of some of the prisoners, but I don't see any evidence of it.
Finally, General, and maybe you don't feel qualified to respond to this question, Colonel Peck, who I met and spent some time with, has made some very serious allegations about the way that the office carried out their responsibilities with a mindset set to debunk and other areas of concern. Have you had a chance to review his allegations and made any decision on them or have an opinion?
That belonged to the Secretary of Defense, and I got enough work of my own to take care of without taking on the Secretary's job, and I know he investigated that, and you're going to look into that. I must say that I met with Colonel Peck a number of times and had a great respect for Colonel Peck's previous service, but the allegation that his own office, under his direction, was not doing the correct thing, I found a little strange because the people that worked for him seemed to be very competent and helpful to me.
I'd like to finally say, Mr. Chairman, I know I express the views of all of us, our deep appreciation for your very hard work and the enormous success that we have achieved so far. If, in the view of many of us, that's true, although admittedly we have a long way to go, is directly due to your efforts, and we're very grateful to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator McCain. Senator Kassenbaum.
General Vesey, let me use this one maybe. Thank you. I would like to ask about a statement that was in the Washington Post last week that talked about Vietnam underlines cooperation on MIAs. And in that piece, the Deputy Foreign Minister indicated that they were going to release further secret documents regarding how many planes had been hit and their records and so forth. I don't know if that was done. I think it was supposedly this week it was going to be done, or maybe last week. But he also complained in that piece that the MIA effort had been complicated by the U.S. refusal to reciprocate Vietnam's release of old war secrets. And it would, quote, "It would be better if the U.S. gave its classified information about how many planes were shot at, how many were shot down, and how many were missing." Is this a problem at all?
Well, first, Senator Kassenbaum, I'll tell you that that article didn't reach the Brainerd Daily Dispatch in north central Minnesota, so I didn't read it. But it seems to me that we have given Vietnam as much open information as we can on these cases. I don't think he has an issue there. And I would say to you that I believe that the information he's talking about releasing is the same information. I think I showed the committee members, at least the chairman and Senator Smith and Senator McCain, the information found in Quang Binh province during the 14th investigation. And it's my understanding that the useful part of that information was given to our people during the tech talks this past week.
What type of influence do you think Vietnam has at this point over Cambodia and Laos? Does it have enough that it can prompt them to move in a more constructive manner?
I don't know the answer to that question, Senator. The Vietnamese officials with whom I've dealt say, you know, we can speak to the Laotians and the Cambodians, but resolving problems in Laos and Cambodia is very much their problem, and you'll have to do it there. But the Vietnamese officials did agree that both we and they would seek the cooperation of Laos and Cambodia in resolving the cases of those that were lost to areas then under the control of Vietnamese forces.
Do you think that the reason Vietnam appears to be so much more forthcoming and wanting to resolve the POW-MIA issue is that they really would like to be able to normalize relations and establish some trade?
They certainly want to normalize relations. I think the Vietnamese leaders, and certainly one senses it from the Vietnamese people, not involved in politics in Vietnam when you're there, that they recognize the world is changing very dramatically and they want to be a part of that changing world.
Thank you very much, General Vesey.
Senator Reid.
Could I mention one thing, Senator Reid, very quickly? I would also like to express my appreciation to General Vesey for stressing the continued re-education camp detainees. He brings that up every time there's 100 to 200 who are still in prison after all these years. And as a humanitarian and a aspect, I think it's very important. I appreciate your efforts in that degree, too. And there's hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese Americans who appreciate your efforts on their behalf, too, General Vesey. Just wanted to thank you.
I want to say, Senator, I have great hopes that that the Vietnamese delegation in New York is watching the televised proceedings of these hearings and will hear those words and move out smartly with the review they promised and the early release of those remaining detainees.
Let me just say that, if I can, the committee will be traveling to the region in February, and plans are already being laid for that trip, meeting with the government of Laos, various officials, government of Cambodia and Vietnam. But I think that also, we hope, each of these visits seems to have prompted its own effort to sort of meet the standards of prior commitments. And my hope is that with the Select Committee formally traveling to the region and continuing its inquiry there, that will be viewed as a benchmark moment where obviously some senators are going to form some judgments about the level of cooperation. And I hope likewise that the foreign minister from Laos was recently visiting here, and they've all, again, talked cooperation. The key will be these next few months, and I think there's an opportunity for us to look for progress there. Senator Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I served on the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House, we held hearings on this issue, and that was many years ago. And I think kind of the shame of all, and the shame, maybe that's too hard a word, but the difficulty with all this is we've waited so long to try to do something like this. And it was, I think, a result of those photographs that came out and a number of other things that focused attention on this, that we're doing it. I'm glad we're doing it even though it's late in the game, because I think we do need some finality. General, Secretary Cheney testified today that there are 88 additional staff that he has working on this. So there, and you've indicated you have about 150, I think you said, working on it. How many Vietnamese are working on it? You've indicated there are some people in little wooden canoes and flying these old beat-up helicopters. But the point of the matter is, how many of those are there?
I can't give you an exact number. Of course, it varies from time to time. What the Vietnamese Office for Seeking Missing Persons does is go out into the provinces to generate support at the time. And the foreign minister, when I was last there, gave me a number of, no, I guess it was in the next to last trip, that Minister Tyke gave me a number of the man days that Vietnam had dedicated to this issue since we started the joint investigations in 1988. And if it is even within 20% of being correct, it's a staggering amount of man days that were devoted by Vietnam.
Remember what that figure was he gave
I can't remember. I'm sorry to say, I can't remember. But I was thinking that we had perhaps spent about 3,500 or 4,000 American man days on the ground at that time, and my recollection is that the Vietnamese figure was around 10 times. That is what he gave to me. Now, what's counted in that, I can't tell you.
On page 15 of Secretary Cheney's testimony, he indicates that some of the most vexing questions remaining from the Vietnam War relate to the unaccounted for in Laos. Of the 528 Americans who remain unaccounted for in Laos, 335 in the category POW MIA. At Operation Homecoming, only 9 Americans captured in Laos returned as POWs. Now, that percentage of difference is significant, isn't it, as compared to, say, Vietnam?
Yes, it is. But I would say to you that Of the 335 that are in the category of POW MIA, and it's my understanding that that's kind of where they are now, that number included only a fairly small number of people who were believed to be prisoners. And as you talk to the later witnesses, you have people out here that's sitting here today who know more about that than I. Now, these other people were missing, but not necessarily believed to be prisoners. So
That's something we should pin down.
But what you need to do is get at the facts in that issue. It's an important point, and as Senator McCain said, you know, the percentage of those who are missing is much higher from unaccounted for, is much higher from Laos than it is from Vietnam.
We don't like to think about this, much less talk about it, but a large number of the people that we are trying to account for could have been killed, isn't that right? After they were on the ground, for example?
Yes, yes. In fact, that's what we're finding in the discrepancy case investigations in Vietnam. We're finding that they either some of the people tried to escape and were killed, or they died later from wounds that they received at the incident, or whatever it was.
And are we going to be able, you think, General Vesey, to get information in that regard?
Vietnam, since the 1988, has been more cooperative in telling us what happened to the people. Many, when the first sets of remains came back in 87, 88, they gave us a little narrative of what happened to the person, and by and large, they were not inconsistent with with the information that we had.
How many of the missing in action POWs were airmen as compared to on the ground?
If I can search in my little bag here, I'm sure I have that on a card. I say that, and I probably won't be able to dig out the
I need not,
card.
General, you can supply that for the record, but do you have an idea?
Come on, troops, cough it up here. Pardon? Well, the total.
We could hear that.
Well, let's just put it in the record. We'll give you the exact numbers in the record, and then it saves me milling around in my briefcase here.
Okay, but I just need a general idea. I don't, you can put the exact figure in the record, but is it 80%, 50%?
No, the largest number of the 2,273 unaccounted for in Vietnam today, the largest number are Army, and the second largest number is Air Force, and then it goes down Marine Corps, then Navy is my recollection, but that's. One of you guys has surely got that number someplace. Thank you. Right, of that total, of the 2271 now, 674 are Army, 448 are Navy, I'm sorry, and 823 are Airmen. So the largest number is Air Force.
A lot of those Navy, some of those Navy would be air also.
Most of the Navy people are aviators. 283 Marines, 1 Coast Guard, and 42 civilians.
Thank you.
Senator Robb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Vesey, you've always been very forthcoming with all of the information that you've been able to share with any of us in any fora that we've been able to have an opportunity to hear you. I'd like to focus for just a minute on the kinds of information that you don't have but think might be available. I wonder if you could address the question of any types of information that is otherwise ascertainable as far as we know but not currently available to you that might be within the Vietnamese sphere of influence or other Southeast Asian countries' influence, or the kinds of procedures that have been denied to us, the kinds of access, whatever the case might be. What is it you would most like to have in fulfilling your mission that is not currently available? And from the point of view of this particular committee, what kinds of information might we be able to gather from whatever sources are available to us that you have not been able to gather and would be helpful in the totality of the resolving the individual cases and the overall concerns about those who may or may not still be missing?
Well, from Vietnam, it is clear the historical records of there's certain sets of historical records that are very important, and the list of prisoners that they had, for example, would certainly be a very illuminating document. The results of their efforts to recover remains. Now, whether or not they have this in any sort of records, I'm not sure, because this was a sort of a decentralized operation. They gave instructions to subordinate units to collect remains and information about Americans that had been killed. If there's some sort of a record of that, it would be particularly useful, even if it is not a centralized record, if we're able to get that record from provinces or military regions or whatever it happens to be.
General, could I interrupt? Have you specifically requested that precise information, and what has been the basis for the denial of that information?
In fact, it hasn't been denied, Senator. What we agreed in October in Vietnam and was that Vietnam would conduct a prompt and diligent search for all historical records that might pertain to the fate of missing Americans. Now, if in fact that is carried out, we will get the information we're looking for. And we have said that we will help provide technical assistance, and that is tell the Vietnamese, to the best that we understand, where they might search for those records. That is, what particular units and so forth might provide that search. And in our Defense Intelligence Agency, we have people who've studied this problem for years, and they know which records to get at. Now, it is my expectation that working through our office in Hanoi, that we will relay to the Vietnamese where we believe this search should take us, and then the Vietnamese will be forthcoming with us and tell us what records they have and where we might find them. And if we have what I said I hope we'd have is honesty and diligence on both sides, we'll get the answers.
Have you yet encountered a situation where you knew or had every reason to know that a particular document or set of documents existed and that they specifically denied you access for any particular reason? Well,
for example, the document that was found in Quang Binh province during the 14th investigation, we were given only the extracts from that document that pertained to the particular cases that were being investigated under in the 14th investigation. When I raised it with the Vietnamese officials in Hanoi, they said, well, you will eventually get all that information, but we are doing first things first. We had agreed that we would investigate these cases, so we're investigating those cases and we're giving you that information. When we get to the other cases, we will give you the other information. So I urged them, please don't do that. Give us all the information that you have, whatever cases they're on, so that we can move on with all alacrity to resolve this whole issue, that it's in your interest, it's in our interest. Now, since then, it's my understanding that in the last technical talks, we've gotten most of that information, but again, you see some of the same thing that occurs here within our own government. It seems to me I've heard that our people were told that the Vietnamese Defense Department said they can't give the whole document because it also contains classified information, and they will give us the extracts which pertain to ours. So there's a certain amount of bureaucratic problems that the Vietnamese have to go through to solve this information release problem too.
You think they understand that their credibility is judged, at least in part, on their willingness to provide information that is available to them?
Certainly, the officials with whom I deal understand that, but it's kind of like the dealing with the American government too, is that maybe the guy that's got the file doesn't quite understand it the same way that his boss understands it. So, and it's something that we have to work through in our country, and they have to work through in their country. I don't know how this agreement for this prompt and diligent search will come out, but if it's done correctly, we should get the answers, and it is my hope that our people will work with the Vietnamese, and that I intend to go back to Vietnam in some weeks' time before the end of the year and see how we're doing with that.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask you that my time is officially expired? Could I ask one additional question just while General Vesey is here? General, you've had an opportunity to work with both the immediate past Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, and have met with at least once the new Prime Minister and Foreign Minister. Do you ascertain any changes in terms of official government policy with respect to this particular issue that is discernible at this point?
I came away certainly pleased with what the new Prime Minister and the new Foreign Minister said. That they made it very clear that they want to resolve this problem. They also said they're going to continue to cooperate on this problem as a humanitarian issue, whatever the United States does, whether the Prime Minister used, for example, the President's recent renewal of the trade embargo. He said, Prime Minister Vo Van Kiet said, we didn't like to have the trade embargo renewed, but he said, I want you to know, and I want you to tell the President that we will continue to cooperate on POW/MIA because we think it's a humanitarian issue, and we owe it to the American families as a humanitarian gesture. And we're going to continue to cooperate on this issue if the President renews the trade embargo 5 more times.
Thank you, General Vesey. Mr. Chairman.
General, before we break, I think we have a few more questions we would like to ask you. I'd like to just do a little bit of housekeeping, if I may. First thing, I'd just like you to know that Senator Smith and I invited UN Mission Ambassador Lang to be here so that they don't have to watch it on TV. And in fact, the ambassador is here and listening to these hearings, and I hope that that will serve as a good communication in this process. Secondly, I want to emphasize what is obvious to a lot of people when you have 12 senators asking questions of one witness. Inevitably, time is chewed up, and we all recognize that. And I want to underscore that the committee does not view these inquiries publicly as all-inclusive by any sense of the word. There will be questions submitted in writing. There will be depositions taken outside of this process, all of which will be made part of the public record. But we do want as much of it to be, at least in the outlines, conducted in public so people can see where we're going and understand the methodology. We particularly wanted to establish the baseline, if you will, for where we're beginning from for the rest of what follows. This afternoon, we will be hearing from other members of the administration who have detailed knowledge of some of the things that you've alluded to today. And then tomorrow, I think, a very important testimony from those who are on the ground in country, both in intelligence as well as in the field, who have been pursuing this for a long period of time. Then we'll hear from families and their perspective, and we will hear from veterans groups in this country and their perspective. And then finally, on the third day, we will hear from some of the critics of the process, those who have a different point of view. And the committee will then begin its analysis of much of what has been laid out here. As I said earlier, we will have a public airing of that analysis and of the process as the committee deems it has some story to tell or some conclusions to draw or a capacity to put something out publicly. I'd just like to come back to a few things, if I can, quickly. You discussed a moment ago how we classify some of these people and the judgments that we have to make. And obviously, these are very tough judgments in some cases. The question arises whether or not there has been some effort within the process because of the nature of the toughness of the decisions. For instance, if there is a determination that someone was tortured and died subsequently, or if there were a determination that the circumstances surrounding someone's disappearance might be embarrassing, is it fair to say that you have knowledge of or have come across some situations where those determinations might exist and there has been an effort to spare a family or to not exactly tell a whole story, and that might have left some of these question marks hanging out there?
I'm not a good one to answer that question, Senator. It is my understanding, and it has also been my great hope, that the families would be told whatever it is that can be told the families.
Do you know whether or not families have been told, in all cases, the full measure of what the government knows regarding one of their loved ones?
I think it's my understanding that the policy is that if the family wants all the information, they can get all the information. But if it is simply that the serviceman was killed in action, and the family doesn't desire any more information in that particular case, that the additional information has not been provided. But again, I'm not the expert on that particular field, and I think you ought to.
Fair enough. Well, as I said, General, the committee is determined to ask some tough questions through the course of this, and some of them may not have answers that are altogether happy or pleasing. And I think if we don't do that, we're not going to get at this correctly.
But I believe I should tell you a couple of other things that pertain to your question on another facet of that point. And that is that in terms of classifying these particular cases into discrepancy cases or last known alive and so forth, it is my own personal view that our people are bending over backwards to give the benefit of the doubt to having the person be alive. For example, I recall in the original set of discrepancy cases an argument that was going on about whether or not a fellow who dropped from a helicopter that was 100 and some odd feet in the air should be included or not, should not be included, and I think that it finally included him. So that's the sort of extremes that our people go to keep the possibility of somebody in there who might have a chance. Now, on the Vietnamese side, my approach with the Vietnamese is that we're not trying to reconstruct the past or come up with war crimes trials or any such thing as that. We want to know. Now, on the Vietnamese side, my approach with the Vietnamese is that we're not trying to reconstruct the past or come up with war crimes trials or any such thing as that. We want to know what happened to our people. First, we want to know, are there any live Americans there? And we're not going to ask the question about what you said in the past, that you said there weren't any and now there are any. Fine. If there are some, let's us have them. And we're just going to ignore the past statements. And if people have been killed under circumstances that are embarrassing, we are not going to make an issue out of that. What we want to know is where are our people? What happened to them? And we're not going to come back and say, you should try the person who killed this person or something like that. And we agreed that when I first met with them, that we cannot go back and reconstruct the past. We cannot change the past. We have to start from, then it was 1987, we have to start from 1987 and go forward. So that's been our general approach with the Vietnamese. We have not looked for opportunities for recrimination or some such thing as that on what happened to these people.
Well, I think that's an important statement and an important policy, and for whatever it is worth, at least this senator shares that belief. I would hope my other colleagues do, because I think it's an important message in terms of breaking the logjam. And there is another side, which all of us know, which is that we also took prisoners, and I'm not sure that we can account for all of the prisoners that we took. And I can certainly say from this senator's experience that there are some instances where I know some prisoners disappeared, and that was the nature of the war. And so I think if we all get back into that, we're really not going to resolve this, and it would be an enormous loss. So I share that view, and I think it is important. Let me ask you also, General, among those 2,273, were any known to us to be or classified as deserters?
It is my understanding that none were classified as deserters. Now, there's some evidence in some very few cases that some might have been there under their own free will. Later on, there was some evidence that came up. But the evidence is pretty scanty, and certainly not something where you'd want to, I wouldn't want to accuse any of these guys of being deserters or anything like that. There's just not enough evidence to do that. In the cases I've personally reviewed, I don't see any deserters or collaborators or any such thing as that. They were honest soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and one Coast Guard.
And there is a body of about, what, 40-some civilians, is that accurate, who are listed as MIA people?
Yes, sir, 42 in Vietnam. Now, there are more in Laos, and I don't have that number, but I'm sure you'll get it from the others.
I think what is going to be important is, as the committee reviews this, obviously, is to try to make some judgments about that. I think that as we get into the Bobby Garwood piece of this, there will be questions raised about that sort of classification and treatment, and whether or not that might have served somehow to send a message that had a negative impact on the possibility, conceivably, of finding some other people. And I think that's something the committee needs to look at. General, it's my understanding that the search and rescue reports, all the SAR mission documents, have been destroyed. I gather, not through some ill-conceived intent, but rather as a matter of pro forma destruction of documents. Now, this strikes me as being absolutely contrary to the concept of this being one of our highest priorities. And can you confirm that? Is that accurate?
Well, you'll have to get the experts to do that from the Defense Department. That's my understanding, too. I've found that
It is
out.
your understanding that those documents are gone?
That the search and rescue squadron documents have been destroyed as a normal destruction of documents. But let me say that it was not, it was probably the belief that all the information pertaining to the POW MIA people had been gleaned from those documents, certainly before they were destroyed. But I guess it points up an anomaly here. We get rid of unclassified material that might be good material, and classified material that might be worthless hangs around for a long time because it's classified.
Is it your belief, based on your 5 years of negotiations, that Vietnam genuinely wants to resolve this issue?
I believe they do.
And is it your belief that the agreements that have been reached, and I distinguish agreement from cooperation, but the agreements that you have reached are sufficient at this point in time to permit us to resolve this issue?
I believe we have the broad outline agreement to resolve the issue. Now, we may need agreements on details inside of those other agreements, but I believe, as I said in my statement, that we have the agreements to move toward fullest possible accounting if we get the the right cooperation and level of effort from the government of Vietnam, and that we, in fact, do our work ourselves. We have a lot of work to do, too.
And assuming that that cooperation is forthcoming to give flesh to those agreements, how much time do you believe it would take to resolve this issue?
Well, the fullest possible accounting will go on for a long time. My oldest son is the deputy chief of mission in our embassy in Papua New Guinea, and he, every once in a while he writes to me about Americans having a crew down there in Papua New Guinea recovering remains from people who were lost in World War II. So that's almost 50 years. So that part of it may go on for a long time. But the issue of being generally satisfied on the live American thing, we're going to prove a negative there in the live American thing, so you really don't prove it conclusively because everyone has some probability, some possibility of being alive. So finally you don't prove that until you get through all of it. But certainly we will shed an awful lot of light on it with good cooperation from the Vietnamese government and good diligent work by ourselves in investigating these discrepancy cases. We'll have a much better view of whether or not Vietnam is telling the truth when they say we don't hold live prisoners. And
is it fair to say then, in light of what you're saying, that the process of getting remains and the process of carrying out these agreements could go on for a long period of time?
I think the remains issue is a difficult one because the losses in the South are battlefield losses. Those will be far more difficult cases to investigate. There will be less historical records there. And the precise locations will be more difficult to find. The air losses in the North, I think the additional remains will also be difficult to recover now because by and large these crash sites have all been scavenged by people looking for metal and so forth. And so they're very, I don't know that we've found any new virgin sites that haven't been scavenged in some way or another in recent times. I think every one we've gone to. So, and those people that were lost in the North from in crashes, there's some where there were identifiable sets of remains, and we got a lot of those earlier on. But as I pointed out in listing the remains that have come back since 1987, there are 100 sets out there that might be American remains, which the anthropologists will tell you these exhibit evidence of remains that have come from airplane crashes. They're the sorts of fragmentary remains that come from airplane crashes, and lacking the contextual background for that particular set of remains, unless you get something that's good from the skeletal remains itself, you can't identify it. Whereas, you know, if you know that here an airplane crashes over here and Bill Jones and John Smith were two guys in that airplane, Bill Jones was a big guy and John Smith was a little guy, and you go to that airplane site and you find some remains of a fellow that was a big fellow and some of a little fellow, you know which was which by process of elimination, even though you didn't have all the forensic anthropological means of identifying each of those sets of remains. Now, once these remains have been picked up and moved around, and we don't know, which crash site it came from and so forth, they're very difficult to identify, and that'll take an awful lot of work.
So the real measure here, General, will be in the next months to be able to make a reasonable judgment that the agreements are being given the flesh of cooperation, that it is the fullest cooperation possible, and finally and most importantly, that we are satisfied that to the best of our capacity and judgment that no one is being held alive. Is that accurate?
I think that's a good statement.
And do you see that as something that can be resolved over months?
Well, every time I've said it could be resolved over months, it has taken years, and it always turns out to be harder than we thought it would be. It seems to me that it's my intention to go back to Vietnam between now and the end of the year and look and see how we're doing with these specific agreements that we reached in October, which are is the broad framework for moving ahead on fullest possible accounting. And it'll probably be another 6 months or so before we really know that that all that's in place and working well. We'll have some refinements to work out, which we'll work out in the technical talks. These discrepancy cases, the original 119, have turned out to be far more difficult than I thought they would be. When I gave Nguyen Co Thach the first 70 in the June of 1988, I believe it was, I gave him a list. And I divided it up into a book by reading the cases myself and saying, you ought to be able to resolve this number in 30 days, this in 60 days, these in 90 days. Well, we're years down the road, and we're still working on some of those cases.
Final question before I turn to my colleagues. Some of us have argued, and I emphasize the individuality of this argument within the context of this committee, but some of us have argued that the POW-MIA process and the putting to test of Vietnamese intentions would be greatly enhanced by getting more and more Americans in country. The more people there are, the more flow of information there is potentially, and if there were somebody alive, the better chances of finding that. How do you react to that concept?
Well, I think that's right, that Vietnam is far more open today than it was just a few years ago that I started in this process. There are two sides to that. One is you'll have more eyes looking around there and seeing things. The other thing is that you're probably going to have more live sightings, too. A live sighting today of a Caucasian being seen someplace in Vietnam probably doesn't mean anything at all, because there are all sorts of Caucasians running around there now.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's almost time to wrap up here. I do want to make 2 or 3 points. I do want to, and based on what General Vesey said and what the Secretary of Defense said, I would like to put on the record request that the committee do look into those discrepancy cases and the background that led up to each of those discrepancy cases. 2 or 3 quick points, General. You mentioned regarding the cooperation with the internal cooperation with the DIA, the fact that they have worked closely with you in harmony. But it's also been said that there has been some criticism about this discrepancy process, that it's not working, and that the DIA basically indicated to you. A, is that true? And B, if it is, what did you do about it?
I don't recall anybody in DIA telling me anything about the discrepancy business is not working.
So there was never any request by you to anyone at DIA to review any findings regarding the discrepancy case process?
Well, that is not the answer to the first question, and I want to make that clear. That I argue, these guys will tell you, I argue with them all the time, that and I sit down and go with them through the cases and so forth and the evidence and challenge them on how they came to it and so forth, and we have some knockdown dragouts, but you know, sooner or later you have to make a judgment, but I have let them make their own judgments in these issues, but I have, as they will tell you, I continue to challenge them. So to say that all has always been sweetness and light between me and every member of the DIA and their analysts would be totally wrong, because it's not the case. And it hasn't been in my lifetime on issues other than POW-MIA. Intelligence officers that have worked for me through the years know that I'm going to wrestle them to the ground on how they come to their conclusions, because I think it's important for me to understand it in dealing with the intelligence, that it's important for me to understand how they came to the conclusions they came to, whether it's POW-MIA or the probability of enemy attack or where the enemy is or whatever it happens to be.
On the, again, focusing on the discrepancy cases, One of the concerns that I have regarding any movement to normalize, which is a policy matter, which is not the scope of this committee, and I don't want to get into it other than just to simply mention it in passing, is that I have seen some of this intelligence myself, and I know many in the agency that I have talked to feel that there are a substantial number of remains that they still have, the Vietnamese still have knowledge of, whether they be in a warehouse or some other definition of a warehouse or whatever the heck you want to call it, and that they are not forthcoming with that information, and in effect that the DIA has briefed you on that and you're aware of that. So how can we then say that we are making progress in this discrepancy case approach if we've accounted for a very small nominal number of discrepancy cases, and yet there's still allegedly, based on our intelligence, whether that's accurate or not remains to be seen, but some 400 at least cases of remains that are still lying around. Surely if they're going to be somewhat reticent to provide information on remains, they're sure as heck could be very reticent to provide anything on live Americans, as I would interpret that.
That's correct, if that is, in fact, is the case, that they do have 400 sets of remains. I don't know whether they have 400
Have the
sets of remains.
DIA ever indicated to you that they think there are 400 sets?
There are people in the DIA who believe that they might have several hundred sets of remains. And I tried to lay that out in my statement there, that yeah, you can build a case. You can build a pretty good case that Vietnam likely has a number of sets of remains. Now, there are also, it's fair to say, and you'll get into all this, you'll see that there are some I don't want to call them weak reads, but there are some single source bases for these conclusions, and you have to evaluate that. What Vietnam, the leaders, the highest levels of the government say, we're not holding remains. Now they're saying we're continuing to try and collect remains, and that Vietnamese people have remains. So I don't know what the answer to that is. And as I tried to say in my statement, we just have to continue to work and let the facts come out for themselves. What we want are the remains back if they have remains. I can't for the life of me figure out why they would keep them. We're certainly not going to pay them any money for them. And, or the time for bargaining is gone. You know, the bargaining days are over in this issue, so if they do have remains, I hope they will return them quickly. And if they don't have, well, they don't have them, and we don't know the answer to that question. And as you say, you can build a case that says they well may have a certain set of remains, and you build it on this sort of logic chain. But there are some things that might not be totally correct in that logic chain.
Well, I'm assuming that this information has been presented to the Vietnamese by you, as has the discrepancy case. Ad
nauseum.
Okay. One final point, which I think is very important to the hearing, and to the whole investigation. It's the final point, Mr. Chairman, is that this whole definition of evidence fascinates me as to what evidence is. The mortician, alleged mortician, made a statement that he saw or was personally involved with a number of remains, and it's my understanding the agencies believed him, and he was, as a result of that, we were pursuing this information on remains. And in the Clarence Thomas hearings, one statement, one witness, alleged evidence almost denied an individual the Supreme Court. I assume that would be considered evidence. Whether or not it's accurate, it's still evidence. I'm just fascinated by the definitions here. We have evidentiary information that has been provided by our sources and methods of intelligence, which basically concluded in a number of discrepancy cases how people died. But whenever similar evidentiary standards are applied to why somebody lived, it doesn't relate. And I want to finish the point here and let you respond. My definition is a high bar. I mean, you can say we need 1 lie detector test, and then we can raise the high bar and say we need 2, pass that. We can raise it again and say we need 3. Then we can raise it again and say we need 4 or 5 witnesses to review this. Let me bring it right to the point. In page 5 of your statement, on number A at the bottom, second paragraph from the bottom, there are some additional salient points to the live prisoner issue. Quote, we know through extensive debriefings and subsequent investigation that all Americans seen by U.S. POWs in the Vietnamese prison system have been accounted for as returned POWs or through return of remains or having been reported as died in captivity. Now, based on that statement, I would assume, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, that if POW John McCain or POW Red McDaniel or Robbie Reisner or any other POW who had come home had said to you, General Vesey, I saw 5 guys, here are their names, and they are not on the list. I was with them. I was there. They were with me side by side, and I turned and I walked out to get on the plane to come home, and I looked around and they weren't there. And here are their names. Am I to assume that that would be evidence, in your definition of evidence, evidence that those men were alive and are presumed, at least presumed to be prisoners of war at the time that those men left?
Yeah, unless there were other evidence that countered it and outweighed it. But assume that there were no other evidence.
So you would take the word of John McCain or Robbie Reisner or any other POW, sure. Correct?
Right.
Well, this is where I have a problem. In 1975, Robert Garwood was still carried as a prisoner of war. No one knew any, at least nobody was admitting anything that they knew about what he did or did not do in Vietnam. And he still says to this day, he was a POW. He still says to this day that he saw live Americans that did not come home after everybody had come home. Why is that not evidence?
Well, let me say that my statement here is post-Garwood, and I'm back to what I said we were doing with the Vietnamese. I have not gone back and tried to reconstruct.
Well, Garwood still maintains, though, General. He still maintains.
Okay, I would tell you that you'll just have to listen to Garwood and make your own judgments.
Well, I will.
Garwood has not been forthcoming to the Department of Defense, and
well, that's incorrect, but I won't.
Well,
I won't debate that. That's not correct. But
well, that's a matter of judgment, and let me say that I have not dealt with Garwood. I wouldn't know Garwood if he walked across the floor here today. But there are a lot of people around who have dealt with him, and you'll just have to take the Garwood thing and wrestle it.
I understand. I don't want to argue it. It's time to go. I just want to make the point that Robert Garwood was a POW.
Well, Robert Garwood says he was a POW.
Well, he certainly was a POW, General. He was
captured.
He was shot. He was wounded in a capture. He killed at least 1 Vietnamese in the capture. That's certainly not desertion, as I understand the definition of desertion. So at one time, he was a POW. And all I'm saying is that Robert Garwood said he saw live Americans. So I don't think it's accurate to say that no POW has ever said he didn't see other POWs, because Robert Garwood did. That's all I'm trying to point out, and I'm not trying to argue. I understand you were not involved.
And I just have to tell you, look at all the statements that Garwood has given, the statements that he gave when he first came back and the other statements that he's given. Look at all of them, and then make your own judgment. There's no point in you and I arguing about Garwood, because we could stay here all day long.
I just want to make the final point.
I accept your point.
All I want to say is that in definition of evidence.
And I would happily change my statement to other than former one-time POW, alleged POW, Bobby Garwood. I would change my statement to make that correction.
Thank you, General.
General, thank you. Let me just say again that Mr. Garwood will be completely debriefed and deposed by the committee. All his prior statements will be sought by the committee. A full analysis and comparison will be made. And as you said, General, we're going to have to wrestle that one to the ground, and the committee will do its best to do that. You made one comment, and I'd just like to come back to it, and then we'll close off. You said that you have come to believe that the probability of someone being alive is very low.
No, I said it was far lower than what I thought it was when I started this thing, I think.
Can you kind of I mean, I don't want to, it's just, I'm interested because of your observations on this. Is there any way to quantify that?
Well, I don't want to start, I made that sort of pledge to myself that I wasn't going to start guessing about whether or not there were people or not, and I think I'd like to kind of stick to it. I just say to you that based on what we have learned on these, in examining these discrepancy cases, that there were the cases that looked like really had the best chance of being alive. We've resolved many of those cases.
And those
they are not alive.
So the ones where you made a judgment based on your experience and neutrality, and not even neutrality, based on your commitment to the presumption that somebody was alive, you approached this saying, we're going to believe somebody's alive, correct?
Yes, reading these statements,
and then
said what I'd read those statements, I'd say, here's a real discrepancy case. This is one that
and you were excited about the possibility that you might find somebody alive in that case, or that there was a legitimate question that they
certainly
might be.
A legitimate reason for investigating the case.
And those cases were the ones where you thought there was the best opportunity for you to find somebody alive?
Yes,
based on your judgment, looking at all the cases.
Let me say that I didn't make the judgment, this was the best and this was the least best. What I did is I read those cases and I said, these are real discrepancy cases and they ought to be investigated.
And each of those cases,
categorize them as, 1, 2, 3, 4.
But in each of those cases where you thought you had the best shot,
in many of those cases,
you found where you resolved them, they were resolved that the person had died.
Right.
And the remains have since been recovered.
Well, not in all cases. The remains have not all been recovered.
But you made the judgment that they had died.
That is, our people have made the judgment that the person has died.
General, is there any degree that you sense that because of the sensitivities of this issue, because of the extraordinary gaps in information, et cetera, that there's been a walking on eggs sort of attitude in the Defense Department that has restrained people from communicating or fully communicating, and that has created more questions?
No, I don't think so. That I would say to you that we're now 18 years from the end of the war, and the people, the Defense Department at that time had a great deal of sensitivity to the families and so forth. Now, the people who are casualty officers now are long since removed from the war in Vietnam. I suspect that many of them did not fight in the war. So when you hear, I wrote a little note when somebody talked about alleging why information wasn't given to the families. There are two things. One is that the department doesn't want to give wrong information to the families. And that came out very much in the Secretary's talks about the friendly fire issues. But I'd also say that it's a long time since the war now, and there's been many turnovers in casualty officers and so forth. And what the department needs to do is certainly have sensitivity training or something for the people that deal with the families, recognizing that the issue has stayed with the family. That's their loved one, and no changes have been made in that. He's been gone since the war and has stayed gone ever since the war, and that issue still burns with that family. And so what we need to do is have the sensitivity in the bureaucratic system, and I'd say even with the committee in dealing with this thing, is recognizing that. And it's hard to do.
I realize it's hard to do. I think that there ought to be perhaps a new commitment in the effort to try to deal particularly with those families that are most concerned. And I think the Secretary incidentally indicated that. I think that in the wake of the Robertson, Lundy, Adele, Stevens photo, there has been a better effort to try to respond to that. But I think there are a lot of families still out there that have questions that don't feel like they have the full sense of their file, or that people are there and available. And it might be a good idea to kind of go back to square one here and identify any or all families that might have that kind of question to the degree they feel they're outside of the loop, and get a review process that satisfies their questions. And with the committee here, I can assure you we're hearing from those people, and we're going to be coming to the department anyway and saying, this person is alleging this or that, and trying to track it down, because I think that's one of the things the committee can perhaps help bring to closure is the reestablishment of that relationship.
I think that's right, and I think we heard that commitment from the Secretary of Defense this morning. And I would also say that given the new openness of Vietnam, or the apparent new openness, time will tell whether we actually have new openness, that the Secretary has devoted additional resources to this problem. It's being reorganized within the department to take advantage of the new openness. And so I think there's a great opportunity for the department to review this whole matter, and I'm confident that they'll do that.
Well, General, again, we appreciate and respect enormously your efforts on this, and we're very grateful to you for taking the time to be here this morning. We will leave the record open for the submission of additional questions in writing, and also for the submission of those answers that you wanted to put on the record, reflecting the figures that Senator Reid and others asked about. We have a lot of ground to cover. Let me just say to the next round of witnesses that we would request summaries of about a 10-minute period of the testimony. Full test statements will be placed in the record. We want to maximize the time for questioning, and we will reconvene here at 2:15 p.m. We stand in recess. This afternoon, we are continuing the first set of hearings of the MIA POW Select Committee. And we will move forward with testimony from the administration. For those who are just either tuning in or arriving or paying attention for the first time, through this afternoon we will hear from various administration officials who have been personally deeply involved in this issue over a period of time. And then specifically, Mr. Dwayne Andrews, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Command, Control, Communications, and Intelligence, Ken Quinn, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, and the Chairman of the POW MIA Interagency Group, Mr. Carl Ford, the Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs, together with Michael Ryan and George Christmas, and finally, Dennis Nagy, the Acting Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, accompanied by personnel from the department. Now, that's a lot to chew in one afternoon. We're going to do the best we can to move through this. I repeat, because I keep feeling it is very important for all to understand, these are the baseline hearings. It is important for us to establish what we are doing today, what the current standards are that we apply today, how we are approaching this issue today, and also to try to draw on people's assessments and judgments about past efforts, in so much as they help shed light on the overall affair. But I think that nobody should mistake this as being sort of the final word with respect to any of the inquiries that are being made in the course of today. Now, I would ask you, Mr. Andrews, if you would please, if you could summarize, perhaps give you a 10-minute time frame here to the best of your ability, and then we can proceed into the question period, and to whatever degree your statement is not reflected in that 10 minutes, we'll put your full statement in the record. Thank you for being with us. May I ask you if you would stand so I could swear you, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Smith, and Senator Grassley. As you requested in your letter of October 17th, I am pleased to summarize the process and the key findings of our inquiry into Colonel Millard Mike Peck, allegations of impropriety in the POW-MIA resolution process. I am not formally part of that process, but I am responsible for the staff oversight of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and while I can address our management inquiry, specifics concerning the details of POW-MIA policies, practices, and procedures would best be directed at members of the IAG, and especially DIA and Carl Ford, which you'll hear from later this afternoon. Regarding the Peck matter, as soon as Secretary Cheney learned of Colonel Peck's allegations, which was the day following his departure, he asked me to work with Mr. O'Donnell, the General Counsel of the Department of Defense, to look into Colonel Peck's complaints. Secretary Cheney wanted to know what was wrong, and as you know, resolution of the issue of prisoners of war and missing in action is one of the highest priorities of the Secretary, and if there were improprieties or management problems, the Secretary wanted them identified and he wanted fixes made. Mr. O'Donnell immediately met with Colonel Peck, and Colonel Peck was unable to provide him with any specifics that would flesh out or support his sweeping charges. Nevertheless, I set up a three-person team consisting of Mr. Ron Connect, my special assistant, who is with me today, Colonel Dick Mitchell of the United States Army from the staff of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, and Mr. Craig Alderman, the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Security Policy, and charged them to conduct an in-depth management inquiry to determine the significant events that led to Colonel Peck's memorandum, the subsequent actions taken by DIA management, and the substance of the various allegations contained in Colonel Peck's memorandum. The members of this management inquiry team have extensive managerial and intelligence experience, but are independent from the POW-MIA oversight and management structure. The inquiry team examined Colonel Peck's allegations and developed a plan and a list of questions designed to ascertain whether the allegations were supported by facts. They interviewed participants in the POW-MIA resolution process, examined work reports, internal memoranda, mission, duty functions, and case files, etc. The management inquiry into Colonel Peck's allegations found the following circumstances. Lieutenant General Soyster, the director of DIA at the time, selected Colonel Peck to head the Special Office for POW-MIA on the basis of his prior outstanding service record and his evident familiarity with the region, developed during 3 distinguished wartime tours of duty in Vietnam. Colonel Peck assumed his position as Chief Special Office of POW-MIA in mid-July 1990. By October 1990, the senior leadership of the DIA was aware that Colonel Peck was not effectively managing the POW-MIA office or providing quality intelligence support. As Colonel Peck had been on the job only a short time and had an outstanding military and combat record, his supervisors attempted unsuccessfully to help him adjust to the job. The freeze on the movement of Army personnel during Operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm led General Soyster to keep Colonel Peck in place, even though he was not satisfying his customers. In early January 1991, General Soyster instructed his staff to find another suitable position for Colonel Peck. General Soyster did not view this as a prejudicial move, just a case where we had a good officer who had been put in the wrong job. On February 8th, General Soyster told Colonel Peck that it was just not working out, and he had found him a good job more in line with his skills. He proposed, as Colonel Peck speaks French and had trained with the French Army, that he transfer him to a liaison position with the French Army in Germany. Colonel Peck said that he did not want to move from the area. As General Soyster was fully involved with support to Operation Desert Storm, he instructed his staff to continue to look for a job for Colonel Peck in the Washington, D.C. area. On February 12th, 4 days after General Soyster's discussion with him, Colonel Peck handed his superiors a letter that contained broad and unsubstantiated allegations of impropriety in the conduct of POW-MIA activities. Subsequently, General Soyster relieved him from his duties on March 27, 1991, and on March 28th, Colonel Peck attached a letter of farewell to his staff on the door of his office, along with a copy of his earlier letter with some of the personal references blacked out. The management inquiry team could not find facts that would support Colonel Peck's various allegations of a cover-up, or of the manipulation of the POW-MIA office to frustrate the resolution process. They did find shortfalls in the internal management of the Special Office for POW-MIA and some variability in the quality of the analysis files and the analysis process. The observations the inquiry team reported led me to conclude that the director of DI had erred in assigning an individual to manage the Special Office that did not adequately understand the processes used in intelligence collection and analysis, and who held such strong personal views that he was unable to remain impartial, a key attribute of an intelligence professional. I believe that it is clear that despite his record as a combat leader, he was unable to function effectively in this type of job, and I very much agree with General Soyster's observation that Colonel Peck was just simply poorly suited for the position. However, both Colonel Peck and the inquiry team identified improvements that could be made in the process used to establish priorities and to request intelligence support from the Special Office, and these are significant. The new chief of the Special Office, Bob Sheets, who you'll hear from later today, has corrective management actions well underway to strengthen the internal management of the analytic process and to clarify the processes used to interact with customers. We will continue to follow up and will take additional corrective actions when it will improve the resolution process. Mr. Chairman, I hope this has clarified the record of this inquiry for you. Resolution of the issue of prisoners of war and missing in action is a matter of the highest priority to the Department and to our country. It is also a high personal priority for me. I served in Vietnam and had friends who were killed, were taken prisoner, and who are missing. I want the issue resolved, and I pledge my fullest cooperation with the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We appreciate that statement. It certainly sets us out on the road to clarifying it if it doesn't do it entirely. I'd like the record to show that Senator Smith and I have both left numerous telephone calls, telephone messages with Colonel Peck in an effort to contact him in anticipation of testimony before the committee. Neither of us to date have succeeded in communicating with him or in having him return those calls. Now, whether or not that indicates that he's just out of town or not around or something, I don't know. And I don't want to have it result in a conclusion except to the effect that we're having difficulty in contacting him and getting him to appear. The committee clearly wants to talk to Colonel Peck and clearly has to talk to him. And if needs be, the committee will ultimately issue a subpoena in order to do so. But I hope we can arrange that without it. With respect to policy and documents that are classified, which is a key issue to us, I have here a communication, an unclassified communication from JCRC liaison in Bangkok to Commander JCRC Barbers Point. And what it says is, let me read from this document. The document date is 3/7/91. After many discussions with members of the LNO staff, I find that there is little defined guidance with regards to classification of our reporting. There does not seem to be any consistent classification authority, and everyone has their own opinions as to what should be classified and what should not. It appears to me that the only information which legitimately deserves to be classified is any information which would or could identify our sources. The actual information is often collected in crowded situations with many observers and relates to past events. Therefore, in the absence of any further guidance, I intend to issue our reports as unclassified, with the exceptions being the source data section and those sections which identify or could identify the source. Please advise if this is incorrect or if there's any clear-cut guidance. That is from the Joint Recovery in Bangkok to Washington, to the intelligence here. Barbers Point. Excuse me, to Barbers Point, Hawaii. And it's to the commander at Barbers Point, Hawaii. And the response to that was as follows: classification of POW MIA crash site, grave site reporting. Per reference A, all reports concerning live sightings of American personnel in Southeast Asia must be classified secret. To clarify, reference A, live sightings of American personnel refers to reports concerned with sightings of Americans, Caucasian, black, Mongoloid, etc., living as prisoners, detainees, or living relatively free at the time of the sighting, first-hand or hearsay. Now, a report noting that an American has been killed or died is considered a live sighting report. Now, first of all, I guess, why was the policy changed? I mean, what was the reason for classifying things that people in the field feel don't need to be classified, making them classified?
Mr. Chairman, I just became aware of this when you started reading it. Classification policy is a very complex matter, and I wouldn't want to jump in to try to second-guess the author of this particular message without having an opportunity to look into it. I don't know the answer to your question. I'd be happy to look into the matter and get back to you. We certainly have a policy in the department that we maintain our materials at the lowest classification level possible. And we should not overclassify anything. And I'd have to look into that matter, talk to the author, and find out what the basis was. Now, some of the witnesses this afternoon would probably be in a better position to answer those questions, but I will follow up.
Well, obviously, we would appreciate it. I mean, can you see that this is the kind of thing that causes people to leap backwards and say, what the hell is going on? Why, why? I mean, is that a matter of common sense?
Sometimes common sense eludes us, but I would agree, Mr. Chairman, that on its face it might seem like it was unnecessary, but I think until we can look into the details and look at exactly why they felt, the particular author here felt that it was needed to be classified, I think we should withhold judgment.
Well, obviously, appreciate it. Now, that is very important to us, and it's going to be very important to this relationship to try to break through that. What I referred to as sort of the mumbo-jumbo of classification. I mean, look, there isn't a senator here who isn't going to be sensitive to the question of legitimate source or something, but it can't be used to create a blanket policy that results in information not getting out or in reports somehow remaining in what Colonel Peck referred to as the dark hole or the black hole. And I think that's key.
Mr. Chairman, common sense needs to prevail in these kinds of things, and I hope we're able to work with the committee to either convince you that we have good reason to classify the material we want to retain the classification, or we will reduce that classification level or declassify it totally.
Do we now understand, based on Secretary Cheney's testimony this morning and on current policy, that the intelligence data that we originally wrote you requesting access to will now, in its at least to committee staff appropriately cleared and to senators, be made available in unredacted and uncensored form?
We've worked hard with the committee staff to try to determine exactly how to handle the most sensitive of our holdings in the files. I believe we have a good understanding of what that will be. Exactly what the Secretary said this morning, we will open up our files to the committee. We have to be particularly sensitive of those perishable sources and methods that we've talked about. We have procedures where we would redact certain copies that are brought over for general use but show the material that was redacted to key members of the committee. We're not going to withhold information that the committee needs or wants.
Do you personally, let me just take a moment of my own time, but do you personally review all the live signing reports?
No, sir. As I said at the beginning, I'm not in the formal resolution process. I work intelligence policy and oversight of the intelligence agencies. We tried to streamline our activities in the department based on the priority set by the Secretary to be able to not have too many people in the loop that cause confusion and contribute to the problems that you've alluded to or discussed here today. Carl Ford today is the focal point for these activities in the department, and even though I'm the Assistant Secretary for C3I, including intelligence, that we would defer to him to handle the flow of information from the committees into the DIA's POW-MIA office. We try to make that as streamlined as possible. So I do not get involved in the resolution of cases. We have looked at the files. As part of the management inquiry, we looked at a select set of files. We tried to sample to determine the quality and determine what, try to get at the bottom of the questions that Colonel Peck was raising. And we made judgments on that, but that's the extent of it.
How many years have you been involved in intelligence analysis and gathering?
Well, various intelligence one way or the other, 23 years. Intelligence analysis, probably only a few of those 23 years.
In the course of any of those years, have you ever seen a document or come across evidence personally that would lead you to believe somebody was alive and being held against their will in Southeast Asia?
I saw many documents that, I saw many documents at the time that would lead me to believe that someone was alive.
What period of time was that?
This was during the war, and in the period immediately after the war and up to the release of the prisoners. I haven't seen anything recently that I would say pointed to someone other than the cases that you've talked about that I believe would document that we have someone that we can point to, that we need to go in and extract. I just haven't seen
After Operation Homecoming, and with the conclusion in 1973, January, of the formal involvement, did you have any reason to believe that somebody was still alive in Southeast Asia that was not accounted for?
I wasn't in the POW business at the time, and I had no reason to believe that anybody was unaccounted for at that time, or that was alive at that time.
Or subsequently? You've never seen any documents subsequent to 1973 in the intelligence, in your role in intelligence, that would indicate that to you?
In my role, no, sir.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Andrews, on July 5th, I wrote a letter to you expressing some concerns that I had with information on the PEC resignation, and you did respond to that, to those inquiries that I made very promptly, and I do appreciate that. I'm going to get that on the record that there was a prompt response. It was within 2 weeks. I am not an expert on intelligence, to say the least, and just a question in terms of the process here a little bit. Do we have, in your estimation, what is called an all-source collection plan right now on POW MIA matters? In other words, optimizing all collection assets of your disposal, DOD, national, from an intelligence aspect. In other words, is it treated as, from an intelligence aspect, is it treated as the highest priority?
I think from an intelligence, my impression, based on what I've been shown, is that it's treated as one of the highest priorities in the collection of intelligence. I would have to defer to get the specifics of the current collection plan to the head of the POW office or to the acting director of DIA who will be testifying later today. They can shed more light. But clearly, as I look at, with my experience in resource management of intelligence resources, I see the tasking that we have out there, and this is clearly, with all of our various types of intelligence, this is clearly one of the highest priorities.
But there are categories, as I understand, Category 5, Category 3, Category 1. It's my understanding this is Category 3. Is that correct?
I can't confirm that, Senator.
All right. In the communication, who can confirm that?
The director of DIA and the head of the office should be able to.
In the communication that you had with me this summer regarding PEC's allegations, you did indicate to me that they were severe, the allegations were severe, but that you did not find any evidence that they were valid. Secretary Cheney, as I understand it, asked you to, or directed you to do a formal inquiry into this, and you did, as you indicated to me. Was this inquiry that you put, the answer to this inquiry, was this a written response to Secretary of Defense?
No, sir. As I communicated to you, we completed the inquiry and presented the findings to the Secretary orally. He felt that that was adequate for his purposes, and we went about our job of trying to implement the fixes that were identified. So we turned our attention to try to fix those management actions and those tasking problems that we felt needed attention.
It just, I won't question you on the veracity of your statement, but it just seems to me very difficult to believe that something of the magnitude of the charges that were in that resignation letter and some later public testimony and private testimony of Colonel Peck, that the response to an inquiry from the Secretary of Defense would not be put in writing, that it would simply be an oral briefing. So you stand on that statement that it was an oral briefing to the Secretary of Defense. There was absolutely nothing put in writing.
Oh, absolutely. I frequently get tasked by the Secretary as one of his senior advisors to look into matters and provide him information, provide him reports, and this was one of those cases.
In your press release after the inquiry, and I guess either right around the time you provided the written communique to me, you were quoted as saying that there was no evidence to support Colonel Peck's allegations. One of Peck's primary allegations, as I understand it, was that he felt that he could not prioritize the analysis reports, that his work was often sidetracked by ad hoc taskings, I think to use his term, a plethora of busy work, projects directed by individuals outside of DIA. None of these outside taskings were formal. They didn't follow any formal intelligence communications, but essentially he had a lot of masters, a lot of people directing him to do things. That was, as I understand it, one of the main charges that Peck made. Now, are you saying that there's no validity to those charges at all?
Oh, not at all, sir. In fact, I believe those are true. What we said, the context of that statement was allegations of impropriety. In the next paragraph of that news release, we said, as is the case with any thoughtful officer examines an issue, Colonel Peck made some helpful suggestions on ways to strengthen the special office. I'm leaving a couple words out. Well, I'll read the whole thing. Strengthen the Special Office of Prisoners of War and Missing in Action. Members of the POW-MIA interagency group should use a more formal process to request support from the office, and a procedure will be established to decide the priority of competing requests for POW-MIA intelligence information. Clearly, that item was one of the primary concerns that Mike Peck had. We agreed with that concern and implemented actions to correct it.
Well, it just seems to me, if I can find your, I don't have a copy of your press release here. I thought I did somewhere. You can find it, Dino. But it just seems to me that if in fact there were these kinds of that Colonel Peck made these kind of charges, you did indicate that there was no evidence to support Peck's allegations. He made a number of allegations, no question, and this is one of them. So you do stand corrected then on that point that he was accurate in terms of the busy work, or some of the things, the taskings that were done. I don't want to use the term busy work, but taskings that were done.
Senator, there's not an inconsistency here, I don't believe. The context of the press release was that we were talking about impropriety, allegations of impropriety. I went on to then make the statement that those suggestions on how to improve the management of the office we did agree with and had taken corrective action.
Well,
that's the only distinction I'm trying to make.
No, you do say that. I'm just trying, I'm not, you do use the term allegations of impropriety in your press release, clearly. But the headline on the press release says DOD finds no evidence of Peck allegations. And then in the next to the last paragraph, you say these conclusions shouldn't surprise anyone. Over the past decade, investigators from the Department of Defense, Congress have looked into similar charges 7 separate times. In each case, the allegations were found to be baseless. And impropriety is kind of lost, if you will. I think the clear intent of that press release was to show that Colonel Peck, I don't want to use the term discredit because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it was clearly an attempt to show that Peck was off base with allegations, whatever those allegations may be. You don't say in there that his business about tasking and so forth is one of the things that you supported. You don't say that. And I just wanted, is that not accurate?
Well, no, I do say that in the last paragraph on the first page.
Where do you say that?
Where I start out, as in the case with any thoughtful officer, and I say, you should use a more formal process to request support, and a procedure will be established to decide the priority of competing requests for POW-MIA intelligence information.
Well, it's kind of lost, but is my time up, Mr. Chairman? Is my time up? All right, I'll defer to my colleagues and come back in the next round.
Senator Grassley.
Mr. Chairman, I think Senator Smith covered most of the things I wanted to cover, but I'd like to reserve my time just in case something else comes up at the end of the first round.
Fine, we will reserve your time. Senator McCain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Andrews, perhaps Secretary Cheney didn't need it in writing, a response to the serious allegations that Colonel Peck made, but I think this committee does, and I would appreciate it if he would give us a written response to his allegations. I, like you, have high respect and regard for any man who has served his country in the outstanding and dedicated fashion that Colonel Peck has, and when anyone of his caliber makes some allegations, I'd like if he would give us a written response. Any addition to your press release, I think, would be very helpful, okay?
Yes, sir.
Two things bothered me about Colonel Peck's, two aspects of Colonel Peck's allegations bothered me a great deal. One was the assertion on his part, and very passionate assertion, that within the organization there is a mindset to debunk, I believe those are his words, live sighting reports. And he felt very strongly about that. He felt that this inhibits the process from the beginning. And I'd like for you to address that, that concern of his, or allegation his.
Well, Senator, we were unable to determine why he felt as strongly as he did about that particular issue. We know that he had heard that prior to arriving at his job heading the POW-MIA office. And at the time he took the office, we specifically asked him, give us examples of what you're talking about. What is it that bothers you? What is it that we can do to, where can we look to find this mindset? He wasn't able to provide us with that. Now, he acknowledged in the discussions we had the importance of checking individual reports against the whole database, the aggregated knowledge of the POW-MIA office, because many of the live sightings were in fact based on rumor or were attempts by individuals to manipulate the issue. Colonel Peck, one of the problems we discovered, and it was just a matter of time, he got into the job, he was so busy, it was difficult for him to take time and learn the basics. That's the reason I expressed the concern that in the future the Director of DI should appoint someone with experience in intelligence analysis. He was not able to look into the substantive intelligence process, which was routinely dealt with on a day-to-day basis in his office, to really understand what was happening. Often they say, well, let's give you briefings on clandestine intelligence, how it works, what the problems are. And he was busy. He had a lot that he was doing. I think he was sincere about that, but I don't think he really understood it. So we looked for evidence of a mindset. We couldn't find any. Clearly, as part of routine intelligence processes, you have to look, since you have no direct information, direct way to determine whether a source is in fact true, you have to look for ways, is this source reliable? Can we depend on this report? So it's kind of an indirect way to do it. But we could find no evidence of that, and as we looked at the office.
I hope, Mr. Chairman, that Colonel Peck will respond to either you or Senator Smith, because clearly this is a very disturbing allegation, and one which, in all due respect, Mr. Andrews, I think we need to explore further. The other concern that, another concern that Colonel Peck voiced, allegation, that also I found disturbing, was that there was non-governmental entities intimately involved in the process of evaluating live sighting reports, etc. Did you find any credence to that concern that he voiced?
Well, we did spend a considerable amount of time trying to pursue that particular question. There are, of course, a member of the interagency group that's a non-governmental person. That's an official, a position on the interagency group. We didn't find any unusual involvement in resolution of live sighting reports by that particular individual. We asked repeatedly for specifics that we could follow up on. And Senator McCain, if at any time Colonel Peck wants to come forward with specifics, we will be happy to do it, because my goal and the charge from the Secretary is to find the problem and fix it. And the Secretary is leaning as far forward as anyone, trying to get on and get these problems dealt with. If he can't point to something, we have a hard time knowing what to fix. But I did not find any other outside involvement that you could talk to the chief of the office, who might be able to shed additional light. But in the process of this inquiry, we didn't find any.
Finally, in your 23 years, Mr. Andrews, you have from time to time seen a tendency to overclassify information, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Good. I think that possibly, Mr. Chairman,
I never did that, of course.
you were the one who was always trying to declassify, I'm sure. But in reality, we need to look into this whole issue of overclassification because I think it has had a chilling effect on the confidence that the American people have in this whole process. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator McCain. Senator Reid.
How long have you been involved in this MIA POW matter?
Senator, I think I heard the question, how long I've been involved in this. In my current job, I've been on as Assistant Secretary for 2 years. I was involved on the periphery back as a member of the House Intelligence Committee staff when they did their investigation, but then nothing until this inquiry came up. Actually, the first real involvement is in January when General Soyster came to me and said, you need to know I'm having problems in my POW MIA office and I'm going to have to deal with that. And I said, all right, General, why don't you deal with that? It's at that point that I really first started focusing on this particular issue because of again, the streamlined management that we had in place in the department. Carl Ford was the focal point for that, and we were just supporting his activities. And then DIA was, of course, the analytic focal point for the POW-MIA. So it was really in January when he brought that to my attention that I first got involved, and then, of course, the management inquiry in March got me into it in some detail.
Now, you do other things than coordinate this MIA POW matter.
In fact, my only formal involvement, other than my job, is responsibility for the overall supervision of intelligence activities in the department.
As it relates to this.
Right. As it relates to this, my only involvement was the management inquiry.
So you've done nothing other than what you have related in your statement here?
Pretty much what we've talked about today is what my involvement has been.
What's Colonel Peck now doing?
I have no idea, sir. He is retired.
And he had retired at the time you conducted your investigation?
No, he was still on active duty through, I guess, most of the investigation, not all of it.
Had he left by the time your investigation terminated?
No, he left after the investigation had terminated. He left at the end of July, and we wrapped up the investigation in really early June.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Reid. Mr. Andrews, what was the date that you reported to the Secretary on your findings?
That should be at the tip of my tongue. I think it was, well, it was early June. Senator Kerry, I can get the exact date and supply it for the record, but it was early June.
Early June that you reported to him. That was your oral communication?
Yes, sir.
And how many people did you detail to the task of this inquiry?
We had three. The three professionals that I mentioned to you at the beginning of my statement were the management inquiry team. And now they were, as they went through their business of looking at files and so forth, they were supported by the POW-MIA office. But the team was independent, and it was made up of three people.
Who were the three people?
Mr. Ron Kinect, my special assistant, Colonel Dick Mitchell from the Army, who was a member of the Deputy Assistant Secretaries for Intelligence, the OSD staff that oversees intelligence, and Craig Alderman, the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Policy.
Was this their full-time effort between when was the date of assignment to them of this task?
I believe it was I think around the 5th of April that I formally tasked the group to conduct the investigation, and it was not their full time, although they ended up spending a lot more time than we had initially expected. I'll get you the exact dates.
It was around the 5th of April that you tasked them?
Yes, sir.
Now,
April 8th is the date.
April 8th. And Colonel Peck resigned on 12 February 1991. What happened between February 12th and April 8th?
Well, first of all, he submitted remember, just review briefly, February 8th is when General Soyster said, I'm going to replace you in this job. You've got to move on. On the 12th, he said, you know, I have these problems, and I, by the way, would like to submit my resignation. They were trying to find him a job to move to. They were trying to take care of him. But again, this was a good officer who just was in the wrong job from General Soyster's perspective. It wasn't until the 27th of March that he was actually asked to leave the head of the POW office, and he departed on the 28th of March, and then he retired at the end of July.
I understand, but my curiosity is that, I mean, that even raises the curiosity more. If there was a move to change him on the 8th of February, and on the 12th of February he writes these these very significant charges, but then it is not still for more than a month and a half before he is actually relieved, notwithstanding the charges he has made and the decision to do so, and even longer before an inquiry is begun. I don't understand that. It seems to me that the inquiry would begin almost immediately.
Senator Carrick, this was happening inside the DIA. I was aware in January that there were problems. I was not aware of the letter, the memo. The Secretary was not aware of the memo. And none of us became aware of that until he departed the office on the 28th, and the memo came to our attention.
On 28 March.
Well, he departed on the 28th. It came to our attention early the morning of the 29th. The Secretary was informed immediately and asked for the inquiry immediately.
Fair enough. Now, between April 8th and June, approximately 2-month period of time, this inquiry is undertaken. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just sort of go through a couple of things here. For instance, Colonel Peck made the charge saying, I became painfully aware that I was not really in charge of my own office, but was merely a figurehead or whipping boy for a larger and totally Machiavellian group of players outside of DIA. What steps did the investigators take to check out that particular charge?
Well, we talked to Colonel Peck and asked him what did he mean by that. That was the first step. We talked to his associates in the office to follow up on any indications that Colonel Peck had given us of outside influence. We talked to members of the interagency group about their views on the various matters that were being discussed. It was clear that there were phone calls coming in from members of the interagency group asking the office to do things. This is the area where we've, said we got to fix this. The thing that surprised all of us is Colonel Peck was a very senior officer. He was had a lot of responsibility prior to this assignment, had a lot of responsibility in this assignment. The Director of DI was relying on him to fix the problems. We were surprised as we looked into this issue that he hadn't done something specifically to fix these problems. There were no examples that he gave us during the inquiry where we could trace that he started to fix a management problem, instituted a policy, and someone came in and said, you got to take that policy and throw it away. We kept searching for that. He came forth in February and tried, and discussed with his supervisors, well, I think we need to make some changes. And they said, fine, why don't you go make them? This was a senior officer who was a direct report to the executive director and the director of the agency. So we did look into that, and we didn't find any evidence of anything unusual other than there was a sloppy tasking process that needed to be fixed. And we believe we've corrected that. We have a single channel that tasking will come in and will resolve priorities, and the DI can get on and do its job of intelligence, and we can handle these various requests through Carl Ford's office.
So there was an adjustment that you made as a consequence of that particular observation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, subsequently he suggested, from my vantage point, quoting him, I observed that the principal government players were interested primarily in conducting a, quote, damage limitation exercise, and appeared to knowingly and deliberately generate an endless succession of manufactured crises and, quote, busy work. What steps were taken by the investigators to determine the veracity of that accusation?
Again, as we did with all of these, we said, okay, we accept that. Now, what can you tell us? Give us some examples. Tell us what the specific problem is and how you would go about fixing it. And we would get some information that we could follow up on, and we did, but nothing that pointed to a problem other than what we just talked about, and there was a problem in a tasking flow. Someone had to handle the requests for information and requests for work, and someone had to prioritize them. That should have been the job of the head of the office, but somehow the system wasn't working, and he wasn't taking care of ensuring that there was a single tasking voice coming into the agency. People were calling direct.
Has that been corrected?
We have the new director of the office, and you can get more details from him, has taken action to ensure that tasking comes through a single channel. Our intent is to correct that.
In effect, there's been a response to his second observation. I mean, there is now a single tasking and a different approach. Is that accurate?
As I said, the management inquiry agreed with those observations, and we've taken action to correct them.
Now, with respect to the mindset to debunk, it said here, quote, "It is held at all levels." What steps were taken to determine the degree to which that might or might not apply at all levels? Were all levels examined?
Well, we had discussions with members of the interagency group. We had discussions with senior officials in the department. We did not find, and we had, of course, many discussions with Mike Peck to try to determine exactly what he meant by that statement. And we were not led to any answers that were helpful for us. As I said, we'd be happy to pursue additional leads, but in the management inquiry, we were not led to anything that would point to a particular mindset.
Let me ask you, do you think, and I know you can tell what I'm getting at, but I want to, do you think that the Secretary of Defense would have personally authorized a Senate staffer to fly to Bangkok and spend a week at military plane and so forth, had it not been for this memo and the photographs that had appeared?
With this Secretary of Defense, absolutely, I believe he would have done that.
So you think that the fact the memo appeared and the fact that there was this renewed interest would not have perhaps brought the Secretary to personally make that kind of a stake in this?
I think the Secretary was personally interested in this subject from the day he walked in the door.
I don't doubt that. I don't question that. I'm certainly not doubting where the Secretary is coming from on this. I don't want you to misunderstand me. What I am getting at is that there is if there's this kind of struggle within the department as of a number of months ago, where you have a career, as you say, dedicated, capable of officer about whom you can't really find something in the service jacket that suggests otherwise, who suddenly gets frustrated. Mm-hmm. Can you see why people on the outside might get frustrated and have a similar sense of this attitude of debunk and sort of that after, I mean, you know, look, it is 18 years, right? 19 years. It's pretty hard for some people to maintain the same sense of fervor and commitment. You look at 1,000 of those reports and 1,000 of them don't pan out, and the next one comes across your desk. I'd probably have a hard time looking at it quite. I mean, I don't think this is a blame thing. I'm just trying to get at a reality here. And the reality may be that the machinery was creaking a little bit, and it needed sort of some oil or something. Is that an unfair assessment?
I think that what has occurred subsequent to this, the Peck memo, the inquiry, the attention that's been brought to this has been healthy. I think that there are things that have been done that needed to be done. They had not come to management's attention. That's what we rely on people like Colonel Peck to do, is to bring it to our attention. He failed to do that. We were able to see the problems and to take corrective action. So of course things have happened that were positive from this because there's been a lot of management attention brought.
Well, I think that's an important statement.
Yeah.
That's a fair and important statement, and that's what I'm trying to get at. Now, did any of these investigators, these 3 people who were charged to look at this issue, reduce to writing any of their interviews or any of their observations?
We have various pieces of working material, one-page summary of observations of one member that I'm aware of. One of the members, I'm not aware of anything in writing. My special assistant, who sits behind me, was responsible for many different pieces of material, including a lot of letters responding to congressional inquiries about this and letters responding to queries from the Veterans of Foreign Wars and others. So a lot of what we had from the management inquiry has found its way into the record. No specific reports were written. There was a transcript taken of the initial PAC interview that he consented to. But other than that, there's nothing else in writing.
Well, I'd like to request that the transcript of that original interview with the Colonel be made available to us. I'd like to ask that whatever those small working writings are be made available to us. But I would say to you very respectfully, Ms. Andrews, that I think that this is, in a sense, another example of the kind of thing that just adds to the folklore, if you will, of doubt. If you have a United States Army officer who is retiring in as sensitive a position as this one with POW MIA for the reasons set forth, and then you set out to have an investigation which you intend to make public to determine the bona fides of the department's efforts, it would seem to me that there is a requirement that that somehow be documentable to be as thorough as possible, given the climate and the mood within which we're all operating on this issue. And I think that when you, by your own acknowledgement, can say, well, we had to make this change, and we had to make this change, and we did respond to this, there is at least a tenor of kernel of truth, maybe exaggerated, maybe strong, but there's a kernel of observation there which may indeed have been legitimate, which you have very real need to document your response to. And I think that's one of the reasons why when you have a verbal communication to the public, well, we've looked at this and thoroughly analyzed it, and indeed we found that we're not culpable, people stand back and say, hey, wait a minute. Is that fair, that you understand the reaction people have?
Senator, I understand what you're trying to say. I will only say that at the time, if you look at the context we were conducting this inquiry, we approached it in a very open and sincere way with a very strong direction from the Secretary to find out what's wrong and fix it. Our goal wasn't, at that time, I wasn't worried about the politics. What I was worried about was finding if I had a management problem in one of my organizations and taking action to correct it. If we would have found more substance, more credibility to Mike Peck's message, I could guarantee you we would have done more to document it. What we found was there wasn't anything here. And because of that, we felt that the steps we took and the way we approached it was sufficient. We can be second-guessed on that, but that was the way we approached it, and it was a sincere effort to try to get to the bottom of the problem.
Did you find that anyone had access to top-secret code word message traffic for which they were not cleared?
No, we did not.
Senator Smith.
Senator. Mr. Andrews, let me pursue this mindset to debunk that Colonel Peck referred to in his either in his resignation letter or in his public statements. I'm not sure which or both. Is this, are you saying that this has never been heard before within the agency?
Oh, no, not at all. In fact, the TIE report and the Gaines report, which the committee has had available to them, both talk about a mindset to debunk. And I look at those reports, and I see the evidence that they talk about. I also see that there were other internal inquiries that said, no, there wasn't such, that this was good intelligence trade practice. What I had to focus on was this period that Colonel Peck was there and the inquiry team's findings. And at the time we went in and looked at the process that was in place and talked to the analysts and talked about their procedures and how they handled live sighting reports, looked at their files, we saw a lot of very sincere people that sometimes were overworked and sometimes the product was diluted by a lot of fraudulent reports, particularly during the period where we were getting the dog tag reports. But we didn't find a mindset.
Let me just ask a question on the points you just made. Is there a Gaines report?
Yes.
A written document?
There's a summary. I don't know if it's a complete. Yeah, there's a summary of the Gaines report that's in writing.
Well, I want to know, there is a written document called the Gaines report in DIA. Is that true or not true?
There is not a written document called the Gaines report. There is a document that summarizes that particular finding, and people refer to it as the Gaines report.
All right, what is the formal title of it? Would that be the Director's PWMIA Task Force report?
Do you have it there?
Has that, I'd ask the staff, has that report been made available to this committee?
Yes, it's the Director's PWMIA Task Force report.
Okay, that has been
March
made
of 1986, and it's been made available to the committee.
All right. I don't have a copy of it, or I was not given a copy of it, and I wish I had been, but in any case, that was made available. Mr. Chairman, this is meant to compliment the witness, not to criticize the witness, but I want to call your attention to something because this is a dramatic departure from something that occurred 2 or 3 years ago. And if Secretary Cheney was responsible for this, or Mr. Andrews, I commend him for it. But I want to quote from a point paper. When I was in the House of Representatives last year, I had a piece of legislation on declassifying intelligence, went a little bit further than what Senator McCain's legislation did, but it was similar. And at that time, the House Armed Services Committee requested some type of analysis of that legislation from DIA. I have a copy of that in which it says as follows. This was a point paper on the Smith Amendment on disclosure of POW MIA intelligence. And this is very, very important because it goes to a question that you asked as well. Of the 3 reports cited in the amendment, and that would be the TIE amendment, the Gaines report, and the Brooks memorandum, those 3 were the things that were mentioned specifically by me. Of the 3 reports cited in the amendment, only the report issued by General TIE in 1986 is in written form. The other 2 were apparently oral briefings to the director of DIA. An unclassified version of the TIE report was released in 1986. Then they go further. The DIA maintains that all 3 reports, to the extent they exist, represent confidential advice to a former director on the effectiveness of the internal workings of that agency. Because of the classification and sensitivity of these reports, the confidential sources and diplomatic relationships involved in Southeast Asia, and because of the intended use of this information, DIA does not wish to release any internal report of this type. The administration would resist this amendment because of executive privilege. DIA is willing to discuss the effectiveness of its efforts, but does not wish to invade the confidential relationship that existed between a former director and his hand-picked advisors. Further, DIA will make the entire TIE report available, etc. Recommendation to oppose the Smith Amendment because of the sensitivity of the sources and methods involved in the nature of these types of reports. So, Mr. Chairman, I would have to say for the record that at least whoever was in charge of the shop last year gave erroneous information to the House committee on the armed services in response to requests by them for information regarding my amendment. And I want the record to show that, and I will provide this document. And if, in fact, now there is a Gaines report, which has been denied personally to me for a number of years, that report existed in written form, and at some point in time I'll be happy to provide the names of those who said that to me. Now we know, we hear that we have a Gaines report, and I wish that I had had a copy of that prior to coming in here today, and whoever was responsible for that on the staff, I would like to have to answer to me for that, because I should have had it. Do you wish to correct or reinterpret anything that I've said regarding the Gaines report, Mr. Andrews?
I'm not familiar with what you've been reading, Senator Smith, but the Gaines report that I discovered or that we had during the management inquiry is available to the committee, has been provided, and I would have to look into your other concerns.
In your letter, things are changing here. In your letter to me of July 19th, you stated that the director of the National League of Families was not in a position to influence the flow of work in the POW-MIA office at DIA. Not in a position to influence the flow of work. Do you stand by that statement?
Her position on the interagency group does not entitle her to direct tasking to the POW-MIA office or to influence their conduct of business. Now, that's not to say in the past that individuals in the office didn't agree when she asked them to do something or didn't accept tasking. What I am saying is her position doesn't entitle her to that, and the procedures that we put in place are designed.
I don't care what it entitles her to. Yeah. What does it, does she have, is she in a position to influence the flow of work of POW, MIA issues at the office? Or did she?
There were lots of examples of where she participated along with other members of the interagency group in activities that the office was conducting. We didn't find, nor did Colonel Peck provide any examples of where that has been any undue or unacceptable influence to that office. As a member of the interagency group, she did participate in activities and was briefed by members of the office. But, you know, I don't, again, the question, the answer was, she wasn't, the position doesn't entitle her to that. We were not aware of any specific examples of where she had any undue influence of the activities of the office.
Well, are you aware of the letter or memorandum or some document, formal document, in which she indicated that certain United States senators should not have access to certain classified information? Are you aware of that?
I haven't seen the letter, Senator.
Are you aware of it?
I've heard of that.
Would you consider that? Would you consider that influencing the flow of work at DIA?
I don't think any action was taken on that. We did not see that as an example of adverse influence of those activities of the office.
I just want to clarify one thing because of this Gaines report. Have you? Because I've not seen it, and I just want to know for the record, the report that you provided to the committee, which I've not seen, is that the entire Gaines report, or is it a summation of what the Gaines report was?
As far as I know, it's just a list of a series of questions and a series and conclusions, findings made by the task team.
Is it the complete report?
We're not aware of any other backup to this document.
So it's the complete report. Is that correct? Does anybody else want to? Is it the complete?
As far as I know, it's complete.
So what you gave the committee
and look at it.
is the only thing that you know of as far as the Gaines report?
That's correct.
I hate to display ignorance, but could I ask what the Gaines report is?
Well, yes, you can. The Gaines report, as I understand it from those who have discussed it with me, is that it basically outlines about 70% of the concerns that Mike Peck outlined in his allegations, which Mr. Andrews says were not valid. So I think there's a clear case here of some major discrepancies between what Colonel Peck said and the Gaines report said, and what is being said by Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Gaines was, who is?
Kim Gaines was a former director of DIA, the POW MIA shop. He was a predecessor of of Colonel Peck's.
What you're saying is they both said some of the same things.
Absolutely. Mr. Senator Reed, there were a number of, let me just give a couple of points from the Gaines report that I have now at my disposal, which is that some of the things that Mr. Gaines indicated about the process, the DIA process, unhealthy attitudes, almost total lack of management, working hard but not working smart, haphazard approach to problems and functions, too much direct exposure of the working level analyst, inadequate planning, internal communication, and written guidance, database is a wasteland, working files unprofessional, sloppy, incomplete, no standard procedures, no disciplined, coherent collection management effort, too much detective work, not enough analysis, and on and on and on. These are the same things that Colonel Peck is saying, and I think it's very significant here that the existence of this report was denied to the House Armed Services Committee. Then it was denied as a written document even existing. Now it's a document, and it's my understanding, based on the quick review that I've had of the document that's submitted to the Senate staff, that is still not the complete document in spite of what the testimony of the witness is. And these are very, very serious matters.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if we can get copies of the...
We do have copies. I think that we received this, and there's only been one copy. Am I correct? My suggestion is if senators want to have an opportunity, if you want to have an opportunity to review it, we could move on to another area and then come back, which I'd be happy to do. I think it might be worthwhile. Are there any other, let me just quickly, between February 12th and March 28th, what steps, if any, did General Soyster take to meet with and debrief Colonel about his charges?
As far as I can tell, he didn't take any steps. He was trying to find, he'd already told the Colonel that he needed to leave the job and was trying to find him a job.
Okay, but 6 weeks went by between the time that this memorandum was posted and a communication from General Soyster? A sit-down talk about these charges, 6-week gap?
As far as I know, General Soyster did not get back together with Colonel Peck to discuss the specific charges in his report.
Now,
I was unaware that this even existed at the time.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to establish, the picture here. This is the first chance the Senate has had to inquire about this, and so we want to try to understand it. Now, did you want to add to that? I think you...
No, they were just reminding me what I'd said earlier. This was in the middle of Desert Storm. General Soyster had several other things on his mind, and this wasn't something that he was able to pull away and work on a lot until that was over.
Do you know how many times General Soyster was debriefed by your group about the contents of the Peck letter?
I'm told twice.
Twice. And did you formally task your group in writing with respect to Secretary Cheney's charge that they investigate this matter?
Yes.
You did. Will you submit that also so we could see what you set out as their charge, so to speak, or their task? Now, was there any draft report prepared for the Secretary on this, or did the Secretary specifically request an oral report?
My practice when he asked me to look into management matters and report back to him is to go back to him and report orally. If at that time he feels that there needs to be something more than that, then he'll ask for it. And I went back, we reported orally, we felt that we were taking the actions necessary, and that's where it stopped.
Senator McCain?
Just one comment. Mr. Andrews, Senator Smith has made a very serious statement here that short of times a year ago, the appropriate committee was not given access or the existence of a report was denied, and also that there is not a complete document. I would appreciate it if, as soon as possible, you could get back to the committee and clarify your response in any way. My understanding is that at this moment you don't know anything about it. No. But I hope you will look into it, and hopefully by tomorrow perhaps you could give us a more complete answer on it if you could.
Senator, I'd be happy to look into it. I think that the document that's been provided is all that exists. We will get additional background. I'm totally unaware of Senator Smith's concerns.
I'm sure that Senator Smith will provide you with a document that was sent to him saying that, or the House Armed Services Committee saying that it didn't exist.
If I may add, just as a follow-up comment, the Gaines report was something that Mike Peck had paid a lot of attention to, and as we looked into the management inquiry, it was clear that some, in fact, he often referred back to this, that many of, or some of his comments were concerns that came out of the Gaines report. But that was in 1986, and that was before the office was doubled in size and before a lot of changes were made. So I don't think it's a necessarily, a correct conclusion to say, well, if it existed then, it exists today in the office. We looked for facts, and if we couldn't find the facts to back it up, we had to conclude that there wasn't a mindset to debunk, which is the major charge in the Gaines report.
Look into the aspect of it, of informing the House Armed Services Committee that it didn't exist.
Mr. Secretary, does it strike you as a little bit strange that, or ironic perhaps, I'm not sure what the right word is, but that as the farther we get away from the time these men were lost and unaccounted for, the farther we get away, the larger the office gets, the bigger the inquiry grows. Does that make a statement about what was not taking place in the immediate period when the trail was hottest? I mean, you just said the office was doubled since '86, and now we got another 102 people coming on, and if I'm sitting there, I'm saying, oh, wait a minute, 102 people now, and the office gets doubled in '86, and '86 is already, 13, 14 years down the road, or 12 years. Does that make a comment, or am I again off base?
Senator, I think you can draw your conclusion. I think, as the Secretary said this morning, in the past there were things that probably could have been done that weren't done. We are doing the best we can to try to fix the problems and to get on and get the job done, to complete accountability.
Well, I want you to know it's the first time anybody from the administration or the Defense Department has come forward, and I applaud you for it, and said, hey, there were some problems. Nobody's acknowledged that. There haven't been any problems sort of fundamentally up until now.
Well, the Secretary acknowledged it this morning.
Agreed. Today I'm saying, and I said earlier this morning, very significant statement. I think it is the first time that has been on record, and I applaud you for your candor in saying that. I think it is a very important departure. Senator Reid.
Let me just say this. You and Senator Smith have had, because of your responsibilities, access to some of these things that we're just learning about now. But I would like to say that I think this questioning that has been done, especially by Senator Smith the last little bit, has been most helpful. We, in our charge, have to first of all determine if there are any live POWs, but also to make sure that whatever decision how we arrive at our decision looks into all of the problems that have developed in the past, and to make sure that the public knows that we haven't left anything uncovered. And I think it's this type of inquiry that Senator Smith did that we're going to have to do more of, so that these areas are resolved once and for all, so that people don't feel it's a cover-up. And we know that your responsibilities are difficult, and this is only part of your responsibility. But we need your help to get to the bottom of this. These two reports, one of which is oral and one of which is not. So, Senator Smith, I appreciate very much your line of inquiry. It's been an education to us all.
Are there any further questions of Secretary Andrews? If not, Mr. Secretary, thank you. If you would, as Senator McCain has requested, report back with respect to the sequence on what you are aware of with respect to whether there is any additional report. And staff would be glad to make available to you what we do have so you can measure that against what you have. And we would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
If I could ask Mr. Ken Quinn if he would come forward for the next panel. Is Secretary Quinn here? Yes. You want to rescue him from the hallway and, or maybe put him in peril and not rescue him? He's rescued out there. And then, Mr. Secretary Ford, I know you're going to be here throughout these hearings, I gather, or representatives. One of the things that we're going to do, and I just want to put people on notice, is often what happens in this process is somebody throws out an accusation and something happens in the course of a hearing and there's no response to it. We've asked that particularly as critics come forward and set forth their feelings about what has not happened or so forth, we really want the administration to hear what they're saying, and then we want to have people come on and respond to it. We do not want to just leave things hanging. We'd like to try to sort out what's fact and what's fiction here, and we don't want anybody unfairly having a finger pointed at them. So we would ask you if you would be prepared to do that sort of towards the end of this process. Is Secretary Quinn there? Mr. Secretary, thank you for taking time. We appreciate your being here. It's good to see you again. Before you sit down and get too comfortable, let me swear you in if I can.
Certainly.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you just give us a little bit of your background for the record, how you come to this issue and what your involvement is before you go into your statement, if you would?
Certainly, Senator. First, let me apologize. I was just down the hall and didn't think I'd be called quite so quickly. I'm a career Foreign Service officer, approaching my 25th year. I joined the Foreign Service in 1967 and at the middle of the Vietnam War, and was assigned to Vietnam and spent 6 years there. I think in very unusual circumstances, I was assigned in the pacification program, excuse me, to MAC-V, and was in a situation where, as a civilian, I commanded American troops in combat situation. It was an advisory team. I replaced a Army major. I was replaced by an Army major. I did approximately, excuse me, 250 hours of helicopter combat operations in Vietnam, shot at and missed and shot at and hit. Came back after that.
What years were these that you were doing?
1967 to 1974. I had a variety of jobs in Vietnam. That was the job I had for the first 2 years.
You had one of the longer tours, didn't you? Better you than me.
And I came back. I did some time at the National Security Council staff in the State Department. I spent 4 years on sort of loan to the governor of Iowa, Governor Bob Ray, and working while still in the Foreign Service for him, and worked on refugee issues as well as issues within the state. After that, I was in Vienna working on, this was in the early 80s, with our mission to the United Nations on narcotics control, Middle Eastern refugees. Worked on Secretary Schultz's staff for a couple of years. And I, before coming back to Washington, I was Deputy Chief of Mission in Manila, 1987 to 1990, during several coup attempts, terrorist campaign conducted against the United States, which we had 10 Americans, official Americans, who were killed, and other terrorist attempts against us. And Then in 1990, Assistant Secretary Solomon asked me to come back to Washington and work for him, and I did, and that's how I got here today.
And Mr. Secretary, you are fluent in Vietnamese, are you not?
Well, I had a year of training. I used it a lot in Vietnam. I was tested at the 4-4 level. I was interpreter once for President Ford. I've done other meetings in Vietnamese, but to be very honest, it's gotten rusty since I've left Vietnam, and I still find myself groping here and there for words. And
what does 4-4 mean? I don't understand.
A native speaker would be a 5-5 in the Foreign Service Institute testing system, and somebody who is just getting started and knew a few words would be a 0+, which is what I have in French. But we don't, aside from people who are born, ethnic Vietnamese who are born, we don't have any 5-5 speakers in Vietnamese.
Well, the reason I raise that is that in the course of your visits over there and in the course of your negotiations as a head of the interagency group on POW-MIA, you've been able to rely on your own conversations and interpretations thereof and not on somebody feeding you information and so forth. You really have had a personal involvement in this, which is perhaps second only to people like Bill Bell and others who've been over there on the ground working this issue. Isn't that accurate?
Well, certainly being able to speak the language gives you an understanding and another dimension. Say the Vietnamese diplomatic corps has a number of quite accomplished speakers in English, and so we will often have many discussions in English.
Now, would you share with us, Mr. Quinn, if you would, an outline of your testimony, if you could summarize, and we'll put the full testimony in the record as if read.
I came up, I guess I hadn't done any type of summary of it. Is it possible I could read it?
What do you figure
Or if I went real fast, maybe 8 or 9 minutes?
we were going to give you 10
right?
minutes anyway, so we're delighted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Kerry, Senator Smith, Senator McCain, Senator Reid. My testimony today, I would like to provide the committee an accounting of the diplomatic activities and other efforts of the U.S. government on the POW-MIA issue since I became chairman of the interagency group, the IAG, in July 1990. Realize you likely have questions about other periods of time, and I will, of course, endeavor to answer them. But in terms of effort on POW-MIA, this has been an extremely active period, perhaps the most active since the end of the war. And it's important to note just what is different, because what has occurred in the past 15 months. We now have a clear, carefully spelled out, and written down policy on normalization of relations with Vietnam, called the Roadmap, which blends two important U.S. foreign policy goals: comprehensive political settlement on Cambodia and POW-MIA accounting. And this policy was conveyed to the Vietnam government in writing. We now have an established process to communicate with the Vietnamese government at the policy level. This channel was established in July 1990 by Secretary Baker and initially focused on the Cambodian peace negotiations, but has also served as an important vehicle to impress upon Vietnam the centrality of the POW-MIA issue to improving our relationship. The first meeting within that channel was held in New York on August 6, 1990, between Vietnamese Ambassador to the United Nations Trinh Xuân Lang, who's here today, and myself. We now have a POW-MIA office in Hanoi, with the staff working full-time on this issue. And we now have had, over the past 15 months, a number of high-level exchanges with Vietnam, Laos, and the authorities in Phnom Penh, all of which have had POW-MIA as a central topic. Let me briefly list them. Secretary Baker met with then Foreign Minister Win Ko Tak in New York in September 1990, and with newly appointed Foreign Minister Win Minh Kam in Paris on October 23rd. These represented the first bilateral meetings at the secretary level since the end of the war. Foreign Minister Tak visited Washington in October 1990, meetings with General Vesey and the IAG, exclusively on POW-MIA. At that time, Minister Tak also came here to Capitol Hill to meet with members of the Congress. Secretary Baker met twice with Lao Foreign Minister Poon in the same period. Also, the first time since the war, the POW MIA issue has been raised directly at the ministerial level with Laos. General Vesey made 2 trips to Hanoi this year, which led to the establishment of our first POW MIA office, as well as Vietnamese agreement to take certain specific steps which supplement and implement the roadmap. Assistant Secretary Solomon met twice with Vietnamese Vice Foreign Minister Lê Mai to discuss both Cambodia and POW MIA issues. Mr. Solomon also met with Mr. Hun Sen in Paris October 24th, a meeting that I was also present at, during which POW MIA cooperation was discussed extensively. Also important to note are the recent visits to Washington of Phnom Penh Foreign Minister Hor Nam Hung and Vietnamese Vice Foreign Minister Tran Quang Ke, the first senior Vietnamese official to visit the Pentagon. Both met with IAG principals to discuss POW MIA exclusively. Not all of our diplomatic activities during the past 15 months have been with the governments of Vietnam and Laos and the Phnom Penh authorities. We have also coordinated diplomatic approaches with many countries active in the area to ensure they understood our policy objectives in Indochina. We have urged friendly countries to limit diplomatic, aid, and economic activities with Vietnam until progress is made on these objectives. We've also approached countries which potentially might have information about the POW MIA issue. Secretary Baker has personally raised the issue with senior Soviet officials, so has Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense Carl Ford. And since July 1990, I have carried on a dialogue with Soviet diplomats, particularly about the possibility of Americans still being alive in Vietnam. We've also discussed the issue with officials of the People's Republic of China. Just recently, we worked with China to facilitate a visit by a family member, which resulted in important information being obtained relating to that family's missing loved one. In sum, the past 15 months have seen diplomatic efforts of an unprecedented breadth and scope on behalf of our POW MIA effort. But that's not all we've done. Another extremely important aspect of our efforts, which I want to make special note, has been our rapid reaction to reports of Americans alive in captivity. There have been 2 such cases to come before the IAG in the last 12 months. The first, which occurred in October 1990, involved a report and a photo of an individual identified as Walter T. Robertson. Even though a careful analysis indicated that the person in the photo was not the Walter T. Robertson who served in the U.S. military, or the one who was a crewman on the Glomar Java Sea, we could not preclude the possibility that he was an American. So the IAG urgently dispatched a plane and a team to Vietnam to investigate the case. We eventually determined that the man involved was not an American. The second instance surrounded several highly publicized photos which are identified by family members as being 5 American servicemen. The first of these photos was brought to my attention on July 12th by Shelby Quast, the daughter of one of the men. Shelby is here today. The certainty with which she and more than a dozen other family members identified the 3 men in the photo as Colonel Robertson, Lieutenant Commander Stevens, and Major Lundy was powerful and compelling evidence. Within an hour, I had convened an emergency session of the IAG, including General Vesey, which agreement was quickly reached on specific steps to be taken. Before the day was out, and with the concurrence of the 3 families, I communicated the photo to the Vietnamese, to Ambassador Lang, using that channel I mentioned before, and instructed our embassy in Vientiane to approach the Lao government and Phnom Penh's ambassador. In all 3 instances, we called on the authorities to undertake an urgent and immediate investigation. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Baker wrote to Minister Tak, stressing the importance of Vietnam to unprecedented cooperation by Phnom Penh's authorities in investigating not only these photos, but also a number of other POW MIA incidents. A DIA investigative team, which was received in Phnom Penh immediately thereafter, developed important information relevant to the photos of the 3 men. This led to follow-on visits, including a recent field activity on Tang Island. the site of the Mayaguez incident. On the same trip, I also traveled to Hanoi and Vientiane. In both cases, I stressed the importance of immediate and thorough action to investigate the photo of the 3 men and the other photos. And I'm able to report that the response by both the Lao and Vietnamese governments to this, the most urgent information about possibly live Americans to come before the IAG since I've been its chair, was very positive. In Hanoi, my meeting with Vice Foreign Minister Lê Mai, I obtained agreement for access to prisons where we had reports the photos were taken, an action again totally without precedent. The Vietnamese also provided information from military archives and records which heretofore was unavailable, and they agreed to an immediate re-excavation of the crash site of Colonel Robertson's plane. Lao officials also pledged full cooperation, and shortly thereafter, acting unilaterally, located the Lao citizen who apparently was the person in the photo identified as Lieutenant Bora. They also made this person available to U.S. experts, and I believe you'll hear from other defense witnesses regarding the details of this investigation. I would be remiss, Mr. Chairman, if I did not make specific reference to the superb support I received from Department of Defense personnel, both from DIA headquarters in Washington and those stationed in Bangkok and Hanoi throughout this trip to Asia. I don't know if Warren Gray, I think is here, Bill Bell, John Cole is there. They worked, Mr. Chairman, until midnight and beyond every night to ensure that when I went to each location that I had every bit of information and every resource at my facility to pursue this investigation. In addition to the diplomatic steps I've just outlined, there have been other significant actions taken in the past 16 months by General Vesey, officials of the Defense Department, other members of the IAG, and indeed by members of the Congress. And of course, you've made several trips. I know Senator McCain has during this time. And I think all of this is part of the mosaic of America's POW-MIA efforts, and therefore terribly important. I've not tried to detail any of this in my testimony, but I think it's important that we recognize that there's a totality of effort that goes into this process aimed at assuring the fullest possible accounting for our missing service members. I believe it would be useful, Mr. Chairman, if I said a few words about U.S. policy vis-a-vis Vietnam on normalization of relations with Vietnam. I want to be clear that our policy today remains unchanged. The United States is prepared to proceed toward normalization of relations with Vietnam only in the context of a comprehensive political settlement in Cambodia. The pace and scope of the normalization process will be directly affected by the seriousness with which Vietnam cooperates on the POW-MIA issue. Let me emphasize that the roadmap did not change that policy. Rather, it details a path we could follow based on that policy. It fuses together our objectives on Cambodia and POW-MIA and lays out a 4-phased game plan within which, as progress is made on Cambodia and POW-MIA, we are prepared to take concomitant steps in expanding U.S. economic and political activity with Vietnam and Cambodia. At first, the steps with Vietnam will be small, but as mutual confidence is developed, and, I emphasize, as progress on Cambodia and POW-MIA continues, the steps increase in importance. The roadmap is constructed in a way so that we could move rapidly or slowly, depending on Vietnamese cooperation. It's important to stress that central to the roadmap is Hanoi's addressing the live prisoner issue, returning available U.S. remains, and implementing a 24-month process to investigate every POW-MIA case. It's also important to note that the roadmap addresses the humanitarian issue of the release of political prisoners still held in re-education. While it's useful to enumerate the various diplomatic actions we've taken, we have to judge our success based on the results we achieve. And there has been progress. Our office in Hanoi has had access to information from official Vietnamese records, archives, and files, as well as war museums. There's been a significant help in advancing our knowledge on a number of discrepancy cases, and therefore directly related to the live prisoner issue. Vietnam responded immediately and positively in the photo investigation, including granting access to 2 prisons. And in the past 12 months, the U.S. has removed 51 remains from Vietnam, 19 of which have been identified as particular U.S. servicemen and 18 others as possibly Americans. In Phnom Penh, we have had more significant assistance on the photo cases and a demonstrated willingness to work cooperatively on other individual cases as well, including missing American journalists. And we've seen a number of important breakthroughs in Lao POW-MIA cooperation. We've conducted our first ever investigations into discrepancy cases involving men last known to have been alive in Lao hands. We've expanded our POW-MIA efforts, previously limited to 2 southern provinces, into 4 additional provinces. And in May, the Lao agreed to an expanded annual schedule of POW-MIA activities, including field activities during the rainy seasons. And most recently, the Lao Foreign Minister told Secretary Baker that his government would participate in a trilateral meeting with the U.S. and Vietnamese to discuss cases along the Lao-SRV border. And as I noted earlier, the Lao cooperated very effectively on the photo believed to be of Lieutenant Bora. We've consistently told Vietnam that the formal process of normalization of relations could only begin with the signing of the Paris Agreement. That approach was embodied in our policy as presented to the Vietnamese by Assistant Secretary Solomon last April. And based on the fact that both Vietnam and the Phnom Penh authorities did sign the Paris Agreement on Cambodia, and that POW-MIA cooperation and the release of re-education prisoners has begun, the U.S. has responded by announcing that we are taking the steps we said we would to begin the roadmap. Secretary Baker announced in Paris that the U.S. would soon send a diplomatic mission to Cambodia to represent us to the Supreme National Council, lift our trade embargo on Cambodia. Once UNAMIC, that is the UN Advanced Mission in Cambodia, is in place and implementation of the peace agreement has begun, remove the 25-mile travel restriction on Vietnamese diplomats at the UN, revise our trade embargo to permit U.S. organized travel to Vietnam by groups such as veterans, business organizations, and others, and start talks with Vietnam on the issues and modalities involved in the normalization process. And earlier, Ambassador Lang and I were discussing a date for the beginning of those talks. Now, these are the only steps in the roadmap we've taken with Vietnam. No other decisions have been made to take any further steps. Our policy remains as stated and laid out in the roadmap. That will continue to be our policy. We're in control of the process, and we're prepared to move forward, but only with continued progress on Cambodia and POW-MIA. Now, in that regard, I note that following the Secretary's announcement in Paris, the Vietnamese have given us the increased access we requested to some key military records and have indicated they have a significant number of additional remains ready for the 2 sides to jointly examine. I would hope that this development indicates that we can look to more progress and greater results because, Mr. Chairman, our policy is driven by a desire to end the agony suffered by families of our POW-MIAs as well as the agony of the Cambodian people. We've made progress toward both these goals, but we still have a considerable way to go. So let me end by saying that on behalf of Secretary Baker as well as for myself, that we intend to build on the accomplishments we've achieved and continue our efforts towards the goal that I believe we all share, which is the fullest possible accounting for all our POW-MIAs. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, I think I went over the amount of time.
We're happy to
involved,
have you.
It's
We appreciate the testimony, and we really, that was a guideline, not a strict requirement. Let me ask you some questions which position me sort of as a devil's advocate a little bit, and I want to emphasize that I'm not at this point taking one side or the other in this, but depending on who's in front of us, I want to try to put to test some of the theories about all of this. First of all, were you still in country? When was the last time, during that period of service in the early 1970s, when did you leave country?
Well, I transferred out in May of 1974, but I returned to Vietnam on several occasions after that, and I was last there at the end of March, the beginning of April, with General Wyand on the presidential fact-finding mission, which made an assessment for President Ford of the military situation and provided a prognosis for the survival of the government in Saigon.
Now, at that period of time, which was after the formal conclusion of the United States involvement during the interim period prior to the fall of the government, did you have any knowledge at that time of intelligence that indicated the possibility of any Americans being held alive in Vietnam or in Laos?
Alive in captivity?
In captivity.
No, sir.
So after Operation Homecoming, to the best of your knowledge, there was no data that you had access to through your sources in Vietnam or through the United States government that indicated to you that an American was being held alive and in captivity?
No, sir. But I think I should emphasize that POW MIA was not a subject that I worked on
I understand.
in detail.
Fair enough. I'm just wondering if in the course of your discussions somebody came up to you and said, hey, you know, not everybody went back. Operation Homecoming is not complete. Did you ever hear that?
No, sir, I did not. There were reports during the war, which I remember seeing, of individuals who had possibly gone over to the other side. I'm not sure what the right word is on that, and there were a couple of names there who I understood did not return. And I didn't know, and I still don't know today, what their fate was, but those were the only names that I recall from that period.
Are those people that you say, quote, went over to the other side, listed as MIA POW today?
The one name that I recall from that period, I believe, is not listed as a POW MIA, but is listed as somebody about whom we don't know what his particular fate
so that
was.
person is not among the 2,273?
I don't believe so, but I would have
Secretary
to
Ford, do you know the answer to that? Well, I'll come back. We'll come back to that later when you come on, because that begs another question. But now let's sort of look at this thing from the perspective of kind of the average American who is not necessarily invested in it, who doesn't know a lot about it, who certainly hasn't read intelligence. Would you say, is there any doubt in your mind that Vietnam wants to normalize?
No, I believe that Vietnam does want to proceed in the direction of a better relationship, a more normal relationship with the United States.
Could Vietnam normalize if a week from now we discovered a camp full of Americans being held, or with 10 or 2 or 1?
I couldn't imagine that possibility, Senator.
And they must be aware of that, correct?
I would assume that having had people living in the United States,
most people would assume that
they would know that.
If we were to discover that they were holding somebody, it would be, you know,
it would be
years and years
whole,
before this country would forgive
process.
that. All right. Now, if that is true, and I accept that that basically is true, can you help the committee to understand, for those who assert that the government is holding somebody over there, what rationale, what is the purpose, what gain, since 19 years have almost elapsed, and there's been, I take it, no offer ever. Have you ever received an offer to negotiate for the return of people?
Return of live
Americans?
I never have, no, Senator.
Has anyone ever seen any intelligence or any data that has, through a back channel, sought a payment for the return of people?
Not that I know of.
And therefore, why would the government today be holding somebody, in your view, I mean, here you are, the head of a group that is tasked with trying to return a live American. What is there that would make you believe that there is an opportunity that a live American might be held by the government? I'm leaving outside of it the possibility of some outside group. But is there any rationale at all that you could understand or that comes to any person in your group?
Well, I don't think that there is anything that I would think of that would explain a position like that on the part of Vietnam. I've had many meetings over the time that I've been in the IAG, and I've met with people who are critics of our process and who put forward arguments or possible justifications. Sometimes it relates to expert information or technical information that particular Americans might have had. So I have heard these positions put forward, but I believe that for Vietnam to take a position like that, they'd have to understand that it would be very destructive of any type of diplomatic hope of progress.
Now, presuming that when, let's say well, let me strike it that way. Let me ask it this way. When I was in Hanoi, I met with the ambassadors of Great Britain, Italy, France, Australia, and one other country. Slips my mind at this moment. But all 5 of the ambassadors looked at me in the course of our luncheon and said, "Senator, you're crazy. Your country's crazy. We're over here. We go all over the country. We have diplomatic presence. You don't. Why don't you get over here, and if you want to find people who are alive, get your people in the country on the ground and talk to people the way we do. Because we've been here for years, and we don't have any sign of any of your people being alive." Now, are we different? Do we view the world differently? Is there some reason that we should look at this differently? And again, I'm sort of devil's advocating this with you, but I want to know what your thinking is on it, since you are the head of this agency group.
Well, I think that it is important to have people on the ground and able to move around and talk and investigate, and that's why we have the office there. So I think and the office has more than proved its worth in the short time that it's been open to me. So I think that is very valuable. At the same time, Vietnam was a traumatic experience for our country, and I think it's very important how we proceed in the future. And there are obviously a lot of wounds that are still there, and they haven't healed. And so our approach has been one to try to find a diplomatic strategy in which we show Vietnam that yes, we can proceed. Yes, we can move ahead, and to be very clear and precise with Vietnam and saying this is what has to happen for us to be able to move ahead, and outlines steps that we can each take, build confidence with each other that we're addressing each other's needs, and to move ahead and resolve this issue in a way that will allow us to provide the fullest possible accounting on POW MIAs, and also in a way that can have the support of the American people.
Now, what is the likelihood, I'm going to allow longer time since there are only 4 of us here at this point, but what is the likelihood that somebody fell into hands outside of the government and that some tribe group, Highland, Montagnard, who knows what, were holding somebody in a jungle and remote area which is not accessible, and that the government wouldn't know it? What is the analysis with respect to that?
Well, in my conversation with Foreign Minister Tak, he has said that Vietnam was not holding anybody alive, but he couldn't say for sure that there wasn't a situation exactly like the circumstances that you have just mentioned. And in fact, he then provided us this information about Walter T. Robertson and a picture, which he did not vouchsafe that it was true, but he wanted to be passing on the information which fit a circumstance like that. So I think you'd have to say, given the fact that we have the discrepancy cases, that you have Americans who we cannot say for certain that they perished in the incident and event that took place, that we have to act with the possibility that there could be somebody alive, and it's possible that they're...
Based on your knowledge of Vietnam and of the region, it is fair to say, is it not, that there are some regions remote enough and some areas that are not even necessarily sufficiently within the real control of the government, that could exist?
Well, for Vietnam, it has to be extremely remote. It's a heavily populated country, approaching 70 million people. It's got a established governmental infrastructure, and I think the Vietnamese government knows basically what goes on in its country. Laos is different, huge area, only a couple of million people. That's, I think, if you're talking about probabilities within possibilities, that's a country in which something like that could have a slightly higher probability of occurring.
Well, it's going to be important for the committee to try to narrow probabilities and possibilities and to try to make some assessments regarding them. So let me come back to that, but let me let my colleague pick up.
Chairman, could we limit it to 5 minutes? There's 6 of us here, and whenever we get finished,
Senator Smith.
Mr. Quinn, your predecessor, Mr. Lambertson, in 1987 said that the issue, as far as state was concerned, was the priority with Laos, the issue of POWs and MIAs. Is that still the case? Is that in your opinion?
Yes, it is, still is, but I think it'd be important to note that since then, I don't know exactly what other things we were saying about narcotics in 1987. I'd have to go back and check the record, but certainly now narcotics is cooperation is another very important subject in our relations with Laos.
In Henry Kissinger's memoirs, he made a statement that in February of 1973 that the North Vietnamese handed over to him a list of POWs that had been captured in Laos. I assume that that list is, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but
I have not.
The concern that I have is that the 9 that the North Vietnamese had, or were these prisoners that were captured by the Pathet Lao. I would like to just have, just for the interest of folks back there, have the opportunity to see that list, or the committee to have access to that list. I won't question you on it at this point. How many reports do you know of in the Department of State pertain to alleged sightings of American POWs in Laos?
Well, most of the reports that are received at the Department of State would come either from the Defense Department reporting in the field through its intelligence agencies, or from our embassies, our embassy in Vientiane or embassy in Bangkok, reporting, and or if other individuals, private citizens, would somehow come to us directly. I don't have any idea of. I'm not sure which of those categories you would be referring to.
Well, no, the point is, I think there has to be communication, obviously, between state and DIA or state and DOD in terms of keeping the established priority. If POWs are the priority issue with the State Department, with Laos, then surely they ought to have some feedback from DOD as to how many POW sightings we have. So is there such communication between the two?
Well, there's certainly,
as far as you know?
Yes, sir. There's certainly communication.
But at this point, you don't know how many there are?
I don't know. I wouldn't have a number, but I certainly undertake to try to get you a number.
Well, it just seems like that in your position, you should know. You want to know the number. If it's a priority issue, then it would seem to me that you ought to know how many alleged sightings there are. But this, I've made. Well,
the information, if I could, Senator, there's voluminous traffic flow, and we have reports that will come in that sometimes will be hearsay reports. There'll be secondhand. Everything is written down and conveyed. And that flows through the communication channel, and it goes to the analysts, and they will look at it and sort it and make some judgments about which are ones that we really should pay attention to. And of course, we depend on their judgments to a very high degree.
All right, no, I accept that. Have we made similar proposals to the Lao that we've made to the Vietnamese? We don't have the diplomatic ties that we have. We have at least some type of embassy ties in Laos. Have we made similar proposals to them? Take us to the live sighting locations, and A, and number B, and B, have they accepted?
We have gone to them with the live sighting reports, and they said that they would investigate them. They said that they would take us after when they've done their unilateral investigation, that they would also take us. They did that with the Bora case. They've said that they would do that with the Carr case, and we have our Lao investigator who's here from the embassy in Bangkok,
But
the
prison
Defense Department
sites,
side.
alleged prison sites.
I don't know of, we don't have, that I've seen, specific reports of prison sites with particular individuals in them right now to request. I know that there are reports of...
But they've not said you can come, as Vietnam has said, even though we haven't gone yet, they have said you can come to prison sites. Have they said that, like the Vietnamese have?
I have not raised with them visiting particular prison sites. I've raised with them particular cases and investigating the reports where those are. Let me, if I could, just check to be sure. Have we done anything with prison sites? Yeah. As I said, Senator, we have generally not had information that puts specific individuals in specific prisons. I assure you, if we have that, we will follow it up. There is, I'm told, one report that Captain Carr was held in a prison, and that we have asked to go and visit that site, and they have said that they will arrange for us to do that.
Senator Grassley, Senator Grassley's up.
Hi, Senator. Good to see you. Senator Grassley is my senator. I'm from Iowa. So.
Now notice he smiled when he said that. You informed them you were from Iowa. I assume you've already said that.
He did all that refugee work in Iowa.
Is those refugees people fleeing to Arizona from Iowa?
Actually, I checked that the numbers have grown. There was some initial flight the first winter, Senator McCain, but the ones from Laos actually are...
They've resettled very successfully, the Iowans in Arizona.
Not just refugees either.
My 5 minutes start right now, is that right?
Right this instant.
Thank you. If I could, the first thing would be to discuss something with you that I brought up with General Vesey, and I don't know whether you were here or not, and it doesn't matter, but you know, as we talk about the normalization of relations with Vietnam, a resolution of the discrepancy cases is an important part of that. My question to him was, and to you, because he could not give a definite answer, what officially are the criteria for discrepancy cases? He left the impression with me that the criteria was rather subjective. Could you tell us what the criteria are, and please understand that if you want to elaborate in great detail in writing, I'd be glad to have it that way. But somewhere along the line, I've got to get a pretty definite answer on this.
The basic general definition, and if I could, we submit something in writing, but is that there is evidence that the person involved survived the incident, and that Vietnam or Laos or Cambodia would have information about the fate of the person.
Okay, maybe from this, I want to emphasize the word policy to get away from what I got from General Vesey as it being very subjective. I think he kind of referred to the fact that there wasn't a policy. Is there a policy on what's a discrepancy case and what isn't? Or are you saying that what you just told me is the expression of that policy?
Yes, that's right. What I've told you is the expression of the policy.
Then my follow-up question is, who's responsible for setting the policy governing discrepancy cases, and who determines which cases are discrepancy cases and non-discrepancy cases?
Well, discrepancy, the cases, the experts on the cases reside in the Defense Department, and they do the analysis based on all of the information and will make those of us who are in policy positions aware of which cases there is information in which that we have that a person would have survived the incident and that the Vietnamese would have knowledge, or the Laotians would have knowledge of that.
Would it be fair to say that the State Department is not in any rush to resolve these cases simply because we want to move towards normalization?
Yes, it's very fair to say that.
Okay. If this committee were to show that a discrepancy case that has been resolved, and the definition of resolved, we would accept your decision, or let me say for any case for that matter, should not be determined to be resolved with further evidence on its merits, and that the merits would say that it should remain open, could we expect that such a case would itself become a discrepancy case that would still beg a resolution?
Yes, you should. In fact, we've had just a case exactly like that. If I could explain, I mean, the one way of being sure that you have an accounting is if you have remains that come back that can be identified as an individual. Then you can be sure what the fate is. But if you don't have remains, then you look and assess all of the information you have and you make a judgment. That was done in the case of Colonel Robertson. But when we had this new photo evidence and we had identification made by members of the Robertson family, it didn't matter what our previous judgment had been. We didn't have remains, and we pursued it with all of the vigor and energy that we could. And if there are any other cases, no matter how they have been adjudicated, if we don't have the remains that are returned and we have new information that comes from the committee or anybody else, we will, of course, pursue it.
Well, that's a very good example. So then, at this point, I take what you to say is that the Robertson case would be now a discrepancy case.
We are still looking at the photo, and we are continuing to pursue that and investigate that case. And so I would not consider it one in which we have reached final conclusions.
Who would make the decision on whether or not a case like this is a discrepancy case or not?
Well, the IAG will meet and can review and discuss cases like that. Of course, they're discussed with General Vesey, but we, of course, rely very extensively on the work that's done by the Defense Department experts, both in DIA, in the Pacific Command, and JCRC, who also have people in Hanoi and in Bangkok. And so we rely on their expert analysis and work, and then try to make the best possible judgments we can about how to proceed.
Does one, or is it more than one person, and maybe different people for different cases, make this decision, or is it one person?
There's not any one person, no.
Okay.
No, Senator.
We heard this morning that the U.S. and Vietnam have agreed to certain procedures for investigating live sighting reports. Does this include our government turning over classified file information on POWs like sources and methods?
Well, certainly not. Turning over anything about sources and methods, I couldn't imagine a situation in which we would do that. There are situations, though, where we have information in which we make a prudent judgment, or attempt to make a prudent judgment as to what information we would provide to Vietnam. So in the case of the Robertson, Stevens, and Lundy photo, that we did provide information to the Vietnamese government, the Cambodian government, and the Laotian government which we expected them to investigate and work with, and we asked them to provide us answers. But we certainly didn't turn over anything. In fact, one of the things Colonel Cole and I did, and Warren Gray, until about 2 in the morning, was going through this information to make absolutely sure that in no way was there any compromise of where we were getting our information.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator McCain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you have reached no conclusions concerning the photo of the three?
I have not, and of course, the photos being analyzed, and I think you will hear later from people in DOD and DIA about it. But I have said publicly to the families that until I would see information that would indicate that either that Colonel Robertson is conclusively dead or that the photo is some way can be demonstrated that it's not what it purports to be, that we would continue to pursue it and investigate it.
You mentioned in your statement that the Walter T. Robertson photo you determined was not an American. How did you do that?
Well, the photo was of a black person, and Walter T. Robertson, who served in the United States Army, I believe, was Caucasian. Secondly, Walter T. Robertson returned from Vietnam and is alive in the United States.
On the
applied some extraordinary methods to that.
Yes, it was.
In the case of the Bora,
I guess that's a source and method we can reveal. Yes.
And you have no conclusions about the car picture?
I do not, but I believe some of the other expert witnesses.
How firm are the POW MIA conditions of the roadmap?
They're central to the roadmap, and they're very firm. And I think that statement is as strong as I could make it.
In the last year, thanks to the Vietnamese desire for normalization and driven largely by their economic conditions and General Vessey's outstanding work, you've seen great progress?
I think we've made progress. I think we're going in the right direction. And I think we've set a framework and a stage for moving ahead and getting more answers.
More progress than you've seen in previous years?
I think so, Senator.
And you are optimistic?
Yes.
About the resolution of this issue?
I'm optimistic that we have momentum, that we've found a direction, and that we're going in the right direction. I guess any time you're talking about Vietnam, I want to be sort of guarded about expressing optimism about anything. But I have that some guarded optimism that we are going in the right direction, and we have the potential. I think we have the potential now to really move ahead and get more results.
I was contacted today by Mr. Earl Bond of Fullerton, California, who's the father of Captain Ronald Bond, USAF. He's been missing since he was shot down over Laos in 1971. His father passionately argued that he'd been denied information by DIA, that he has a right to know. He further alleges that Defense Department officials have publicly asserted that they have provided him the information. You're not familiar with that case?
I'm not. Sorry, Senator.
Would you provide for the record the response to those allegations, or have Mr. Ford, someone do so? I'd appreciate it. Obviously, these hearings will spark renewed interest on the part of many concerned individuals as well as family members. How did they determine that the Bora, how did they track down the Bora picture or the individual who was purported to be Mr. Bora? Do you know the answer to that?
Well, I know the answer generally, and I think you'll get more details later, but we provided some information to the Lao, and they went and looked and found the man who appeared to be the individual that was in the photo. Then our team went out, they met with the individual, they saw him, they had a chance to photograph him, take fingerprints, interview him, ask him about the photo and how it was taken, compare the photo with him and with other photos. But again, I was not the one who was involved in that, and I think you will be hearing from the individuals who were, and they can give you a much more precise and detailed answer.
But in the case of Laos, which is the focus of a lot of our attention because of the disproportionate numbers of POWs who was returned as opposed to North Vietnam, In your view, are the Laos still significantly controlled by the Vietnamese? What is the degree of their cooperation? And if they are cooperating, is it because the Vietnamese are telling them to, or it's because of their desire for better relations throughout the region, including with Thailand?
Well, Laos has always lived in the shadow of Vietnam, a country of 70 million, a country of 2 or 3 million people nearby. But I feel that Laos, Laotian people are very proud, and that they had a very close relationship with Hanoi during the war, but I think it's somewhat more distant now. I certainly would never say that it's a country that's not influenced by Vietnam. Certainly influence is significant, but I think probably not as much as if you look back at 1975. I think the Laotians are trying to find their own way, and they are very sensitive to the suggestion that somehow that they are just a subdivision of Vietnam. So we deal with them as an independent country, and I believe that the facts justify that approach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator McCain. Senator Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For my own personal curiosity and also to lay appropriate background, tell me again what you were doing in combat situations as a Foreign Service officer.
Yes, Senator. I was assigned as a Foreign Service officer to Vietnam, and then I was assigned to MACV.
What is MACV?
The Military Assistance Command Vietnam. And the advisory program throughout Vietnam for the provincial and regional forces in Vietnam and for local government was a combined military and civilian operation with an integrated military and civilian chain of command down to the district level. And so I was a district senior advisor, I guess the equivalent maybe like a county in the United States. And I went into, I was in Sadek province in 4 Corps down in the Mekong Delta. And I went into a district and replaced a U.S. Army major as the district senior advisor. And this district happened to be right at the edge of the Vinh Long Army airfield. And so we engaged every day in joint operations with helicopter units that came off the Vinh Long Army airfield in going out in the helicopters, searching for areas, inserting troops when the time came. And I went out in my civilian clothes and did everything that the Army major before me did, and I presume the Army major who replaced me did.
It was early training for his dealings with us.
That was, you know, I expected when I joined the Foreign Service that I was going to be off in Paris or Vienna or someplace and aperitifs and discussing the nuances of international relations with diplomats and someplace in Europe. And I suddenly woke up and I was in Vietnam in this situation one morning. So changed my life.
Do you believe the allegations that there's a tendency to find fault with the source of information rather than investigate the data? This has been talked about by a number of senators here today. Let's hear what you have to say about that.
There are, I would, I guess, start by saying that all the people that I deal with, from DIA, DOD, so have always shown to me that when they have information and that it looks good and they make a judgment that we proceed after it rapidly and vigorously, and I don't have any sense that there's anybody who's doing anything other than that.
How about in the past?
Well, I've only been in this job since July of 1990.
But you've looked, you of course have looked at what has gone on before, I hope.
Well, I've not made any investigation of what's gone on before. I came into the job and start from there, and obviously there are some references to the past. But to answer, if I could, take 1 second, that in our State Department business overseas, we process thousands and thousands of cases of people who are after visas. And it's occurred to me as I've looked at these two processes that I've seen something happen in the State Department where we have had so many, in some places, so many stories that are brought to us by people who are interested in a visa to come to the United States, that it's not, and these turn out to be bogus stories and they're not true, that I know that our officers who deal with them will sometimes feel that they're inundated with that type of information. And I've seen in just sampling and looking at these reports as they flow in, that you get time after time in the POW MIA issue, people coming in looking to try to extort money from us, looking to somehow try to present us with hearsay information in a way that they could gain some advantage. That having that type of situation in all of those reports, because every one of them has to be gone through, I think that it doesn't help. I think that it can cause skepticism to creep into the process. I don't know that it has, but I'm just saying that I've felt that that kind of analogy has been.
I'm reminded of a statement Chairman Kerry made earlier today that I think we need only look at the fact that here it is 18, 19 years later and the investigatory staff, call it whatever you want, is getting bigger rather than smaller. And you would think it would be just the opposite. Obviously, something has to occur so the staff winds down. And I just have to believe, the little bit that I know at this stage, that we may have had too many people who looked at this as it were a visa application and not somebody who is waiting for the loved one to come home. So.
Well, again, I just want to repeat that in nothing where I've been involved, since I've been in this job, where any of this information has been discussed, that nobody has tended to debunk it,
you made that,
push it
you
aside.
made that point clear.
Yeah.
But see, that's the problem we have. Every step of the way, everybody's saying, you know, while I was on watch, we did everything that we could. Well, somewhere along the road, something's gone wrong, or we wouldn't be now, almost 20 years later, building a staff rather than cutting it back.
If I could, I think that one of the reasons that we're building the staff now is that there is a lot of work to be done, and we see now the potential for doing it. And if we can keep moving in this roadmap approach and continue to take steps, this is going to open up for other and more activity, and we want to be able to move in when that door is open and hit the ground and do this kind of accounting as fast, and investigations and access to information and interviewing people and following up as fast as we can, because I don't think that the American people would be satisfied with us saying, now you have these things available and you don't have the resources ready and the people ready to move ahead and take advantage of it.
Thank you, Senator Reid. I think that that is a very fair statement, that obviously there is a greater opportunity today which requires more on-the-ground personnel. We weren't in Vietnam until this past year and so forth. Some might question whether we could have been there sooner, but the interesting inquiry for this committee and the difficult inquiry, and it's raised by Senator Smith's pointing out sort of the difference between what was responded to the committee and then what finally turns up, and that as you go backwards in time, somehow you have to establish what the probability was in 1973, 1974 that somebody was alive. Because it is depending on that probability that you can begin to make some judgments about the possibilities and probabilities of discrepancy cases today. If in 1973 it was highly unlikely that somebody was alive, it is less likely that 19 years later they are. But if in 1973 there was almost to a certainty somebody alive, there is a greater likelihood that 19 years later somebody may be alive. And so we're forced automatically to try to make some assessments about the state of knowledge back then, about the beginning point, which is why I said the committee will trace the chain of custody of this issue, if you will, almost building a chart from where we were in terms of our knowledge in the negotiations in Paris building up. Because there's no way that we can sit here at the end of this inquiry and try to make a judgment and say, well, gosh, we don't think somebody's alive today, if we're discounting the odds that somebody might have been alive back then. So as uncomfortable and difficult as that inquiry is I think we're forced to try to make it, and I think that's...
Well, I think, Senator, that any type of thorough investigation and review of the issue would have to include that. I just wanted to make the point that from the time I came, I've been looking ahead to what is it we can do, what steps can we take, what diplomatic or other measures can we pursue to get at the answers.
Your first formal contact with this in an official capacity with responsibilities for the issue was?
July of 1990.
July of 1990.
Yes, sir.
Senator Daschle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was really along those lines that I wanted to begin my questioning. It relates to the degree to which you believe there was a consensus about the number of men last known to be alive in Laos and Cambodia back in '73. To what degree do you think a consensus existed with regard to the numbers back then?
In 1973, I was on the Cambodian border in 1973, and I wasn't aware of or what the discussion was at that time. I really feel inadequate to answer the question.
I'm not asking what you knew then. I'm asking now, having had this position for a year, with the records that must have been compiled over the last 17 years, to what degree do we now know there was a consensus about numbers of live men left in Cambodia and Laos?
I'm not aware, Senator, that there has been any judgment at any time in the executive branch that there were Americans left in Laos or Cambodia after the official release of POW MIAs. I've never heard such a report, and I'm not aware of evidence or information about Americans being still held as prisoner. As I mentioned earlier, there have been reports of maybe some who are not prisoners who might have remained behind, and I mentioned that, perhaps you weren't here, but of people being held prisoner. I'm not aware of any information or assessment or analysis.
I guess what I'm asking is there a consensus about what would now be perceived to be the base number from which we work as we resolve the cases, especially in those, you mentioned in your testimony that we've conducted our first ever investigations into discrepancy cases involving men last known to be alive in Lao hands. Well, I'm surprised that these are the first ever investigations 17 years hence.
Well, those are the first ones we've been permitted to do.
Well, that was my question. First of all, how do you know, if you have no base number from which to work, what the number of discrepancy cases are? What is the number of discrepancy cases in Laos and Cambodia?
There is I don't have the exact number, but let me, if I could, refer to there are 49 cases in Lao border cases where there are areas that are Laos controlled by Vietnamese forces during the war, in which we believe the Vietnamese could have or should have information relating to those cases. There were 15 additional individuals who were listed as POWs during the release of prisoners. And it's those numbers that I have had DIA and the Defense Department briefed me on as particular case, and I believe all
This
of
is
those...
just, no, this is just Laos, or is this Laos and Cambodia?
No,
Just
in Laos.
So what
And
you're
that there
saying
were
is that
9
there are 64 outstanding cases total involving people involved in Laos?
There, you asked me in terms of the discrepancy cases.
So there are
And
64
that is,
discrepancy cases.
those are the discrepancy cases, I said, comes from DIA analysis.
Right.
What I'm repeating to you is what has been briefed. We don't have, a set menu of numbers of cases with an official total for any of these countries.
I'm out of time, but let me just say...
There are 9 in Cambodia, to answer the other part.
There are 9 discrepancy cases
that were listed in the same way that I just described. Now, you get other information at different times that can, would take a case and put it in, or take a case and put it out. I want to be clear, and I want to emphasize that because you can convey, anytime you say a number, you can convey a sense that somehow these are the only cases that you care about, and that they're the only ones that you're going to pursue. And that is not the case. We are interested in all 2,272 of those individuals who are still listed as missing in action. And when you start talking about these other shades in between, you're talking about the degree of information and knowledge that we have. And I don't want to leave any suggestion that somehow these are cases that fall into circumstances in which we only pursue those more ardently than others. Last known alive discrepancy cases, that is where you have information where an individual was alive and you have reason to believe that the Vietnamese know what happened to him or he fell into Vietnamese hands, of course, are people who we cannot say that they're dead. And because we put our emphasis on the live prisoner issue, whether it's in Laos or Vietnam, that those are the ones to which we would give the highest priority. And that's where General Vesey's 119 cases have come from.
That last known alive figure is not just Laos and Cambodia. That was...
No, that's the 100, yeah, the last...
Right. See, I started my questioning by asking you if you could to differentiate between Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. To give us the last known alive figures for Laos and Cambodia. You gave me your discrepancy figures, which are helpful. To the extent we could, for the record, I think it would be very helpful to differentiate and to quantify and even substantiate, if that needs to be done, the figures as they relate to each country. Secondly, I suspect that part of the reason discrepancy numbers are so low in Cambodia is because, from what I'm getting in the testimony, frankly, there's been very little contact with Cambodia. So you can't really, I would imagine that with greater contact, with greater information, comes greater possibilities for discrepancy, and thereby numbers could increase. But it would be very helpful to have a base number from which we could all work in order to obtain a better understanding of the degree to which the problem exists in all 3 countries.
I'm sorry if I confused or misunderstood the question between the discrepancy. I thought you had asked about discrepancy cases
followed up
as opposed
with that
to last
because I
known
didn't think
alive.
you'd give me the last known
Anyway,
alive.
as I understand it, it's better for you to hear this directly from DIA, but that in Laos, in terms of last known alive cases, that they carry their 16 cases involving 22 individuals who would fall into the last known alive or listed as POW at homecoming category.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator. This is going to be our longest day, our most arduous day, unquestionably, but the next panels are important also, and we want to leave time for them. They're particularly important for a number of reasons. Before we move to them, Mr. Secretary, let me just ask you, you just said, well, we're going to pay attention to all 2,273, and indeed we ought to. But isn't there a point here where we've got to have some closure in these cases? I mean, I have looked at some of the 2,273, and frankly, when I was over in Vietnam, I got information from the Vietnamese regarding 6 or 7 discrepancy cases that I believe, I'm confident, I know the team has now and they've resolved, but at the end of that, I must tell you, I was capable of drawing a conclusion and was prepared to draw a conclusion that personnel on the ground had testified that that person had been killed, that the circumstances were clear, it was verifiable in terms of place, time, date, and so forth. But because you don't have remains, it sort of stays in this murky area. And it just seems to me that that's wrong, that we've got to start to draw some conclusions about these, or you kind of go on forever. Now, is that going to happen? Are we prepared to do that based on the information we're now getting?
I think what's important, Senator, is that we know that we're not going to be able to account for every last serviceman who hasn't returned from Vietnam. There are some cases, because they were over water, other circumstances, that make it highly doubtful. But what's important is that we have a process which can be viewed as an open and credible process by the American people, and that we've gone through and we've looked at every case, and we can, at the end, say and feel that that Americans would agree that we've done our best, that we've looked in every possible way, and then we've made our judgments. I think to make the judgments that you're suggesting before we have that,
I'm not suggesting that. No.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to suggest you were.
Well, what people want to know is, what we want to know is that while we're going to turn over every stone and we're going to make every effort to open this process up, and I suggest at the end of this inquiry people are going to have a better sense of this than they ever have before, but where you have eyewitnesses who, for instance, in one of these cases where they say, look, you know, we came on these people and we killed them, and here's what we did with them. And there are 4 or 5 people who say, this is what we did. We did it. And you have a date and time and other sort of corroborative evidence. The question is, are we going to make a determination and share that with the families and bring the list down by a commensurate number of people according to those determinations?
The answer is that process has already begun as part of General Vesey's efforts. And you have some cases that have been resolved because remains have been found and brought home. There are others who have been, where you consider that the fate has been reconfirmed through this investigation, and those judgments have been made, and that process is going on right now in terms of notification.
And being communicated to the families.
Yes. I think I believe that's, well, it's really, I mean, Mr. Ford and the Defense Department are the ones who are in charge of that. But I mean, that has gone on as part of General Vesey's.
Now, let me ask you another question. I'm not trying to diminish your job or take a job away from you, but would we be better off if, now that there's been this reorg within the Defense Department, and there's sort of a one person responsible, would we be better off not having an interagency group per se, or have a direct reporting of agencies to that one person, so there's one person responsible and everybody knows who we're dealing with here?
Well, we have not hesitated to reorganize this process, and there have been a number of steps taken just in the last year and a half. You'll hear later from General Ryan and General Christmas, who'll talk about how that is, what they're looking at in terms of reorganization, in terms of the field components to ensure coordination. We have not hesitated also in Washington, what Secretary Cheney has had. The Carper Codell from the House of Representatives, made up of 6 Vietnam veterans, have produced a very, what I think is very useful and stimulating report. So I know that there is thinking that's going on within the executive branch now, as to are there other steps that we could take to reorganize this and to make it more effective. And
let me just say
and
that
we'll certainly take your suggestion back as well and plug it in.
Congressman McCloskey and Carper et al. Have been in touch with the committee. They've sent us a copy of the report. I agree with you. I think it's a good contribution, and the report, without objection, will be made a part of this record in its entirety. Now, there are obviously some instances of fraud here. They've been proven. It's clear that there is fraud. Have you got any sense from a policy perspective of what, if anything, people are seeking to gain from a policy point of view by perpetrating fraudulent POW/MIA claims?
I'm really not familiar with the details of fraudulent POW/MIA claims.
Well, photographs were circulated which were asserted to a certainty represented POWs.
Oh,
and the photographs, to a certainty, have been proven to be fraudulent.
Well, as I said,
someone saw fit to offer up a photograph knowing full well that it came out of a Soviet magazine, for instance.
I'm sorry,
That's a hoax, right? What's the purpose of that hoax? Is the purpose to keep America angry at Vietnam? Is the purpose to stir up the waters so that we won't normalize? Is the purpose, I mean, what is the purpose? What are people trying to do? Make money?
It's hard. I think there are a lot of people who want to make money. I think it's hard to impute motives to what people are doing, but I think that there is no end as to what people will go to try to sell something if they think there's a
have
buyer.
we ever bought any of those materials? Wait a minute. Have we ever bought any? I don't think anybody's ever paid for them, have we?
No, not that I know of.
So where's the money?
Senator, I think the impression has been around. There have been stories that there are rewards. There are stories about in Vietnam and Cambodia and Laos that if you would provide POW/MIA materials or remains, you might be able to get a visa. Certainly there are boat people who have left with the mistaken belief that this could somehow help them get accepted for resettlement in the United States of America. I think these kinds of rumors and myths have floated about in Vietnam and Cambodia, and it's like there's, during the war there was always people trying to sell you bad intelligence and made up information. Some people are looking to ingratiate themselves. Some want to go to the United States. Some may do it for motives that I couldn't understand, and others do it because they think there's money. And if you're a middleman in Vietnam and you can convince somebody who's going to take off as a refugee or somebody in Cambodia who's heading for the Thai border that, look, you'll be better off if you have something that's looks like it's POW/MIA information, they can probably sell that. So I think there's no doubt that there's that type of activity that goes on.
I have one, unless Senator McCain. There was an article about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, June, I think, in the Washington Times, as I recall, about a story that the former Pathet Lao General Singapore had allegedly had a discussion with 2 Americans, and that, from the embassy is what the article said, and that he had stated to them that Americans had survived and been captured in 1968 at the so-called Lima Site 85, which have, as far as I know, from all of the briefings that I've had on it, as far as we know, that everybody died there in that. What did that come to your attention at all? I mean, did that come to your attention?
Yes, sir, it did, Senator. And during my visit to Vientiane in July, when I raised the Bora, Carr, Robertson, Stevens, and Lundy photos, I also brought up the subject of access to this general. And at that time, I obtained from the Lao government their agreement that they would provide us access to him.
And have we gotten that access?
Yes, sir.
We have. We have
Yes.
spoken to General
Yes.
Singapore and if you can say it in open session, what was his response?
I believe that his response was that that he was remote and distant from that operation at that time, and that he did not have the specific information about it.
So then he denied then what, that he had such a conversation
Yes,
at all?
well, I'm not sure if he denied having said that, but I think he denied that he had that kind of information that he knew to be true.
Thank you.
Senator McCain, do you have any questions? Are you aware of any rescue missions that were made to go into Vietnam to try to pull people out?
By the U.S. government?
Yes.
I mean, beyond Son Tay raids or things
Beyond
like that?
the Son Tay raid?
No, sir. Not unilateral.
You're not aware of
American.
any? All right.
I don't think so. No? We're talking about, I mean, certainly during the war, I remember the stories.
No,
that we
since
made
the
raids,
war.
But since the war?
During the 1980s?
No, sir.
You're
I
not
don't
aware of
know.
any?
I don't know.
No, U.S. sponsored, he means.
U.S. government.
U.S.
sponsored.
government or U.S. sponsored rescue missions?
I'm not aware of any rescue missions.
All right. Mr. Secretary, thank you. We will leave the record open with respect to your testimony. There will be some questions that we'll
Sure.
submit in writing, and would appreciate your answers
Okay.
there, too. And thank you very, very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
If I could ask Secretary Ford and Major Generals Ryan and Christmas if they would come forward, please. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I could take a moment just to clarify the record on the point that I made regarding the reason, staff indicates to me, the reason why the document that we were referring to as a Gaines report was not provided here was because it was a classified document and should not have been provided. So that is the reason why I did not, the document was not here, and that is appropriate. And as far as I know, that document was turned over to staff and is in the room. I just haven't, because it is classified, I've not gone up to see it.
Gentlemen, notwithstanding that I know you're intending to, could I ask you to rise, and if we could just go through the formalities. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
We very much appreciate your patience. You've spent a long day here. I think you're testifying again tomorrow, and I know that you've got a lot to do other than to testify. On the other hand, I think your testimonies, each of you, are terribly important to this process, and we're very appreciative of the time you've taken to be here. Mr. Secretary, particularly, I want to express appreciation to you. I think certainly since I have been front and center on this as chairman of the committee, and prior to that, I have had nothing but cooperation from you. I have appreciated it enormously. I think you've been forthcoming. You've been available to us. And you have indicated, and I think helped change significantly, the relationship and the attitude with respect to this. The committee appreciates that, and I think nothing will serve all of us better than to continue that and to have that kind of relationship here. So we begin, I think, on a very good footing, and I want to express gratitude to the committee for that. We welcome your opening statements, and then we'll proceed to ask some questions. Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
I would, if you would allow me, will just submit my written testimony for the record and make a few informal comments.
Without objection, your full statement will be placed in the record.
You've been very patient while my colleagues from the administration read their statements. It's been a long day, and I think that I will not do that to you or to any of those who may be listening. I would like to comment a little bit about the issue of manpower and why all of a sudden have we increased the size and character of our effort. And at least try to put some perspective on it from where I sit, since I was one of those who was recommending some of the changes, both organizationally and manpower. I think that it's important for you to understand and recognize how difficult it's been all these years for my predecessors to get cooperation from the Vietnamese, the Lao, and the Cambodians. And that General Vesey and others have done an outstanding service for our country, but one which was frustrating and difficult, to say the least. And because of the lack of cooperation, and because of the best way I could describe it, political manipulation of this issue by Vietnam and to a certain extent Laos, there was a limit to what we could do beyond looking at the intelligence and when they would allow us sending a few people in, our specialists, to operate on the ground. In the last year and a half, things have begun to change. A good part of the credit has to go to General Vesey and his persistence in pushing the Vietnamese. Others of us have also been pushing equally hard, we hope, on the Lao. And so that it's begun to pay off a little bit. It also is quite clear to the Vietnamese and the Lao that they want something from us. And so that it's been in their interest to be more cooperative. But the first instance that I know of in which the issue of manpower, for example, came up was in the period of February, March of this year. And it was in a discussion, and the Secretary agreed in principle that yes, we did need to reorganize, yes, we do need to increase our capabilities in anticipation of opening an office in Hanoi and to take advantage of what appeared to be real cooperative efforts on the part of the Vietnamese. So I just point out it happened before Colonel Peck, the Secretary, was aware of his concerns and his charges. And it was certainly well before all of the attention that was paid this past summer to the photographs. And in fact, the outline of those proposals back in February, March, and it was, I don't remember exactly the exact date, really haven't changed all that much. The other question that was asked related to this, is this a new issue for the Secretary, for example? Is it something that he did after many of these issues were becoming more public? The fact is that he authorized an aircraft and a team to go into Vietnam in the fall of 1990, again long before these issues were as public as they've become. So his charter to me has always been err on the side of, if there's any chance at all that there might be an American alive, don't spare any resources, don't hesitate, let's go do it. This is not something that's new or different about his approach. And every time I've asked him for resources or asked him for his personal intervention, he's always said yes. So I just wanted to indicate that these issues have been something that are not just new views of his or views of the Defense Department. I'd also like to just briefly comment on the composition of this panel. Clearly, there is a past to this issue, but there's also a future. And I am more representing the past, but hopefully transitioning into a future. And my colleagues from the JCS, General Ryan, and from SINCPAC, General Christmas, are the future, at least in terms of the implementation of this issue. And one that I think that if you put together with the point man in the Pentagon, the deputy assistant that the Secretary has agreed to, and if you then consider the military aspect of this and implementing it out in the field, represented by General Ryan, General Christmas, and tomorrow some of our most important assets, the people who actually work out in the field, I think that you will see, we hope to be able to tell you not just about all the things that we've done wrong. And clearly, as the Secretary said, as you noted, for anybody from the administration, this one or any past administration, to get up here and try to say that we've done everything right on POW/MIA over this almost 19 years, one is just flat wrong and shows there's absolutely no way that we can walk away from the problems that we've had. We've done a lot of good things. We've had a lot of dedicated people working this issue from the beginning, but we have made errors. We have not always done it the way we'd wanted to. And I can't speak for my predecessors, but I can speak for myself and my tenure of the past 2.5 years. We haven't always done everything like we would want to, but we're trying to improve. And I have hopes that, one, we didn't lose our credibility with you, with the families, with the American people overnight. And we're not going to gain that credibility back overnight. And I can sit here and I can tell you about what we're going to do, and I can talk about it. The only thing that's going to persuade people is our actions and our results. And to prove over time that we are serious, that we do mean what we say, and that despite occasional setbacks, despite occasional human errors, we are going to demonstrate over the next months, weeks, years, that we can do it better than we've done in the past. And that's our only commitment, to try. And if there are problems that this committee uncovers, we'll try to fix them. I hope that you also will find it, when you find good things, particularly about the people in the field who, far from the limelight, far from the excitement of Washington, are on a daily basis out there slugging it out, oftentimes in very primitive conditions. And you've got 3 representatives of that large group, and I think 3 good representatives. And I hope that your visits to the region, your discussions with these people, you can also say some good things about them. It's hard to keep doing your job day after day when you hear nothing but cover up and how badly you do it. And despite all of that, every personal experience I've had with them makes me very proud that, 1, they work for DOD, and 2, that they're working on this problem. Let me stop there and turn to my colleague, General Christmas, who does have some testimony that will be an expansion of what the Secretary said about what CINCPAC will be doing in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
General, before you pick up, I'd just like to say, Mr. Secretary, that I think your impromptu remarks are as forceful as any prepared or other remarks that I've heard, and my only regret is that more of the writing media that were here this morning for the Secretary aren't also picking up on the essence of what you've just said, because I think it's terribly important. And the committee accepts the statement. I think to be able to say, look, we've made some mistakes, there have been some problems, and to sit there and say, we've got a credibility problem is almost half the battle. And the other half is obviously to resolve the questions of how we got there without being recriminating, and we're going to try and do that. The fact remains that there have been some awful good people out in the field working to get answers. And I think people need to have a balanced view of this. So I appreciate that and your comments, and I think the committee accepts them as stated. General.
Senator Kerry, Senator Smith, Senator McCain, I welcome this opportunity to appear before your committee today. Like you, those of us on active duty today are deeply committed to finding the answers to the questions surrounding Americans unaccounted for in Southeast Asia. We have a solemn obligation to our fallen comrades and to their families to resolve this vexing issue once and for all. Having served as a commander in combat and later as a project officer for the designation and entombment of the Vietnam Unknown Soldier, I have a particularly strong sense of obligation in this regard. Moreover, as the Director of Operations for the United States Pacific Command, I am responsible for directing the activities of the command's POW MIA search teams. I would like to present to you the Pacific Command's views on the state of the POW MIA issue. Specifically, I'll discuss the recent developments in the region and the initiatives which the Command has undertaken to respond to them. Perhaps at no other time have the opportunities to dramatically expand and accelerate casualty resolution operations in the region been so great. We have established a POW MIA Affairs Office in Hanoi, and the Vietnamese are affording the staff and our search teams good cooperation. The mission of the Hanoi office is to conduct in-country investigations and report on first-hand live sightings, to research historical and archival records, to conduct forensic review of remains jointly recovered or unilaterally made available by the Vietnamese, and to conduct advanced planning and prepare and execute joint field operations. During the most recent round of investigative activities, our teams were given increased access to Hanoi's wartime archives, an action which we have long urged the Vietnamese to undertake. We think the Vietnamese, however, can do more, particularly with regard to the disclosure of all relevant wartime documents, access to former cadre who were involved in the capture and detention of American prisoners, and turnover of remains recovered unilaterally. Naturally, we will continue to pursue greater disclosure, access, and their unilateral efforts through the Hanoi office, and each time we conduct a technical meeting similar to the one we conducted this past week. In Cambodia, the Phnom Penh authorities last month permitted for the first time an American survey team to investigate the circumstances of loss involving missing American servicemen and news correspondents. This followed closely their assistance to our investigators who traveled to Cambodia to follow up widely publicized photographs identified by family members as Americans unaccounted for in Southeast Asia. While it is too early to tell whether the Cambodians will sustain a cooperative relationship on POW MIAs, we were satisfied with these initial efforts and are prepared to follow up on their future breakthroughs. In Laos, we are hopeful the authorities there will follow through on their agreement to engage in a year-round effort to investigate cases of Americans who were known to have been held captive by Pathet Lao forces and to recover the remains of those killed in action. We were pleased to learn last month that the Lao government has made additional people available to work with our joint teams. The Lao previously had cited a lack of personnel as a reason for the modest level of field activities which they have permitted over the past several months. The Pacific Command, in conjunction with the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Department of Defense, has moved quickly to capitalize on the favorable climate of cooperation in Vietnam. We plan to execute a comprehensive casualty resolution campaign on a scale which the Department of Defense has wanted to carry out since the signing of the Paris Accords in 1973, but couldn't because of Vietnam's intransigence. To execute this plan, we are fielding additional search teams and putting in place other necessary resources. Our plan is focused on investigative activities to determine whether unaccounted for Americans are alive. Using the staff of our Hanoi POW MIA office, soon to be a detachment of the Joint Task Force organization I will describe shortly, and mobile field teams, we will follow up aggressively on reports of Americans alleged to be alive in Vietnam and investigate discrepancy cases, those compelling loss incidents which suggest a missing American was captured, but the Vietnamese have returned neither the person nor the remains. We have singled out these cases for a priority investigation because if there are Americans alive, they are most likely associated with these losses. To execute this priority investigative activity, we will expand the staff of our Hanoi office and task the staff to carry out full-time investigation of these cases. If we can resolve these cases, we will have done much to shed light on the live prisoner issue. We see opportunities to recover concurrently the remains of the known war dead. For example, as our search teams investigate the cases of MIAs who were last known alive, they will attempt to resolve other losses in geographic proximity to these cases. In general, though, we view the recovery effort as a long-term process which would begin only after we have resolved the live prisoner issue. Now that the Cambodians are cooperating, and in anticipation that the Lao will increase their cooperation, our staff is developing plans for POW MIA operations for those countries as well. As with Vietnam, we will give priority to those activities which will shed light on the issue of living Americans. As part of this effort, we hope to soon establish POW MAI detachments in both Phnom Penh and Viet Chin. The Pacific Command will execute the operations specified in these plans by employing a two-tiered concept. First, a Joint Task Force, or a JTF, will be established, which will integrate POW MIA operations and support functions under a single commander, a Brigadier General. This officer will have responsibility for the entire mission of searching for MIA and recovering the remains of war dead in Southeast Asia, a mission for which heretofore a number of agencies have shared responsibility. Second, the Joint Task Force Commander will report directly to the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Command, who in turn will respond to taskings from the Secretary of Defense through the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'd like to elaborate for a minute on how this two-tiered concept with its unity of command will work. As POW MIA policy is formulated here in Washington, the Joint Chiefs of Staff will communicate guidance and operational taskings to the Joint Task Force Commander via the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Command. The Theater Commander and the Theater Command will then make available to the Joint Task Force the necessary resources and expertise available within the Pacific Command headquarters and the theater service components to execute these operations. For example, if the Joint Task Force Commander needs helicopters to ferry his search teams to remote locations, aviation units will be tasked to provide this support. Now, Senators, in this particular example, I must point out that the Southeast Asian governments will have to agree to the employment of these assets in their countries. In planning and executing the operations, the Joint Task Force Commander will direct the activities of the POW MIA detachment based in Hanoi, as well as the other detachments when approved. So as you can see, by establishing the Joint Task Force and employing our command and control concept, we will have forged a direct line of authority, which will run from Washington all the way down to the detachment commanders in the field, giving them the necessary assets that they need to accomplish their mission. The Pacific Command headquarters staff and the subordinate service components are currently looking at additional ways to improve logistics and communication support to the search teams and the Hanoi detachment. These were areas over which congressional observers recently expressed concern, and I might say rightfully so. We have procured or are in the process of procuring equipment ranging from ponchos to sophisticated radio communications gear. We have looked at ways to provide sustained, cost-effective vehicle operations and maintenance for the search teams, and will soon initiate procurement actions which will alleviate shortfalls in this area. Meanwhile, the staff of the U.S. Army Pacific Command has prepared a concept of operations for providing helicopter support to the JTF teams, should the Southeast Asian governments allow their use. The JTF will not be a paper organization. On July 30th, the Secretary of Defense authorized a substantial increase in personnel who will come under the Joint Task Force. The Joint Casualty Resolution Center, whose personnel will form the operations nucleus, will double to 76. These increases are earmarked for the actual search effort on the ground. Highly skilled linguists and analysts are being assigned so that we can put more teams on the ground for longer periods of time. We will ensure the work of these teams is made known to the families and to the American public. To the extent possible, we will give the media every opportunity to cover our activities, and in keeping with our long-standing practice, we will notify expeditiously the families on the results of our investigations and recovery operations through the established Service Casualty Affairs channel. We have nothing to hide. To the contrary, we are most anxious to tell the American public of the dedication of our people and the hard, often dangerous work that they perform and that you've alluded to, sir. The Pacific Command is moving quickly to put the right organization, people, and resources in place to expand and accelerate POW/MIA operations in Southeast Asia. Our outline plan has been approved by the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We are currently developing a detailed operations plan which will be submitted through the Chairman to the Secretary of Defense for final approval. Once approved, the Chairman will direct that we execute the plan. Given the favorable climate of cooperation in Southeast Asia, I am confident we will make substantial progress in the weeks and months ahead. I look forward to the committee's visit to our field locations so that you, again, or many, can see firsthand the results of our efforts to illuminate the live prisoner issue and move deliberately toward achieving the fullest possible accounting of all missing Americans. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, General. General Ryan, do you have a statement? Or
I don't have a prepared statement, Senator, and stand ready to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Let me begin the questioning, Mr. Secretary, by asking you when was your first official involvement with the POW/MIA issue?
It was in 1987 or 1988, and I don't recall the exact date. I was serving as the National Intelligence Officer for East Asia and was asked to do an estimate on the POW/MIA issue. Prior to that time, I had, as an interested student of the region, as a former serviceman, generally interested in the issue, but had no formal responsibilities. After the estimate, I did not have another occasion to work on the issue until I came to the Defense Department in March of 1989.
What did your 1987 estimate require you to do?
It was to look at the questions of whether or not sort of a check on whether the intelligence community was looking at all the right issues and to make a best judgment as to the question of whether there were any Americans alive in Southeast Asia.
Who did you do that for?
I did that for the Director of Central Intelligence.
What conclusions did you come to?
I would have to refresh my memory on the actual findings. My recollection was that we could not make a judgment based on the evidence that we had available.
Was that a formal report submitted to the CDI?
Yes, sir. I'm sure that it's available.
Would that report be at CIA?
It would be. I think it was at the secret level, but I'm not sure.
Well, we'll request that, obviously, to try to refresh directly. But in terms of making an assessment, apart from the assessment about the flow of intelligence, what conclusion did you draw with respect to the probability of live Americans being in Southeast Asia?
In that intelligence estimate?
At that time?
I think that, as I recall, and again, I'd have to refresh my memory, there's a lot happened since then on this issue. I think that we determined that there was not enough information to make a firm judgment that there was somebody alive, but there was clearly no evidence that we couldn't demonstrate that there were not. In fact, it was very similar in terms of our findings with what has become the sort of standard position of the U.S. government.
Was there any evidence that you recall that distinctly suggested to you that somebody was alive?
No evidence at that time. In fact, I think that subsequent to that estimate, there has been far better, far more detailed work done by others than was available at the time in 87, 88 when I did that estimate.
Did you have any difficulties with any agency in securing answers to inquiries that you made?
None that I recall.
Did you come across any evidence of any kind whatsoever leading you to believe that for any period of time there might have been a so-called cover-up or effort to avoid evidence?
None that I looked at personally. Most of my effort was managing the process of the intelligence community and looking into this issue. And we were focusing more on contemporary, current practices in intelligence and questions. The estimate was not focused on and did not cover, as I remember in any detail at all, what happened in the period, say, 70 to 75 timeframe.
Well, you're now really the sort of principal point person on this. Is that fair to say?
I think it would be fair to say that I have been the Secretary's representative on this issue. I have other responsibilities. This is not my only job. And I'm more of a person that if I can identify problems, if I can be of assistance to either a government agency and or a family or an interested person, I try to put them in touch with the right people or try to solve the problems if they come up.
Well, as a former service person yourself and flanked by distinguished generals and recognizing, as well as anybody in this country, what's at stake here, I mean, there isn't any of us who doesn't find our skin crawling at the notion that somebody might have tubed some information or cast it aside or somehow found other imperatives that were more important than pursuing this. Is there anything that you have come across? I mean, this thing lives. We all know it lives. You've said we have a credibility problem. Why? What is it that allows this to live? Have you come across anything that suggests to you that at some point in time someone might have paid less than the attention that was due? Or is this just something that's come out of whole cloth?
I certainly, Mr. Chairman, don't have any evidence that anyone knowingly, for example, made decisions or did things that there were Americans alive in Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, even if there were. I don't see any evidence of that. But I think that those are the sorts of questions that you really have to ask the people that were responsible for our government policies in those days. What was in their mind? What they knew at the time? In retrospect, I have to admit to you that if I had been there, I don't know how I would have reacted, because I know a lot more now than I probably would have known in those period of times. I hope that I would have been a little bit more firm on pressing the governments, particularly Laos, about their holding of Americans and holding them to account for it. But it's easy for me, 19 years after the fact, or 10 years after the fact, whatever, in the perspective of 1991 to make that. And I don't know if even I, as strongly as I feel about this issue, would have acted differently if I had been responsible at the time. But it does seem to me there could have been more done.
This committee has, through individuals, often met with Ross Perot. I've had occasion to meet with him. I know my vice chair has, others have. Here's a man who invested considerable money, time, energy, effort, and finally threw his hands up with a sense of disgust, whose motives are just unquestionable with respect to this issue. Looking back at that now, as you undoubtedly have had to, I mean, have you talked to him? Has any current generation of policymakers on this issue met with those sort of people to really debrief and to get a sense of where they're coming from in this, or has that just been too much a part of the past to deal with?
I personally have not talked to Mr. Perot. I have tried to talk to people that have worked this issue over the years, long before I was involved in it, to sort of get their sense of history, their sense of what happened and why, at least in part so that I didn't have to reinvent the wheel as a new kid on the block. But that only goes back, quite frankly, to the sort of early to mid-'80s, in which a new group of people who took it, quite frankly, more seriously, and were, at least the ones I have talked to, I'm confident, tried to do better than they thought people in the past had done. And they are clearly not an exhaustive discussion with all of the people who've done this problem before me.
Have you ever, in the course of your tenure in this job or previously, heard of any documents being destroyed?
No, no. If I did, I would have been very, very angry and upset and would have done something about it. That's not to say that documents haven't been destroyed. It just simply hasn't come to my attention.
Oh, that was my question.
Yes, sir.
Have you, well, I'll strike that. Let me turn to colleagues so that we can keep the round going and be fair here. Senator Smith, I'll come back.
Mr. Ford, in the interagency group in sometime in '89, January, I think, put out a report saying that there was an agreement reached with Laos that they would provide access to wartime records and so forth on Americans who not only were under the alleged path of Lao control, but also under the control of North Vietnamese in Laos, any records that they had, either dead or alive. Have they lived up to that in any? Give me a one line or two. Where are they? Where are we on that? Have they responded to that in a positive way?
I think that there has been some progress in Laos, the Laotian cooperation on POW/MIA. There are a number of firsts that we can point to within the past year or so of finally getting into areas where some of the cave areas, for example, where we knew that Americans were being held prisoner at one time. And these areas had been denied to us for many years. We also have seen cases where, although we wanted to do it ourselves, before we could get down to Savannah Ket, the Laotians had found the man who was in the purported Bora photograph, for example. But if you ask me, am I satisfied? Are they doing all they can do? The answer is absolutely no, they're not. And that there are a lot of things that we would like them to do for us that they're not doing. Now, part of it is because there's a big difference between Laos and Vietnam. In Vietnam, as best we can tell, they were great record keepers. And every bit, scrap of paper having to do with Americans, there's a long record of them keeping things. In Laos, these were guerrillas operating in an area being bombed regularly by the United States. They weren't in control of the whole country. They didn't apparently keep records quite as well as the Vietnamese. They often had a record, unlike the Vietnamese, that if they found an American, they more frequently killed them than not. And that you had to be very lucky to be one of those who was captured and didn't die immediately. And subsequently, as they've taken power, trying to go back and get into these issues, they quite frankly consider a matter of national security. And it's like trying to pull teeth to get them to fess up to some of these things. I'm not sure that we will ever get them to be able to convince us in the same sort of detail that the Vietnamese may be able to, because they don't have the sort of records that we would like to see in the absence of other information. I mean, we aren't going to trust what the Vietnamese or Laotians say 100%, but it certainly helps if we have their journal of the day of an incident and they say that this particular American was captured, was shot by local militia 30 minutes after his capture, and we think his remains are located so-and-so. That certainly is more information than maybe we had at the time of the loss. So, but in the case of Laos, all we've got basically are anecdotal and memories of villagers to put together with our investigations. One of the difference, though, also in Laos is because it's more rugged terrain and because of fewer people. When we actually visit crash sites, for example, we often find things that have been there since 1971 or 1968. That's not really the case in Vietnam. Often that we don't find anything. So that there are pluses and minuses, and I think that the Lao are trying to do better, but they've got a long way to go yet.
In all of my interactions with you since I've been in the Senate and since you've been in your position, we've had some differences, but you have always, as far as I know, been totally candid with me. I hate to ask, this is kind of a high inside fastball here, but and I realize you would probably not be the one to make such a decision, but supposing somebody were to turn up who was a deserter by the definition, by the military definition of the word today, what would be your recommendation in terms of that individual? Would you recommend prosecuting that individual as a deserter? Perhaps the reason I'm asking the question is, if there is such a person out there, maybe we could we can send a message through these hearings. But I'd be curious to know your recommendation, and I realize it would not be probably your final decision to make.
Obviously, that decision would have to be a function of the Secretary of the Service that the individual came from, and also probably eventually the Secretary and the President of the United States. I mean, we've had various forms of amnesty over time. My sense of it is that I hope there's no one out there that's been living in Southeast Asia for fear that if they came back, they somehow would be seriously punished. Obviously, we would have to go through the official procedures that such actions and such persons would normally be done. But the fact is that if we knew that a person had been for 20 years hiding from us in very primitive conditions for fear that he somehow would have to go to the stockade for 6 years, I hope that's not the case. I hope they know to come home.
One quick final question, as my time is going out here. In the meeting that we had with several senators, we had some, you made a statement regarding Garwood recanting testimony. You later sent me back a full letter of apology for that, and I accept that, and don't bring it up to make an issue of it. Just simply this question: what brought you to that conclusion at the time you made the statement? Was it a specific individual who made that statement to you within the agency, or was it just something you received by osmosis, or what was your reason for feeling that way? Obviously, you felt that way when you said it.
Well, Senator, as you know, I clearly know better than to talk about this issue with you. You probably know more about this particular incident than anyone that I know of. You were there during some of the interviews, and I learned my lesson. I misspoke. I clearly had received, both by osmosis and by various briefings from different individuals, a different impression. When I realized that I had not only misled you, but I had misled other members who heard my presentation, and not only did I write to you, but I thought it was important to write to your colleagues as well, because I don't want anything. I'm in a position, as Senator Kerry said, I'm sort of a spokesman, and what I say, right or wrong, may have more influence than it really should have. And but in this case, what we've done is that the Secretary, who was there also, has asked that this be fully investigated and sort of redone, and have analysts that are very capable but who have been working different problems go in and look at it afresh and see what the cases are. And I'm going to reserve my judgment until they've completed their studies, and when they give me their briefing, I'm going to ask them a lot harder questions this next time.
Just final point.
Yes, sir.
You did not have to go into further explanation. I accepted that. I think that the difference, and just to point out for the record, is there's a difference between not believing Garwood, which I know many in the agency, maybe all in the agency, do not, and I understand that. It's just the issue of recanting, where Garwood himself said he recanted what he said, was the issue that I wanted to clarify. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, if I could just remind you also that the committee would like, as soon as possible, the raw Garwood initial debriefing data and the records with respect to that, because that will be one of the initial areas of.
Sir, I will pass that request on. The only sensitivity I know, and it may not really be a real one, is that my understanding is that there are agreements between DIA, for example, and Garwood's lawyer about privileged information, et cetera. I don't think in this case it will be an issue, but I think that it would be something that obviously may be asked that be kept between the members and the staff of the committee, as opposed to something that would be public.
I understand. We're not. I mean, whatever ultimately is public will hopefully come from Mr. Garwood's lips himself. But I mean, in terms of background and understanding of it, the committee needs to review that. Senator Grassley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Cheney referred to 102 personnel that have been added to help resolve the issue. I'd like to know if you could provide this committee with a list of who these people are and what their functions are, and could you tell us now how many of these 102 are devoted strictly to looking for possible live prisoners?
I know generally the number of people that are out in the field, and that their primary function is the live prisoner issue. Now,
how many 102 would fall into that category?
My sense is that it's the 88 that we're talking about are, some of them are not in Hawaii or in Southeast Asia. They may be here in Washington, say, for example, at DIA. But all of those people are focused on increasing the real, instead of paper pushers like me, people who are actually enmeshed in the details on a day-to-day basis. And General Christmas may have more details about what SINCPAC is doing.
Yeah, let me be very clear. I'm talking about those who are going after live sighting reports and where there's live prisoners, as opposed to those who are trying to find bones or get...
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay.
Sir, first of all, of the now 76 that we have as part of the Joint Resolution Center, the JCRC in Hawaii, all of them are devoted to the entire POW-MIA issue. What we plan to do as we put our joint task force team, our joint task force together, is from this operations center, we will have a minimum of 5 search teams and 2 teams which you, I think, referred to as the guys who look for bones. But 5 of the teams, their major effort is to find, follow up on not only live sighting issues, but also to work with the discrepancy cases, which are most likely to lead to living Americans. And that's the way we are operating. So you can see how that breaks down. We expect to have 30-day iterations where a set of 5 teams who are the search teams, 2 who are the basic folks that work in the area of recovering remains, will go in at 30 days at a time. They will come back out, they will work their reports, their findings, and another team will be back in. So we hope that we're going to have this continuing effort to resolve this very important issue.
Senator Grassley, if I could just add one comment. I understand your concerns and about looking for bones, and I hear that quite frequently, and I know that there is a sense that that's all we're doing. And I think that it's unfair to our people in the field to suggest that their primary focus is on remains recovery. We sort of go where the facts lead us as we identify each case and try to follow it through for the fullest possible accounting. And if, in fact, the facts lead us to the notion that we can either recover the remains or that we think the Vietnamese or the Laotian have those remains, we think it's important as our accounting to the families that we can give them that information. And I haven't talked to every family member, of course, but I've talked to a lot over the past 2.5 years. And I get the sense every one of them would like to have, even in their heart, they may know that their son or their husband or whoever is dead, but they want them to be alive. They want them to walk out of the jungle and come home. But they will tell you very quickly that if that can't be the case, please end the uncertainty for me. Give me something that I can put this to rest. I've been with it so long. Well, one, it tears your heart up that these people have had to go through this all these years. But Secondly, if we can give them something that answers those questions, maybe it helps into uncertainty. For others, it causes new problems, whether this is enough, whether there is sufficient evidence. And questions, maybe it helps into uncertainty. For others, it causes new problems, whether this is enough, whether there is sufficient evidence. And I know I went on and on. This shouldn't be against your time, but I thought it's important that we say that our purpose isn't really for just going after bones.
Well, it's okay that you said it now, or it's okay you say it any time. Understand my question. I wanted just some statistics on the number of the 102
yes, sir.
that are in one category and the others are in another category.
Yeah,
so
it's
I guess
38 in Hawaii, and those people will be
what I'd
25
like to have,
at Silhai in Hawaii, and 18 at DIA, and 7 at Stony Beach in Bangkok.
Okay. Now that may answer my question, but just in case I didn't think you'd have them, what I'd like to have is a list of whatever 102 and where they're assigned and what their job is.
We can do that for you,
okay.
sir.
Are we staff-wise keeping track of these requests?
Yeah, I have some more questions, but I'll wait for another round if you want me to.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator McCain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ford, you heard my request on behalf of Mr. Earl Bond. I'll be glad to provide you that information. I guess that Mr. Quinn wasn't the appropriate one to ask that. I think
no, sir. We were really the more appropriate, and I've asked my staff to contact your staff to get more details, and we will have a written answer to you to the best of our knowledge of the case tomorrow or the next day.
Thank you very much. You said earlier, Mr. Ford, that there were things were done wrong or not as well as they should have been, and mistakes were made, basically, is what you've told this committee. I'm curious what your view of why those things happened. Was it because of bureaucratic ineptitude? Was it because of, as Colonel Peck alleges, mindset to debunk? What in your view was the reasons that some mistakes were made and the job was not done in the best fashion?
I have obviously thought about that a lot and tried in my own mind to try to sort out what some of the problems were. And I don't profess to have the full and final answer. I can just give you my sort of snapshot view of just a few years working the issue. I think that it's in a very complex analytical problem, one of the most difficult I've ever been involved with, where the learning curve.
Pull the mic just a tiny bit closer.
The learning curve is very high, and in which you have human beings, mistakes are going to happen. And they're not intentional. They're more of simply we are working with limited knowledge, fragments of information. And we also were dealing with volatile emotional issues. I mean, and I've told this to several families, and they may believe me or they may not, but if my father or my son was still in Southeast Asia and I didn't have any answers, and I had not gotten my satisfaction from my casualty officer, I would be upset too. And so that there's a certain emotional nature, and I don't care how good our casualty officers are. Some of them have been doing it for a number of years. They are not going to be 100% every day.
You don't believe it was a mindset to debunk?
I think that there are people, past, present, and the future, who probably, for their own reasons, will believe that they have the answer. And they will be there trying to prove their answer, whether that answer is to bunk us in the executive branch or to debunk the issue in Southeast Asia. I mean, I've been an analyst most of my adult life, and all of them are not as objective and perfect as that you would like. They take their own personal views into it, and they're going to try to make a point.
I don't want to belabor the issue, but
Yes, sir.
would you characterize the mistakes that were made that you have acknowledged to this committee as bureaucratic bungling, mindset to debunk, or just as you were just describing the emotionalism surrounding the issue? I think it's important for us to understand what your best view of why these, quote, mistakes were made.
I hope this doesn't sound too glib because it's not intended to be. I think it's all of the above. But I can't find, the only one that I can't find in my research or my contact with people is a purposeful, politically motivated or privately motivated cover-up. But every mistake that can be made by bureaucracies and human beings have probably occurred in the last 19 years. And I can point to a few that I've made, errors in judgment or whatever.
I'd like to return to what the Chairman was asking a little earlier of another witness, and I have to go back to Secretary of Defense Cheney's statement this morning. A photograph taken in Laos surfaced earlier this year that was identified by family members as Lieutenant Daniel V. Bora, U.S. Navy. In addition, a non-government forensic anthropologist positively identified the person in the photo as Lieutenant Bora. Then, with the help of Laotian officials, they found out it was a 77-year-old Laotian individual with some French blood. Why would someone go to all that trouble to take a photograph like that and circulate it around, have the family identified? What I'm worried about here now, Secretary Ford, is what we're doing to these families, what somebody is doing to them. Not only to the American people, but let's put it, you just put yourself in a situation earlier of the son or the father of someone who's listed as missing. My God, how terrible is this to subject a family to this? Why would they be doing something like this in your view?
For the life of me, I can't understand why people would do this. I mean, I've had the same sorts of questions that I've heard you and Senator Kerry, and I know Senator Smith and I have talked about it at times. I don't see a lot of money changing hands. I mean, there are some sort of pocket change money passing hands in Southeast Asia between Laotian and Cambodian and Thai people that bring in a few bits of information. There are also some money raised here and there, but it's all really sort of small change. This is not a financial issue that I can tell. I mean, it's a local official in Cambodia selling information to possible refugees for a couple of bucks. And thinks that telling these people, if you have this bone or if you have this belt buckle, if you have this picture, you're going to get to the United States when you get to the refugee camp, and I'll give it to you for $1. But the only problem, he's got 1,000 of them, so he makes $1,000. But it's still small change. I don't know, other than those people who simply are trying to manipulate U.S. policy, try to throw us off the track. I mean, there have been examples in the past that clearly the intelligence services in Southeast Asia were manufacturing stuff. And it goes up and down, and almost seemingly without the knowledge or active participation of the foreign ministry or other high officials in the government. But the dog tags that are manufactured and or submitted to people here in the United States, all kinds of things that there is no real good answer for. I'm afraid that whatever the reasons are, what we put the families through is that they had their heart broken the day they got the news that their loved one was missing, and they have to go through this agony of having to live through it again. There's nobody on my staff or anybody I know in the Pentagon who doesn't want these reports to be true. We don't want to have to tell another family that they've been jerked around by a scam artist. I mean, there's this one group that I know have touched at least 2 and probably 3 families, and they're still doing it. And despite our passing on the word that there's something really fishy about this whole group, the same people are passing on information that one related in one fashion or another on the Bora purported photograph, on the new Stevens photograph, and on information having to do with Robinson, Stevens, and Lundy photograph. And
identify this group?
Well, they're I do not know their real names. I just know of them. They are people operating out of Southeast Asia, Laotians, who claim to have information that they'll provide to us, and they provide it to a number of Americans, private people interested in the subject, government like us, and it's unclear whether the people receiving it, most of the Americans accept at face value that it's probably could be true. And where do you cut off? I mean, just because a guy is a known scam artist and he gives us a photograph, I don't immediately assume that it's bogus. I can't afford to, because it may be the one time that either he stumbled onto the truth or for whatever reason this time it's real. So each one of them has to be taken seriously and sort of checked out with a hope that it might be true. But when you find people that are clearly involved in this, the only thing we know to do is polygraph them, and if they pass the polygraph, take them very seriously. Unfortunately, every time we get a chance to get a hold of one of these guys and put them on the polygraph, they blow it. And so we just keep pushing ahead, hoping that one day we're going to find one of these people that has some real information. If we do, I'm confident that it's not just rhetoric. If we find out the location of Captain Carr or anybody else, there is no doubt in my mind that there won't be any foreign policy, there won't be any domestic political reasons. We'll go get him. If he can't get out, we'll go get him.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Robb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I think I sent a note to you earlier that I had to go preside over the Senate, so I missed some of the intervening testimony this afternoon and the formal opening statements of Secretary Ford, General Ryan, and General Christmas. But I hope you'll forgive me for stating as a point of personal privilege that my own association with General Christmas goes back something in excess of 25 years, 25 to 30 years ago, when he and I were company grade officers and served together. And I haven't had much contact with him since he was medevac from Hue after a very courageous and heroic display of leadership in that particular capacity, and he was recovering for quite some number of years. But I'm very pleased that with the prospect that we may have an opportunity to work directly with General Christmas, and I hope when we make the visit to Vietnam next year that he will be in country at the same time, so that we might have an opportunity to visit some personally. As an aside, I bring him greetings from a woman named Pat Mayer that he will remember, going back 25 plus years, and another Marine Corps association. If I may, Mr. President, I'd like to just ask one question that goes directly to the area that General Christmas is overseeing at this point, and that has to do with the ability to follow up on any contemporaneous reporting of live prisoners, what I guess in the civilian world would be viewed as a form of hot pursuit. General, is it, would you say that given the configuration and the resources that are available to you at this time, that you have the capacity, should someone have a contemporaneous live sighting and not one that's reported that's very, very old, but to follow up expeditiously to determine whether or not it is true and whatever else might be appropriate?
At present, Senator, we're putting in the mechanism that provides that, whether it be the Hanoi detachment, and we've talked already today about our not quite ability and waiting for the Vietnamese to be more forthcoming and allowing our Stony Beach operator, allowing our people free access so that they can rapidly respond in Vietnam. We have teams in Bangkok right now. We hope that as things progress in both Laos and Cambodia, that we will be able to put detachments there that will be able to react immediately to those live sightings. Now, if your intent, Senator, is to further carry on with, as Secretary Ford has said, that we in fact are able to determine a live sighting, we're able to determine a live American, will we be able and prepared to bring that American out? Well, I think that's the reason we need a good, solid joint task force that can respond to policy that will come from the National Command Authority to the Secretary of Defense and down through the Chairman to us.
Let me ask just one other question. You talk about the coordination between the two commands and what have you, and one of the concerns that I have had with respect to the whole MIA POW issue has been the number of different agencies that have some level of responsibility for follow-up in any of these areas. And I'm curious, either you or Secretary Ford might be able to respond to this question. The new Assistant Secretary for POW and MIA Affairs, where will that individual fit within the chain of command? I think General Christmas described the chain of command on the military side, and I'm curious how the responsibility of the new Assistant Secretary will play out with respect to the military assets that are available and or other civilian agencies that may have an interest in this particular question.
Senator Ive, the way I would describe it is a very close partnership between the Deputy Assistant and the Joint Task Force at SINCPAC. I mean, the Deputy Assistant for POW/MIA Affairs will be the Secretary's personal representative on this issue, so that when the military comes through the normal chain of command from the SINC to the chairman, they then come to the Secretary with recommendations. And as we did in Desert Storm, or as we do on any sort of crisis situation, it's then up to the Deputy Assistants to staff the Secretary, give him advice, provide comments to the chairman and to the military. And so it's sort of, we're going to work this issue the way we work every other issue, and that is a very close working relationship between the military, who are implementing, and the Secretary, who has responsibility for overseeing the policy aspects, make sure it's done right.
With all due respect, Mr. Secretary, I must say, when you say that you have a partnership rather than a command relationship, it concerns me a little bit. I am pleased, and I think one of the innovations that has been most helpful in Desert Storm, for instance, was the kind of clear command and control relationships that were in evidence. I'm not suggesting a specific response or solution this time around, and indeed that kind of partnership we hope exists in all cases.
Well, I wish that we had a perfect answer for you. I think that what General Christmas said was very true, and as the Carper Committee, and I'm sure this committee will find in the past, that there have been too many cooks in the stew, and that we are taking into the military chain, we're putting one cook, and that one cook is reporting to the chairman and to the Secretary of Defense. The DASD will be working for the Secretary of Defense. So there are going to be fewer cooks, more responsibility, and that at least in terms of the Secretary, there'll be somebody he can turn around and say who's responsible for this, and on his side it will be the DASD, whoever that should be, and he'll also be able to turn to the chairman and say, why did we make a mistake? Let's get it right. So the responsibility chain is much more limited now, and he can turn around and see who's responsible for good things or bad things, whichever they may be.
Mr. Chairman, I note that we have a number of cooks in our chain of responsibility, one of which is to report to the floor when a vote is on, and a vote has just begun. With that in mind, I will defer any additional questions. You may have some that you want to tie up at this point.
Thank you very much, Senator. What I'm going to do is I want to keep this going. Senator Smith has departed for the floor to try to vote rapidly and return, and then I will leave so we can try to not have an interruption if possible. I know Senator Grassley had some more questions. I would like to, I think this is an important panel.
I should go vote, right?
I think it'd be good if you went to vote now and then came back as fast as possible, and that way back up Senator Smith and we can continue the process. We do have one last panel after this. With respect to the helicopter situation and the ability to go out on a fast response live sighting capacity, is there a discussion with respect to Laos of having non-U.S. identified? I mean, I can well imagine why some people would be apprehensive about United States colors flying in choppers again in Vietnam. Is there a methodology to get the leaseback situation, the private company, somehow deal with that?
Yes, sir. Senator, the preferred course of action is obviously good old
Absolutely.
U.S.
Go right back and do it. I understand.
Birds, with our pilots to put our folks in and put them out of harm's way. We feel a lot more comfortable that way. Obviously, there are other courses of action that we have to fall back on to provide that capability. The second course of action is, of course, leasing. And currently, both working with the Vietnamese, working with the Laotians, working with the Cambodians recently for Tang Island, for Koh Tang. We went into leasing type agreements. And of course, the third course of action is, as you've heard so much, the Laotian helicopter that's now down, or the old Russian helicopter that the Vietnamese. So we correctively, sir, we go from the top and then we take the next course or the next course.
Well, I think the third course of action is not acceptable and is certainly not sufficient. And I tried to make that clear when I raised the issue when I was over there. Ambassador Lang is not here right now. I know representatives are. He will be back tomorrow morning, I know, to follow the proceedings. But I make clear to him and to the Vietnamese on the record now that this committee, when it visits in February, will look hard at this question of fulfillment on the promises that have been made. And to whatever degree the Vietnamese are looking for an improvement in the relationship, I know I can speak for every member of this committee that if that access is difficult or if those promises are not being fulfilled, we're going to look with a big question mark at that. And I have personally had General Secretary Doi Moi, and I previous to him General Secretary Ling, and the Foreign Minister and all the other members of their departments look me in the eye and say, you can go anywhere in the country, and we want you to have access. And so I think the committee is going to look very hard at the follow-through on that. And General, if we can be helpful, obviously, in trying to leverage it, that's got to happen, clearly. What is the process now for a live sighting follow-up? Do you initiate immediately a follow-up activity? Does it have to go to Washington? Or is this an instant kind of response initiative?
Well, first of all, if we can make an immediate follow-up, in other words, the information has come to us right there on scene and we can initially follow up, we obviously would. What we normally do is collect the information, we collect what we can, we get it back through the analyst channels, and we try to open up all information available to see what we have. And then if we can make that instant contact, obviously we do.
But you don't have to go to Washington for any approvals on that anymore. Do I understand the chain of command now permits you?
Our Hanoi office has the authority to follow up on live sightings within Vietnam. And we would suspect that if we have the opportunity to put detachments in Viet Chin and Nam Phan, Nam Phan, they would have the similar capability.
Mr. Secretary, over the years, you read a lot of different allegations on this issue, whole books, movies, and so forth. Some people assert that there are camps that are holding 50, 200 people or so. What is the possibility of that kind of camp existing based on all the intelligence and data that we have now?
This was discussed earlier in the afternoon, and I think I generally agree with the characterization I think that Ken Quinn gave, and that is that in Vietnam, I find it very difficult to accept the fact that there is a camp that the Vietnamese don't know about. It could be, but I find it maybe in the central highlands near the Lao-Cambodian border, it's conceivable, but not very likely. In Laos and in Cambodia, I think that there are areas in which the government does not have good control. And once you get out of the cities, the transportation is just atrocious, that it's conceivable that there could be small camps, particularly if they moved around a lot and were a part of in areas in which the government didn't have good control. Do I have strong evidence? No, I don't have that. I have reports of a general nature that people have been seen in a camp, but with not enough specific detail to really do much with. When we do, we look for it, can't find it. If we knew a camp existed, we would go in various ways and try to find out who was there.
Now, what would be the rationale, even in Laos, for a group that, let's say, was not in control of the government? I mean, it's been 19 years. I take it, I asked this of Mr. Quinn, have you or any of your people ever been approached with a possible secret deal to return somebody for money or for any other reason? Is there a record of such an offer and a transaction in the making?
By one of the governments or private individuals?
By private individuals or by the governments?
No, the closest thing that comes to that was the Walter T. Robinson case that Secretary Quinn mentioned earlier. In fact, he described it as we made the judgment in sort of analytical terms. We actually sent a team to Vietnam. I mean, it was not, we knew when we went that the chances of it being Walter T. Robinson were virtually zero, unless all of our information was wrong. But the picture was compelling that it could be an American. And the position that we took at defense was that we don't know who this person is. It could be Amerasian, it could be an American, but why don't we just go up and ask him and find out? Well, when we got there, we found out that it was Amerasian. He was on his way out of Vietnam legally, and in best of my knowledge, he is out now.
Well, one of the theories that is often advanced is the Pearl theory, that since the French are supposed to have, or there is evidence that the French did some trading in the post-Dien Bien Phu period for prisoners, that therefore people are holding Americans in order to do some trading. But what you're saying is that there is no document or evidence or statement of any kind of any government official that you know of that anyone has ever been approached in 19 years for that kind of a trade. Is that accurate?
To the best of my knowledge, that doesn't, I obviously don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of this issue, but I have not run across anything.
And within the whole interagency group, no one has ever surfaced any possible deal. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. In fact, if somebody did, I'm convinced that if we thought there was some serious intent on the part of the person making the deal, we'd try to follow up on it.
Within the Laotian culture, what would be the ability and purpose of Americans being held over the course of 19 years or 18 plus years? Would it be slave labor? Would it be, I mean, what is the rationale here?
Senator, it's obvious that you have gone through some of the same questioning that I have in terms of what the motivations would be of people. And I have not come up with anything that I find convincing that explains to me why people do things like keep hostages in the Middle East.
For hostages, they hold them for the release of other people.
For whatever.
Correct?
Or for financial gain. All I can tell you is that there are still reports coming in that suggest that there might be live Americans in Southeast Asia. There are photographs, for example, the car photograph, which is compelling, and which is not just Carl Ford's eyeballing it, which I've always admitted I thought non-expert, they certainly look alike to me. But as our experts look at it, they also are beginning to say, yeah, there is a resemblance there that's uncanny. That's not a quote, but that's the bottom line. And I don't know why, what the motivations, but the fact that there could be an American there is still something we can't dismiss.
Well, absolutely not. What I'm trying to get at is the question of the wholesale. You know, some of the theories hold up the notion of 50, 100, or this or that. Now,
right.
Is it possible that in the aftermath of the war, particularly during the period when Vietnam was closed to us, between 1975 and 1979 particularly, that people were held, but that then the dynamics changed, and that it clearly didn't pay to hold because it didn't bring about what some thought they might have brought about, and that then those people were lost, and that may be part of what has fueled this. Is that a theory that might have perhaps more life?
It's certainly one of the possibilities that I think that should be considered in trying to get at this question of motivation. And I think that there is also the likelihood that I mean, there are other scenarios. I mean, one that hasn't been mentioned that I've always found very credible is people who were injured at the time of their loss and that are not aware quite that they're Americans or they're not home.
Let me do this, Mr. Secretary. They're holding the vote for me. I need to get
Yes,
over
sir.
there. I think the hiatus will be marginal because I'm sure that the senator
won't go
will be
away.
back. If you could wait, and we'll just recess momentarily until
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Smith gets here to pick it up. Thank you.
Till Senator Kerry will be back in just a second. I'm under the impression, based on the comments on the floor, that there probably is going to be another vote. They say within 15 minutes after this one ends, but this one will may be open for a little while because there were a lot of senators who had not yet voted, even though the time had run out. So we'll just try to keep going. Just a couple of more points from me. Can you? It seems as if you're very candid about problems that may have taken place in the past. Is there any way that you could recommend how we could reconstruct some of that to see if anything was missed back in obviously long before your watch, but I mean back into in the period of the 70s and moving on up? How we could reconstruct just some of those mistakes, not in the sense of trying to identify anybody as making mistakes necessarily, that's not the point, but just to try to see if there's anything that we did miss, so that we don't have to go back and root through reams of stuff that you've all been through. If you could help us in that regard, either with a comment now or something perhaps for the record, it would be very helpful.
I think that I briefly mentioned where I would at least start, and that is asking to appear either in public session or in private session, whichever you prefer, some of the people who were my predecessors who worked the issue and hear from them directly, because I'm sure they've thought about it and have thought about their actions and their decisions, and they may think they were all perfect. I don't know. But I think that's a place to start with the people who were involved directly in these issues at the time and get from them their view 10, 15, 20 years later. I will be very frank with you that I have been so busy looking at today and tomorrow that I really have, and there are so many things to do that I don't have time to do. In fact, that's why I strongly recommended the Secretary that we have a deputy assistant. As far as I'm concerned, it's a full-time job. I can't devote full-time to it, and when I realized that was my recommendation. We've got to get somebody full-time. And so that there are so many things that we would like to do better in terms of the way we interface with the families, how we want to, as you see, we're beginning to have the military take a much more active role now that we have more access to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. And those are the issues that I have concentrated on. I will admit that if I'd had more time, I would have probably thought more about and done more about some of the things that happened in the past. But to be quite honest, my priority has been on where we were going.
Just a couple of comments, and you might want to respond to them if you wish. In listening to Senator McCain's line of questioning regarding the photos, and a lot of banter back and forth in regards to what the motives might be. One of the striking things about those photos to me was, and I think everybody agrees, I know you and I do because we talked about it, was it at the very least the similarity between the alleged POW and the other subject. I mean, somebody, if this is a scam and these are not valid photos, this is not just somebody dragging out belt buckles, and these are fairly substantial efforts.
And pretty well organized and knowledgeable people doing it.
I mean, you just can't go out and find somebody as handsome as you or I that quickly. You know what I mean? I mean, it takes a while. I mean, you just. It's not that easy to do to get somebody with at least a similarity, and I know that certainly the Bora photo and certainly the car photo is alleged car photo there is a similarity there in many ways. So we still, I guess the jury's still out on the car photo.
Well, you and I have talked, and I've spoken to Mr. Bora on the telephone. I have not met him, but I have seen Mr. Bora and at least one of his sons on television. And I can remember at the time having seen just the photograph and seeing the family members on television saying, wow, they're just simply the hairline, the shape of the face. There clearly was a very close resemblance between the Lao tribesmen and the Bora family. The family resemblance I thought was striking at the time. And it was, in my mind, not a foregone conclusion that that particular case was going to turn out the way it did. And even when I see the photographs today, it's clear to me that somebody had to do a lot of homework to match up a hill tribesman in Savannakhet province in Laos, take a picture of him, and then come back and somehow be knowledgeable enough to make the association with Lieutenant Bora. And it's quite extraordinary. And as we've got into this case, there seems, as I mentioned earlier, the people that had provided us originally the Bora photograph, as we go back and trace back where it came from, those people seem to be up to their hip boots in all kinds of scams. And why they do it, what's in it for them, I don't know. And I just, this is one of those cases that I have had to talk to Mr. Bora and hear the pain he feels and the uncertainty about what's happening. He wants desperately for this person to really be his son. And anybody who would put those people through it, they ought to put them in jail and throw away the key. That's my own personal view. But I don't know what the motivation is, but I don't really care. As long as this sort of travesty goes on, one, it breaks the hearts of the families. Secondly, it makes our investigators and our specialists, their job doubly difficult. Because I said, we can't just assume, well, it's another scam. The fact is that you see in the Bora photograph, the car photograph, you see a compelling resemblance that has to make you go the extra mile, even when the trail gets cold or it looks like that it might be another scam. You just keep pushing.
Let me ask you one other question before Senator Kerry gets back. The roughly 500 or so of these Lao missing that have not been accounted for, a little over 500. It's my understanding that about 120 of those individuals were in one way or another seen, or witnesses say that they ejected, or at least our reports indicate that they ejected from their aircraft, which would remove them from any casualty site, should remove them from any casualty site excavations that we're doing. Can you shed any light on have you pulled isolated those cases, and are you working on them? We don't have, they're not in with the discrepancy cases that General Vessey's working. So have you pulled these things into one group and are looking at them that way, one by one, or how are you dealing with it?
We are trying to. Part of this is simply a matter of chance, that on the day of an individual's loss, for whatever reason, we happen to have more information. And so we have more to begin with. And we are trying to prioritize our resources and efforts at the ones that we have the most information on, the more information to go on. And so we are trying to find out as much about each of these cases as we can, put them in some sort of order so that we geographically and in terms of information that we can go on to find them. And we're systematically trying to go through these cases. Part of the problem have been in Laos and in Vietnam is that we have been working on these 119 cases in Vietnam, for example, since the 1987-88 timeframe. We are only now, in the last two trips, to Vietnam? Have we begun to get out beyond those cases and say, we've got to go to other areas and visit other places and interview more people? In the case of Laos, we know where many of these areas are that the Pathet Lao held Americans, and we want to go there. We want to talk to people. Even there are no crash sites. We just simply know where the caves were, and we want to go and talk to people that were there. We found in our experience that they have pretty good recollections of those days, and that by piecing together the stories of several different people, we can often get a somewhat better account of what may have happened to some of them. But you got to remember that most of the cases, and the number escapes me right off the top of my head, most of the cases in Laos are cases in areas where the Vietnamese were in control. And when we go to the Vietnamese, they say, well, that's in Laos. We don't have any control over that. When we go to the Laotians, they quite rightly say, listen, the Vietnamese were there during the war. We don't know anything about it. And we have been back and forth with both governments for as long as I've been here, trying to get them to focus on these cases. These are...
we need trilateral, some type of trilateral talk.
And yes, and we seem to be making some progress. State Department, hopefully with others' participation, they're going to be meeting with the Vietnamese and the Laos in December in Hawaii, hopefully, to talk about this very issue. We're also prepared to talk about to the Cambodians about it. I'm not going to promise anything because we don't have anything concrete, and I've been disappointed before, thinking that we'd made some progress on the border cases. But I think that we're in a better position now. We have more leverage than we've had before, and I'm at least hopeful that this time we won't be disappointed.
All of that information that came out, South Patrasi, and all the press reports and information regarding prisoners in Laos and so forth, I assume that you have, I've never really looked at what you have on that particular subject in the intel, never had the opportunity to do that. I assume you have that somehow cataloged or together in a way that could be looked at by the committee. Is that true, so that we could at least
I'm not sure how
look at the rebuttal to those public statements that were made by Lao officials and others about POWs, allegedly holding POWs at the Pathet Lao?
I'm not sure what sort of order and shape it's in, but I'm sure that we'll be happy to share with you the information we do have. There have been a number, I mean, we are just like you. We look at Laos and we see hundreds of question marks, and it's a difficult area for us to operate in, a difficult area for us to come up with answers. I mean, we have the reports, same reports of Americans that we know were in captivity at one point or another in Laos, and we don't have the answers. What happened to them? And until we do, we're not going to feel very comfortable that we're on top of what's happening in Laos. We are at a position now where, for example, Kodel traveled to Laos, and one of the congressmen put the Laotians on the spot about South Petoskey or whatever his name is, and said, well, I'd like to talk to him. And the story had been that he was dead. And that's what we've been told for some time. Come to find out he's not dead, and they at least indicated that they were going to let us have access to him. I, right off the top of my head, don't know. But this, I think you will find it fascinating to talk to Bill Gadry when he appears before you tomorrow. He is a bright, articulate, dedicated person that's been working the Lao problem for some time, and his insights and his direct knowledge, rather than hearing from me second or third hand, I think you'll find very interesting. And if he doesn't know the answers aren't there, quite frankly. And the same is true for Bill Bell in Vietnam, and John Cole for sort of looking at the intelligence view. So many of these questions, hopefully you will be able to have more satisfaction when you talk to where the rubber hits the road with our field people.
Senator Grassley, do you have any further questions of Mr. Ford?
Mr. Ford, just so that we're all talking from the same sheet of music, and and this is along the line of questions you've heard me ask other witnesses, if this committee were to show that a discrepancy case, or any other case for that matter, that has been determined resolved and which should not have been resolved on the merits, and that on the merits should have remained open, that we can expect that such a case would become a discrepancy case that needs to be resolved?
Definitely. Okay. If we make a mistake, we'll be the first ones to admit it and be glad that we made the mistake. And if somebody walks out tomorrow and we said they were dead, you won't hear a peep out of us. We'll be happy as everybody else.
When you're briefed on the various cases, do you read the live sighting reports and the raw intelligence data, or do you rely upon summaries of these?
It varies. My staff receives from DIA, I think, every report. And those reports that they believe are significant or something that I ought to know about right then, they submit to me. If they are ones that they want to have DIA check out more closely, or that appear to be more routine, say it's 5 years old as opposed to something that more immediate, I do not see all of them. I think that it's an area in which we have learned by example that we have to keep a very close pulse on. I have, for example, talked to the head of the POW office in DIA, Bob Sheets, and indicated to them that I wanted him to err on the side of badgering me with information as opposed to feeling like I didn't want to hear about it. And I just don't want to be in a position that I'm the last to know that there's some important piece of information and somehow it just didn't get to me.
The last time that I saw you, we were on a late night network show together. And,
yes, sir.
And on that show, you indicated that you had 4 analyses pertaining to the car case. What are those analyses and what did they show? And has the Sandia lab ever analyzed the car photos using negatives?
The last part of your question I'd have to double check. We have a report that I saw for the first time yesterday back from Sandia, I think. That is of the car photograph. And the reason I pause is that I got a report on Stevens and a report on Carr yesterday. That one was from Los Alamos and one was from Sandia, and I may have them mixed up. The report from the car photograph was inconclusive, but they were they indicated that there was a great resemblance and that they thought that it was possible that they were the same person, the 2 photographs. It's the most positive report from any of our expert photographic analysis people I have seen. They found there were many similarities. In fact, as I mentioned, there's several people. In fact, it was from Los Alamos. And it said, in our view, a strong possibility exists that the subject, in this case the car photograph we've all seen in the newspapers, is an aged Captain Carr. They go on to say, however, this assessment is not conclusive, but that's the most positive one I have ever seen. They also have a photograph where they have taken, which I thought was a very interesting approach, and they've taken half of the wedding photograph and half of the more recent photograph and put them together, and there is quite clearly a striking resemblance.
Were they analysis done from the negatives?
I would have to check the report to be sure.
Okay. If they were done from the negatives, would you supply those to the committee?
The information, or you want the negatives?
The negatives.
I don't see why there would be any problem with doing that.
What is the status of your analysis of the Stevens photo where he is allegedly standing with a woman?
That was the other report that we got that I saw yesterday.
Okay.
And that report was just the opposite in the sense that it was inconclusive, but in their judgment, it was not likely that it was Stevens.
Okay. What is the status of your analysis of the photo with the 3 pilots? I guess the first photo that we were made aware of.
This has been a difficult case for us because we have not been able to locate the people in the picture. We have not been able to locate who took the picture, and we have family members who are convinced that it's their loved ones. We have no direct information that other than their identification. And we still continue to have an active investigation of that photograph. Now, what we have done is that associated with the photograph, either directly or indirectly, has been a series of scams. But they are not the photograph that the families identified, and that the only thing that's been altered on that photograph is a sign that appears on the photograph that appears to have been done by the same people who did the photos out of the Soviet magazines.
Well, would my colleague yield for a question just for a moment?
Yes, but I think he's answered it satisfactorily, and I'll go on to my next question, but I'll yield.
I just want to, I had understood from some sources that there was an enhancement done which showed the individuals in that photograph carrying rifles, carrying weapons, that the notches and ends of their weapons are actually visible at the lower end. Is that accurate?
That's correct. That was from one of our national labs' photographic analysis. Appeared to be German World War II weapons.
Now, I mean, isn't there some sort of inherent contradiction in the notion that 3 people are being held prisoner, but they're holding rifles kind of surreptitiously in a picture?
Sir, I understand your question, and I understand your concerns.
I'm not trying to,
my sense
I'm
is
just asking, I mean,
the standard that I have is if I can demonstrate to the families that their identification is incorrect, I don't hesitate to approach them with that case. If I don't have the evidence, as far as I'm concerned, until I have the evidence, I got to keep looking. It's
well, I
our
appreciate
commitment
that
to
attitude,
them.
and I think all of us appreciate that, and I think that's the right way to approach it. But I didn't hear you volunteer that. I haven't heard that sort of come out. I mean, and that's why I asked you. I just wanted to make sure that was in fact ascertained by the department and is one of the question marks that is now raised with respect to the photograph.
Right. We cannot say that the family identifications are incorrect. We have real question marks, and I've explained
I raised
to the
it only
families
as a
that we have
question mark, and I, as I say to you, I think I understand why you don't say it's incorrect in the face of positive identification. But
in fact, it's one of the cases that Senator Grassley has been talking about, where we had made an analytical judgment on Colonel Robertson. And we have, in fact, as Ken Quinn indicated, we've taken that back and said, well, not so fast. We may have made a mistake. Despite the fact that the Vietnamese have provided us even more information than we had before, as long as we have these inconsistencies that are difficult to demonstrate to any degree to the family, we're going to keep a case active and keep looking. Hopefully we'll find who's in that photograph, and that will solve the question.
Before I ask my next question, besides those negatives, if that's what you have, also the analyses of the negative.
Yes, sir.
Analysis of the picture.
I want to make sure I don't mislead you. I was going off of just my recollection. My staff has indicated to me that we no longer have the negatives. They were given back to Colonel Bailey, who requested them from us, and we have, I hope, but I don't know for sure. We've got a later generation of photograph and/or negative that we're working from.
Okay, but you could provide us with your analyses.
Yes, sir. In fact, we can give you the analysis that we've received not only from our own in-house, but also if we have Sandia or Los Alamos reports, we would be happy to provide those as well.
According to Secretary Cheney and General Vesey this morning, DOD policy states that family members can have access to information about their loved ones except for information that would compromise sources and methods. Is that your understanding of our
It's
policy?
certainly my understanding that that's the policy, but I hear the same complaints that you do from family members who feel that we are not giving them enough information or that somehow we're holding back. In most cases, we find that I have investigated personally that's partially true. Some cases, they're just through error, they have more or less than some other family member. Sometimes it's our fault, sometimes it's the family's fault. But there are problems there that we've got to correct. And when people come in, as I had, there's a young lady here from Alaska, I think she's here today. You don't have to talk to her very long to realize that she has a real problem with us and that she doesn't think we've played fair or square with her. And as long as you have that, it's hard to say, well, we're doing a great job. We're going to have to find a way to make sure that as many family members as we can are satisfied with the treatment that they receive from the Defense Department.
Well, that's very good, and I'm glad to hear that, and I'm sure you wouldn't condone that lack of cooperation. And I think you've answered my question, but it was going to be that if the committee brought you information to this effect, you'd consider it and look into it, and I think you've said that by
Yes, sir. We sure will.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have just one last question. In the response that in our previous conversation before I went to vote, you mentioned only 7 of the 102 new personnel will be with Stony Beach. There's a 1986 Memorandum of Understanding between JCRC and Stony Beach determined that JCRC would handle excavations and Stony Beach would handle investigations of live sightings. Has there been a new Memorandum of Understanding?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but I think that what we have to keep in mind is that we are in transition to a new set of organizational procedures, both on the civilian side of DOD and also on the military side. And that the Joint Task Force is trying to centralize and organize this process. When we do that, we also are trying to protect our credibility and our ability to look at this problem from Washington and to make sure that there's a certain transparency in our process. We frankly have not worked out all of these arrangements and procedures, and we are seeking recommendations from the field, from DIA, on how we can best do it under the new circumstances. And if that means change it a little bit, we'll change it. If it means keeping the old procedures, and if that's the best way, and everyone decides that's the best way, we'll keep that. But we've got a new opportunity that we didn't have before. We got much greater access to Vietnam. So we're going to tailor our approach and our procedures to fit the situation. And right now it's too soon for me to give you a judgment on where we're going to come out. Hopefully it'll be the best answer, but we will keep you informed as we make those decisions, and you can judge along with us whether we're doing right or not.
I think what you're probably saying is there could be a new Memorandum of Understanding.
That's quite likely.
Thank you very much, Senator. By way of housekeeping, let me say that we're going to have another vote here shortly and possibly even another vote after that. It's been a very long day, and I think that it really makes a lot more sense not to feel any pressure and not to treat the next panel haphazardly. So what I'd like to do, if it's acceptable, I understand that a number of you have to be over at the House in the morning. I'd like to ask Mr. Nagy and Sheets and company, if you'd be willing to come back after that in the morning. I want to go with the first panel with Mr. Bell and Cole et al. First, and then we'll put you on after that. I think that'll flow well, and I don't think we're so crowded tomorrow because of the nature of some of the testimony tomorrow, that we won't be able to fit everybody in without as much pressure as today. So we'll end with this panel momentarily as we head over. General, let me just ask you, now that you've got this new structure and you've got this new ball to juggle, are you satisfied that right now you have the structure in the making that's going to permit you to do the job? That we're not going to come back here in 5 months and say you didn't get what you needed or that you didn't ask for what you wanted?
Senator, yes, I am. And the reason I am is because that's what the two-tiered strategy is all about. It's the strategy that worked in Desert Shield, Desert Storm, the strategy that worked in Bangladesh with Sea Angel, the strategy that worked in the Philippines with Fiery Vigil. Because what it does is very simply you have a Joint Task Force commander, and he's responsible. Just above him is the Commander-in-Chief of the entire Pacific Command, and it's a direct line. And whatever that Joint Task Force commander needs, he goes to the sink. He goes through me, the Director of Operations, as a facilitator. What I do then is I go to all those component commands, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and those subunified commands. And what we can't do from him, for him, from that aspect, then I turn to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and I say, we need this additional support to be able to carry out the mission. So, yes, sir, I'm very confident that this is the proper organization with the unity of command that is genuinely needed to accomplish the mission.
Now,
that concludes yesterday's proceedings in the new Senate Select Committee on POW and MIA Affairs. The panel is scheduled to meet tomorrow to hear from representatives from both family and veterans groups.